The last thing Emma did in our apartment was open the hall closet and stare at the empty space where her coat used to hang, like it might still be there if she looked hard enough. She had already taken it the night before, folded it over her arm with a quiet, careful kind of anger, but she stood there anyway, a hand braced on the doorframe, her shoulders set like she was holding herself together by force. "I'm not doing this," she said, and her voice had that flatness that meant the decision had been made somewhere deep and long ago. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was an announcement. I sat on the edge of the couch with my hands between my knees, like a kid waiting outside the principal's office, staring at the rug as if the pattern could tell me what to say. The living room smelled faintly of the rosemary candle she loved, the one we always lit when we pretended we were the kind of couple who had it figured out. The flame wasn't even on, but the scent clung to the air like it belonged there. "You're not," I started, and stopped. I didn't even know what I was trying to finish. "You're not leaving? You're not serious? You're not allowed?" Emma let out a breath that sounded like a laugh without humor. She turned and leaned back against the closet door. Her hair was pulled into a low knot, the way she wore it when she was tired and didn't want to try. Her eyes were red around the edges, not actively crying, just used up. "I can't marry someone who's not here," she said, and that landed in my chest like a heavy object. "And I don't mean physically. You're always somewhere else. That's not fair." "It is fair." Her voice sharpened finally. "You don't talk. You don't let me in. Every time I get close, it's like you go behind glass." I swallowed. My throat felt tight and hot. The apartment was suddenly too quiet. So quiet I could hear the refrigerator motor click on in the kitchen. That low hum that always made the place feel alive. I wished the hum was louder. I wished it could swallow us both. "I'm trying," I said, because I had said it 100 times. It sounded like an excuse now, the kind you use when you've run out of better ones. Emma looked at me for a long second, and in her expression, I saw a flash of the woman I'd met 3 years ago at a friend's birthday dinner. Bright, curious, leaning forward as she talked, like she was always reaching for something. She used to reach for me. Somewhere along the line, she'd stopped. "I believe you think you are," she said softly, "but it's not enough." Then she stood up straight, pushed off the closet with her palm, and walked into the bedroom to get her last bag. The sound of the zipper closing was a finality, a clean, decisive ripping sound, like a seam giving way. I followed her down the hallway. The bedroom was half empty in a way that made my stomach turn. Her dresser top was bare. The little dish where she kept her rings was gone. The mirror over the dresser reflected our bed, the rumpled comforter, the 2 pillows that used to be a matched pair, and now looked like strangers. Emma knelt by her suitcase and pressed her weight down to close it, her forearms tense. I could have said it then. I could have chosen that moment, the cliché moment, the before it's too late moment. There were 1,000 versions of the truth lined up behind my teeth, all of them terrified. I wanted to tell her about the first time I'd taken my mother's scarf from the coat rack when I was 11 and tied it around my waist, the way it swung when I turned. I wanted to tell her about the years of sneaking, the careful timing, the way I learned to listen for footsteps like a criminal. I wanted to tell her about the box, but the words sat like stones. If I spoke, the whole structure of my life would shift, and I wasn't sure the floor would hold. Emma stood, lifted the suitcase handle, and looked around the room one last time. Her gaze flicked to the nightstand, where our engagement photo sat in a simple white frame, her laughing, me kissing her cheek, both of us sunburned at the beach. She didn't pick it up. She didn't touch it. She just looked at it like it was proof of something that had once been real. "I'm going to stay with Maya for a while," she said. "I'll come back for the rest later." "Emma." She paused in the doorway and turned. The hallway light caught her face, and for a second she looked younger, stripped of the adult certainty she was trying so hard to wear. "Please don't make this harder," she said, and then she was gone. The door clicked shut with a polite little sound, like it didn't want to disturb anyone. A moment later, the building's hallway swallowed the sound of her footsteps. Then there was nothing. I stood there staring at the door as if it might open again, as if she might come back and say she'd changed her mind, as if the universe might hand me a redo. The air felt wrong without her. It was the same air, the same apartment, but it had been rearranged. Her absence was a new piece of furniture I kept bumping into. I walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge, not because I was hungry, but because I needed to do something that had a beginning and an end. The cold light spilled over shelves that looked too neat. Emma had always been the one to keep the fridge organized, condiments lined up, leftovers labeled with masking tape and dates. Now the shelves looked like they belonged to a single person. A jar of mustard, 2 beers, half a lemon in a plastic bag. I closed the door and leaned my forehead against it, feeling the faint vibration of the motor through the metal. My hands were shaking. I didn't notice until I tried to steady myself and realized the tremor was inside me, deep and involuntary, like an engine revving. I slid down the fridge and sat on the tile floor, my back against the cabinet. The tile was cold through my jeans. My mind kept replaying her words, "Not here," and each time it played, it hurt in a different place. I don't know how long I sat there. Time in grief is strange. It stretches and collapses. Eventually, my phone buzzed with a text from my mother, something mundane about a family get-together next month, and I stared at the glowing screen like it was written in a foreign language. I couldn't answer. I couldn't touch that version of life right now. I stood up on legs that felt too light and walked down the hallway again. The bedroom door was open. The room looked like it was holding its breath. I stepped inside. It wasn't the bed that drew my eyes. It wasn't the empty dresser top or the missing shoes by the closet. It was the strip of shadow under the bed, the narrow darkness where something lived that had nothing to do with Emma and everything to do with me. My heart sped up in a way that didn't match the moment. I was alone. Emma was gone. And still, my body reacted like I'd been caught. I knelt on the carpet and reached under the bed with my fingertips, feeling for the familiar edge. The cardboard was worn smooth at the corners from years of being pulled out and shoved back in. My nails scraped lightly, a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet. When I tugged, the box came out obediently, sliding toward me like it had been waiting. It was a plain storage box, the kind you could buy at any big store, taped shut with old packing tape. No label, no marker, no explanation. It was my most honest possession and my most carefully hidden. I sat cross-legged on the floor with the box in front of me. For a moment, I just stared at it, my palms hovering over the tape. The room smelled like Emma's shampoo and the faint musk of laundry detergent. The box smelled like cardboard and time. I told myself I was just checking on it. I told myself I was making sure it was still there, like a person might touch a bruise to see if it still hurt. But my hands moved before my thoughts caught up. The tape peeled away with a soft, tearing sound. I lifted the lid. Inside, everything was folded with care, stacked like a secret library. A navy dress with a modest scoop neck and a skirt that flared if you twirled. A silky blouse in a pale blush color. A pair of tights still in their packaging. A black pencil skirt that hugged the body in a way my jeans never did. There were shoes too, heels with scuffed soles, flats with a little bow on the toe, a wig and a net, synthetic fibers the color of dark honey, a makeup bag with drugstore foundation and lipstick in a shade I'd chosen because it felt brave. A small bottle of perfume sat in the corner, almost empty. Vanilla and something floral. I had sprayed it once in a hotel bathroom, the first time I ever dressed somewhere that wasn't my own home, and it had made me dizzy with pleasure and fear. I touched the blouse first. The fabric slid under my fingers, cool and smooth. The sensation hit me in a place that wasn't rational. My chest tightened, and for a moment, I thought I might throw up. I'd told myself the box was harmless, a private thing, a quirk, a stress relief, something separate from my real life. But kneeling there in the wreckage of my engagement, I couldn't pretend separation anymore. The box wasn't separate. The box was a part of me I had walled off and starved, and now that wall felt obscene. I picked up a lipstick, one of those bullet tubes with a cheap plastic cap, and turned it in my hands. The casing was slightly sticky from age. The color was a deep berry, almost wine. When I first bought it, I'd stood in the aisle under fluorescent lights, my face hot, convinced every woman shopping could see exactly what I was doing. I'd grabbed it like a thief and paid without making eye contact with the cashier. Afterward, in my car, I'd opened it and swiped it on the back of my hand. The pigment bloomed instantly, lush and dark, and I'd stared at it like it was a portal. I'd never told Emma any of that. We'd lived together for nearly 2 years. We'd shared a bathroom, a bed, a future. She knew the pattern of my morning breath, the way I took my coffee, the scar on my shoulder from when I fell off a bike at 15. She knew the show I watched when I was sick and the song that could make me cry. She knew me better than anyone, and she didn't know this. The thought was dizzying. It made the breakup feel inevitable in a way that was almost relieving, like something that had been teetering finally fell. I pressed my fist against my mouth. A sound escaped me anyway, a small, strangled noise. It wasn't a sob, not quite. It was the sound of a person holding too much for too long. I didn't cry immediately. I went still. My eyes burned, but the tears didn't come. It was like my body didn't trust itself to start. I set the lipstick down and reached deeper into the box, lifting a folded camisole, thin straps, lace at the neckline. My fingers trembled against the lace. I remembered being 19, home from college for summer break, taking my sister's dress from her closet when she was out with friends. I remembered the rush of sliding it over my head, the way the fabric fell over my skin, the way my reflection looked suddenly unfamiliar and painfully right. I remembered standing in front of the mirror and trying to soften my face, tilting my head the way girls in magazines did, searching for something. I remembered the sound of my father's car in the driveway and the lightning panic as I tore everything off and shoved it back into place, my heart hammering like it wanted out. I'd spent years like that, stealing moments, stealing silence, stealing from the edges of other people's lives, because I couldn't give myself permission to have my own. The box was my attempt to stop stealing, to own it, at least privately, but even that ownership had been conditional. It lived under the bed like a shameful pet. Now, with Emma gone, the bed itself felt like a stage where something had ended. The box was the only thing that felt alive. I looked around the room. The closet door was open, and inside hung my clothes, button-downs, jeans, jackets, a line of sameness. I'd used those clothes like armor. I'd worn them the way a person wears a mask, not to deceive on purpose, but to survive the world's assumptions. I thought of Emma, the way she used to rest her head on my shoulder and sigh like she was finally home. I thought of the night she'd asked, gently at first, and then with frustration, "What's wrong?" And I'd answered with nothing. "I'm fine. Just tired. Work's been a lot. Work had been a lot. Life had been a lot." But the truth was simpler and heavier. I'd been carrying a whole person inside me and refusing to let anyone meet them. I'd been terrified that if I told Emma, she would see me differently, that she would look at me and not know how to want me, that she would leave, and now she had left anyway, for reasons adjacent to the truth, but not fully touching it, and the irony of it made me want to laugh and scream at the same time. My eyes finally filled. A tear slipped down and dropped onto the navy dress in my lap. I stared at the dark spot it made, the tiny stain, and the tears came faster after that, as if the first one had opened a gate. I cried silently at first, my shoulders shaking, my face pressed into the fabric, like it could absorb me. Then the sound broke through, wet, ugly, Human. I cried for Emma. I cried for the part of me she never met. I cried for the years spent bargaining with myself. I don't know what I would have become if I'd stayed. Maybe we could have worked it out. Maybe she would have surprised me. Maybe she would have left the moment I told her, and it would have been cleaner that way. Maybe. 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 The maybes spun like a ceiling fan. When the crying slowed, I wiped my face on the hem of my t-shirt and sat up. My cheeks felt swollen. My chest hurt the way it hurts after you've been holding your breath for too long. The box sat open in front of me, its contents exposed. It felt different now. Less like contraband, more like evidence. Evidence that I existed beyond the version of me people expected. I took a slow breath and looked toward the bedroom door. The hallway beyond was dim. The living room was empty. The front door was shut. There was no one here to catch me. No one to judge. No one to leave. And yet the fear lingered. It lived in my bones. Older than Emma. Older than this relationship. Older than any particular moment. Fear of being seen. Fear of being ridiculous. Fear of being wrong. I reached into the box and pulled out the wig in its net. The fibers were slightly tangled, cheap, but soft. When I held it up, it caught the light and looked almost real. A ridiculous thought came to me, bright and intrusive. You could put it on right now. My stomach flipped. The idea felt both impossible and inevitable, like jumping off a cliff you'd been standing beside for years. I set the wig down. I wasn't ready. The apartment still smelled like Emma. The room still held the imprint of our life. Dressing here now felt like staging a funeral and a birth in the same place. But I also knew something else. Something steady beneath the chaos. I couldn't go back to how it was. I couldn't keep using secrecy as a relationship strategy. I couldn't keep giving people a partial version of me and then acting surprised when they felt shut out. Even if I never wore a dress again, and I didn't believe that, not really, even if I somehow stuffed the box into a dumpster and moved on, the habit of hiding would remain. The glass Emma had talked about wasn't just around my clothes. It was around my heart. I stood up and carried the box to the bed. For a moment, I considered shoving it back under. The impulse was automatic, trained. Hide it. Hide yourself. Restore the illusion. Instead, I set it on top of the comforter, right where Emma's side of the bed used to be. The bed sagged slightly under the weight. The sight of it there, out in the open, made my pulse spike again. But it also did something else. It made me feel, for the first time in a long time, like I was telling the truth to the room. I walked to the mirror over the dresser. My reflection looked familiar and foreign at once. Stubble shadow on my jaw, hair a little messy, eyes red from crying. A man. A fiancé who wasn't a fiancé anymore. A person who didn't know what came next. I stared at my own face and tried to imagine a life where I didn't have to split myself in two. It was hard. It was like trying to picture a color you'd never seen. But I could picture one small thing, a door opening. I thought of Los Angeles, not the fantasy version with palm trees and movie stars, but the real city I'd only visited once for a work conference, where I'd seen people walking down the street in clothing that didn't match anyone's assumptions, and no one seemed to care. I remembered passing a bar with rainbow flags in the window and feeling a pang so sharp it had made me dizzy. I'd told myself at the time it was curiosity. I'd told myself it was envy of other people's freedom, not longing for my own. Now, staring into my own eyes, I let the longing have a name. I wanted a place where I could be complicated out loud. My phone buzzed on the dresser. I glanced down. A message from Emma. Just 2 lines. I got to Maya's. I'm okay. Please don't call tonight. I read it twice. My thumb hovered over the screen. A part of me wanted to reply with something dramatic and true and late, like, there's something you never knew about me. Another part of me wanted to apologize until the words dissolved. Another part wanted to disappear. I set the phone down without answering. Then I did something I had never done before. I opened the top drawer of the dresser, the one that used to be mostly Emma's, and I cleared it out completely. I took the stray bobby pins she'd missed, the old receipts, the little travel lotion. I put them in a small pile like artifacts from a life that had ended. When the drawer was empty, I walked back to the bed, lifted the box, and began placing its contents inside the drawer carefully, one by one. The navy dress folded flat, the blush blouse, the tights, the skirt, the makeup bag, the perfume, the wig, laid gently in the back, like a sleeping animal. It felt ceremonial, not like hiding, like giving this part of me a place in the same furniture as the rest of my life. When the drawer was full, I slid it shut. The dresser looked normal again. The room looked normal. If someone walked in, they would not know what I had done. But I knew. And the knowledge vibrated under my skin like a new frequency. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the closed drawer. The grief was still there, heavy and real. Emma was still gone. The future we'd planned was still in pieces. Nothing had been fixed, but something had shifted. It wasn't the breakup that had broken me open. It was the silence around the box, years of it, that had finally become unbearable. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling, at the faint crack near the corner we'd always joked about fixing someday. I listened to the sounds of the building, distant footsteps, a neighbor's TV muffled through the wall, the city breathing outside the window. In the space where Emma's body used to be beside me, there was only air. It felt cold. I turned my head toward the dresser. The drawer stayed shut, but in my mind, I could see everything inside it, as vivid as if it were laid out on the bed again. For years, I'd told myself the box was the problem. The box was the shameful thing. The box was what I had to manage. Lying there, I finally understood. The box was just fabric and plastic and powder. The real problem was how much of myself I'd been willing to lock away, to keep someone else comfortable, to keep myself safe, to keep the story simple. The story had never been simple. My eyes drifted closed. Exhaustion settled over me like a blanket. I didn't know where I would go from here. I didn't know who I would become, but I knew I could not keep living as if the drawer didn't exist. And that knowledge, terrifying, tender, undeniable, was the first honest thing I'd had in my hands all day. The next morning, the apartment looked like a place someone had left in a hurry, and someone else hadn't yet decided whether to clean up or burn it down. Light came in through the blinds in thin stripes, bright enough to make the dust in the air visible. It laid itself across the living room like a barcode, turning everything into evidence. The indentation on the couch cushion, where Emma always sat with her legs tucked under her, the mug in the sink, with a faint ring of tea at the bottom, the throw blanket she'd crocheted draped over the armrest like it was still waiting for her. I lay on my back and stared at those stripes on the ceiling for a long time, half expecting I'd roll over and feel the weight of her there, or hear the soft rhythm of her breathing. Instead, I heard the neighbor's shower through the wall, the pipes rattling faintly, and the far-off whoosh of cars on the street. Ordinary sounds, indifferent to the fact that my life had split. When I finally sat up, my throat tasted like salt and stale sleep. My eyes felt heavy, the way they do after you've cried so much. It's like your body tries to use your tears to wash something clean. The dresser drawer across the room sat shut, ordinary, and my gaze snagged on it anyway. I could still feel the shape of the navy dress folded inside, the wig, the little plastic tube of lipstick. Knowing they were there made my stomach flutter in a strange, almost nauseating way. Not excitement exactly, not fear exactly, a kind of hyper-awareness, like the air had changed density. I swung my feet to the floor and went through the motions that used to mean the beginning of a day. Bathroom, toothbrush, water in my hands, cold against my face. The mirror over the sink gave me back the same man I'd always been in the daylight. Jawline, stubble, hair flattened in the back from the pillow. If there was a second person inside me, she didn't show herself in that reflection. She was a feeling, not a face. She was buried under years of reflexive stillness. On the counter, Emma's toothbrush was gone. The little ceramic cup still held mine, and the empty space where hers had been. I stared at that gap for a beat longer than I needed to, then turned away, as if looking would make it worse. Coffee felt like a ritual I was entitled to even in disaster. I made it the way I always did. Too strong, a little burnt, because I liked how it hit. Emma liked oat milk and cinnamon. I drank mine black. For a second, my mind offered the phantom step of grabbing her mug and putting it next to mine, and the absence of that gesture felt like an amputated limb. I drank standing at the kitchen counter, the mug warming my palms. Through the window over the sink, I could see the same sliver of street I'd seen every day for 2 years. A corner of the parking lot, the crooked tree whose leaves shook when the buses passed, the blue recycling bin that always looked slightly offended. Emma and I used to joke about the bin. I wondered if the bin would notice she was gone. My phone buzzed. A text from Maya, Emma's best friend, the one she was staying with. She slept. She's okay. Please give her space today. The message was neutral, carefully worded, the kind of kindness that sets boundaries. I read it and felt my chest tighten, because even now the orbit of Emma's life was dictating mine. Give her space. Don't call. Don't be the kind of man who can't take no. I typed, "Okay, thank you," then deleted it, then typed it again and sent it. Immediately, I felt stupid, like I'd just nodded politely at a door shutting in my face. I tried to imagine Emma in Maya's guest room, curled under a blanket, mascara maybe smeared, the familiar curve of her mouth pinched in frustration. I tried to imagine her telling Maya about me, how I shut down, how I wouldn't let her in, how she felt alone with me even when I was right next to her. I tried to imagine Maya's expression, the sympathetic, "you deserve better" face she used to make when Emma complained about her job. I imagined them sipping wine on Maya's couch, the way Emma and I used to on ours, and I pictured Emma's laugh spilling into a space where I wasn't. Jealousy flickered, then died, replaced by something uglier. The awareness that Emma had a narrative. Emma had a story that fit into words. My fiancé is emotionally unavailable. He's shut down. I couldn't get through to him. People would nod. People would understand. There would be advice and sympathy and little clucks of the tongue. What would I say if someone asked me why we broke up? I could say, because I never told her the truth. But even that wasn't the whole truth. Not yet. Not the kind of truth you can hand to another person, like a note. I carried my coffee to the living room and sat on the couch. The cushion dipped under my weight, and the fabric creaked softly. The apartment smelled stale without Emma's perfume in it. It smelled like coffee, laundry detergent, the faint scent of last night's tears. My gaze drifted, without my permission, to the bookshelf. There was a photo of us there too, not the engagement one, a different one. Emma, in a yellow sundress, her hair windblown, squinting at the sun, me behind her with my arms around her shoulders. We'd been on a day trip to the coast. We'd eaten fish tacos on a bench and laughed at a seagull stealing fries. In the photo, I looked happy in a way that was almost painful to see now. I picked up the frame and turned it over. On the back, in Emma's neat handwriting, was the date and a little heart. I held the frame in my hands as if it was fragile. The glass reflected my face faintly, layered over ours like a double exposure. My eyes looked wrong in it, too tired, too haunted. The thought came uninvited. If I told her, would she have stayed? It was a dangerous thought, because it made me want to test it. To call her, to show up at Maya's, to confess everything like a movie, to show her the drawer, to say, "This is why I was behind glass. This is what I couldn't tell you." But the movie version ends with a hug and tears and acceptance. The real version could end with Emma looking at me like she didn't know who I was at all. The real version could end with her feeling betrayed. 3 years, an engagement, and I never trusted her enough to speak. The real version could end with her saying, "I can't do this," the words falling like a guillotine. And even if, miraculously, she accepted it, even if she said she loved me anyway, the bigger problem would remain. I didn't know how to be seen. I didn't know how to live the truth without flinching away from it. Emma had left because I wasn't there. Confessing might not magically make me present. It might just make me exposed. My phone buzzed again. This time it was my mother, calling. I watched it ring until it stopped. Then it rang again. I let it go again. I wasn't ready for her voice, for the cheerful, "Hi, honey," and the unthinking question, "How's Emma?" I couldn't handle the moment where I'd have to say, "She left," and hear my mother's gasp, her rush of concern, the flood of questions. I couldn't handle being the center of someone's worry. After the call, there was a text. "Everything okay? Call me when you can." I set the phone face down on the coffee table like it was a live thing. The day stretched out in front of me, wide and empty. It was a weekday. I had taken time off because Emma and I were supposed to meet a caterer, because wedding planning had become a part-time job. Now there was nothing. No caterer, no seating chart, no argument about flowers. I could have stayed on the couch all day and let time pass over me like weather. But something in me, the part that had moved the box into the dresser drawer the night before, refused that kind of passive mourning. I stood up. My legs felt unsteady, like my body was adjusting to a new gravity. I walked into the bedroom and opened the dresser drawer. The fabrics looked almost luminous in the morning light, like they didn't belong with socks and t-shirts. Seeing them there in a place meant for daily life, not hidden under the bed, made my chest tighten again. It was both comforting and terrifying, like discovering a secret room in your own house. I reached in and touched the navy dress with the back of my fingers. The fabric was cool. It sent a small shiver up my arm. A strange thought. This is mine. Not borrowed. Not stolen. Mine. I didn't take it out. Not yet. The apartment still felt like Emma's shadow. Dressing here felt like stepping into an identity in a place that had demanded I be someone else. Instead, I closed the drawer and sat on the edge of the bed. My hands rested on my thighs. I could feel the faint indentation on the mattress where Emma had slept. I'd always loved how she curled toward me at night, like her body believed I was safe. Safe. That word made me swallow. I had been safe. I had been stable. I had been the man who proposed, who made plans, who held doors open and remembered anniversaries. I had been the man my parents could picture, the man Emma could picture, the man that made the world easy. And I had been someone else too, quietly, privately, like a locked diary. The ache wasn't just heartbreak. It was a kind of suffocation, a realization that the life I'd built didn't have room for the part of me that was now pressing against the walls. I thought of the last conversation Emma and I had had about the wedding a week ago. We'd been at the kitchen table, a stack of brochures between us. Emma had been excited, flipping through photos of venues. I had been nodding, smiling when appropriate, the way you do when you're watching someone else's dream. "Are you happy?" she'd asked suddenly. "Of course," I'd said immediately, too quickly. Why wouldn't I be? Emma had watched me for a moment, her brows drawn together. "Because you don't feel like you're with me," she'd said, and my stomach had dropped. I had made a joke then, something self-deprecating, something designed to deflect. Emma had smiled, but it hadn't reached her eyes. I remembered that now, and felt something like disgust with myself. Not because I had cross-dressed, not because I had that box, but because I had let fear make me dishonest with someone who had offered me her whole heart. My mind kept circling, restless. It kept landing on images of Emma's face, then bouncing away to images of myself in that navy dress. The two images didn't belong in the same frame, and that was the problem. The apartment seemed to pulse with reminders of us. It wasn't just photos and objects, it was the shape of routines. The quiet expectation that I would come home and she would be there. The rhythm of 2 toothbrushes. The way she used to call my name from the shower to ask if I'd grabbed her towel. Every corner of the place was a trigger, a little hook in my ribcage. Even the grocery store down the street was a reminder. Emma always insisted on choosing produce herself, tapping avocados like she was listening for secrets. The coffee shop on the corner, where she would squeeze my hand under the table when she laughed. The park where we'd walked on Sundays, talking about children we weren't sure we wanted. It was like the city itself had been built around her. I grabbed my keys and walked outside, needing air. The hallway smelled like someone's cooking, onions and oil, and the floor felt slightly sticky. The elevator mirror reflected me again. I avoided looking. The building's lobby was bright, and the cold winter air hit my face as I pushed through the front door. Outside, the sky was pale. The street was busy with commuters, people carrying coffee, people on phones, people in coats walking with purpose. Their lives continued without my permission. I walked aimlessly at first, turning corners without thinking, letting my feet decide. The air was sharp enough to make my eyes water, and I welcomed the sting. It felt like sensation without story. A block down, I passed the coffee shop Emma loved. I slowed, my body remembering automatically, like a dog remembering a path. I could picture her at the window table, curly hair spilling over her scarf, her hands wrapped around a cup, her face lighting up when she saw me. I didn't go in. I kept walking, my jaw tight. At the next intersection, I saw a boutique I'd never noticed before. The window display held winter dresses in jewel tones. Mannequins posed with effortless elegance. There was a pair of heels angled just so, glossy black, a red scarf draped like a question. My chest tightened. My pace slowed again. My eyes lingered, hungry and terrified. A woman walked past me and glanced at the window without stopping. A man in a suit strode by, earbuds in, not even looking. No one cared. The world did not stop to notice a person staring at a dress. And yet I felt like I was doing something illicit, simply by wanting it. I stood there in the cold, staring at the mannequins, and I realized how small my life had been. Not externally. I had a job, a fiancé, a schedule, but internally. How much of my energy had been spent policing my own gaze, my own curiosity, my own softness. The thought made me dizzy. I walked again, faster now, like I could outrun the feeling. My hands were stuffed in my pockets. My shoulders were hunched. The city passed in a blur. Storefronts, crosswalks, the smell of exhaust, and bread from a bakery. At some point, I ended up near the highway on-ramp that led to the airport. The sight of it was like a jolt. I stopped on the sidewalk and stared at the stream of cars merging and accelerating toward elsewhere. You could leave. The thought was ridiculous. I had a lease. I had a job. I had a whole life here. But I also had... what? An apartment full of reminders and a drawer full of secrets? The idea of leaving wasn't about logistics. It was about imagination. It was about the possibility that there was a place where I could be different and not have to explain myself to every person who had known me since I was 12. A place where my history didn't predefine my future. Los Angeles floated up in my mind like a postcard. Palm trees, sun, a city that, in my memory, had felt like 1,000 parallel lives existing at once. I remembered walking downtown during that work conference, seeing a couple holding hands, 2 men, both wearing eyeliner, both laughing, no one staring. I remembered passing a drag brunch place at noon and hearing the music spilling into the street, the sound of joy as loud as traffic. I'd dismissed it then. Vacation eyes, big city novelty, a fantasy. Standing there now, I let myself consider it as a plan. My chest felt tight, but not with grief this time. With fear, and something that might have been hope. I pulled out my phone and opened flights. Not to book, I told myself. Just to look. Just to see. The screen offered dates, prices, times, options. A dozen ways to go. My thumb hovered. It was absurd. It was impulsive. It was exactly the kind of thing I didn't do. I was the man who planned months ahead. The man who bought a ring and waited for the perfect moment. The man who did things correctly. Correctly had gotten me here. I locked my phone and put it back in my pocket. My heart was racing anyway, as if the decision had already been made somewhere deeper than my rational mind. I walked home in a straight line, as if by choosing a direct route, I could pretend I still had direction in my life. Back in the apartment, the air felt stale again. Emma's absence hit me immediately, like a pressure change. I stood in the entryway and looked at the coat rack. Her scarf wasn't there. Her keys weren't there. The space where she used to be was a hollowness that didn't echo. It just absorbed. I went into the bedroom and opened the drawer again. The clothes waited, silent, patient, not demanding anything, not offering anything except the possibility of truth. I picked up the perfume bottle and held it to my nose. The scent that rose was faint, almost gone, but it still carried a memory. Hotel bathroom, harsh lighting, my hands shaking as I sprayed it into the air, the way it had settled on my skin like a promise. I put the bottle down and leaned back against the dresser, my head tilted up toward the ceiling. Maybe the point wasn't whether Emma would have stayed. Maybe the point was that I couldn't keep building a life that required me to amputate pieces of myself to make it acceptable. The thought made my eyes sting again. I blinked hard. I looked around the room at all the things Emma and I had chosen together. The bed, the art print above it, the lamp she'd insisted was mid-century cute. It all looked like the set of a life that belonged to someone else now. A strange calm settled in me, thin but real. I picked up my phone, and this time, I didn't open flights. I opened my email. I searched remote policy. I searched transfer. I searched LA office. My company had a branch in Los Angeles. I knew that. I'd never considered it for myself, because my life had been here, because Emma had been here. My hands trembled as I typed, not from cold now, but from adrenaline. I drafted an email to my manager, casual but direct, asking about the possibility of transferring, citing personal reasons, saying I wanted to change. I read it 3 times. It sounded like me. It sounded like the version of me who always sounded reasonable. Before I could overthink it, I hit send. The whoosh sound of the email leaving my outbox was almost comical in its smallness. A tiny digital noise for something that could unravel everything. I stared at the screen afterward, my breath shallow. My body felt like it had stepped off a ledge and was waiting to find out if there was ground. I wasn't sure what I was doing. I wasn't sure if I would actually go. There were 1,000 obstacles, 1,000 practicalities, 1,000 reasons to stay. But the decision, asking the question, felt like the first time I'd chosen myself in a way that wasn't hidden under a bed. I set the phone down and walked into the living room. The sunlight stripes had shifted. The day was moving forward, whether I moved with it or not. On the coffee table, the photo of Emma and me faced up. I looked at it for a long time. "I'm sorry," I whispered, not sure if I meant it for her or for the version of me who had been too afraid to be honest. Then I picked up the frame and placed it in a drawer. Not thrown away, not destroyed, just moved. Like the box had been moved. Like something could be honored without being allowed to run the whole house. I went back into the bedroom, opened the dresser drawer one more time, and let my eyes rest on the clothes. They didn't fix the heartbreak. They didn't rewrite the past. They didn't explain everything. But they did one thing I hadn't expected. They made the future feel possible. Not because I could become someone else, but because I could stop pretending I was only one thing. The apartment still held Emma's ghost. It probably would for a long time. But beneath that haunting, a new thought was growing roots. Maybe I didn't have to stay in a place that only knew one version of me. Maybe I could go somewhere that didn't know me at all and build a life where I was finally, fully here. The apartment changed its sound once I decided to leave. It wasn't immediate, not like a switch flipping, but subtle, like the air had been holding its breath and now it didn't have to. The room still looked the same, still held the same objects, but the meaning of them loosened. A chair stopped being the chair Emma sat in and became just a chair. The wall print stopped being our taste and became ink on paper. Even the silence shifted. It wasn't waiting for her keys in the lock anymore. It was just quiet. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not my mother. Not my friends. Not even my manager. Beyond the email I'd already sent. The decision was still tender in my mouth, like a blister. If I talked about it out loud too soon, it might pop. Instead, I started with the only thing I could control, the physical world. I started with boxes. There were flattened cardboard ones in the closet from when we'd moved in, worn at the seams, creased from being folded and refolded with the optimism of people who think they'll stay forever. I dragged them out, pressed along the folds, and built them back into shape with the automatic competence of someone who had built furniture with Emma on a Sunday while music played and we argued gently about instructions. Tape hissed as I pulled it from the dispenser. That sound, sharp, purposeful, made my chest tighten in a way I didn't expect. It sounded like progress. It sounded like a door shutting. I started with the kitchen because it felt the least emotionally radioactive. Plates, mugs, the blender we'd used twice and left on the counter like a symbol of our good intentions. I wrapped glass in old newspapers, the headlines about events that had already passed, and stacked everything carefully. The motions were soothing. Beginning, middle, end. Object goes in box. Box gets sealed. A sense of order. Then I hit the first landmine. Emma's things. Not the things she'd already taken. The coat, the suitcase, the obvious essentials. But the residue. A candle with her lipstick smudge faintly on the rim. A cookbook with dog-eared pages and notes in the margins. A sweater she'd left in the hall closet because she said she liked the way it smelled like our home. Our home. The phrase had teeth now. I picked up the sweater and pressed it to my face before I could stop myself. The fabric held a ghost of her perfume. Something clean and soft. It made my throat close. I stood there in the hallway with her sweater in my hands and the tape dispenser dangling from my wrist like a bracelet. And for a moment the idea of leaving felt like betrayal. Not of her. She had already left, had already chosen her boundaries, but of the life we'd built. The private language, the shared jokes, the future that had been tangible enough to plan seating arrangements for. I set the sweater on the couch like it might burn me and went back to packing. But the apartment wouldn't let me stay in logistics for long. Every drawer had a memory in it. Every shelf held something we'd chosen together, argued about, laughed about. Moving through our things was like moving through a museum of a relationship, except the exhibits weren't behind glass. They were in my hands. In the bedroom, I opened the closet and stared at Emma's empty side. It was shocking how much space a person leaves behind. The hangers were still there, some of them facing the wrong way, as if even the plastic hadn't accepted the change. I grabbed a stack of my own shirts and folded them into a suitcase. Button down, hoodie, jeans, the familiar uniform. I could have packed my whole life into acceptable man clothes in less than an hour. That version of me was easy. That version had been built for convenience. Then my gaze slid, unbidden, to the dresser. That drawer. My hand hovered for a second before I opened it. I did it quickly, almost angrily, like I was confronting something that didn't have the right to make me nervous. The clothes lay inside the drawer, like they belonged there now. Not hidden, not under the bed, just part of the furniture, folded with care. The navy dress on top looked almost severe in the daylight, less glamorous than it had in my imagination. The blush blouse looked delicate, like it couldn't survive being handled roughly. The wig, nested in the back, held its shape in the netting like a sleeping animal. I stared at them for a long time, my heartbeat loud in my ears. My first impulse was practical. How do you move this? The thought that someone, movers, friends, a landlord, might see it made my skin prickle. Even now, with Emma gone, fear rose automatically like a reflex. Then another thought slid in beneath it, quieter, but heavier. Do you even get to bring this with you? It was ridiculous, that framing. As if I needed permission from some invisible committee. As if the clothes could be revoked. As if desire could be confiscated at the state line. I sat on the edge of the bed and let my hands rest on the quilt. The bed still held the faint dip of Emma's side. I imagined telling her, now, after everything, in the flat aftermath. There was a part of me you didn't know. It felt both too late and too urgent, like a letter you keep rewriting and never send. I looked down at the drawer again. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard old voices. Boys at school snickering, the word f thrown like a stone. My father's tone when he talked about men these days, the way his mouth twisted in disdain at anything soft. A cousin making a joke about a guy in a dress on TV, everyone laughing as if cruelty was a bonding ritual. I didn't know which memories were real anchors and which were exaggerated by shame, but they all lived in the same place inside me. The part that believed being seen would mean being destroyed. I stood up and began packing my dresser. Socks, underwear, t-shirts. The muscle memory of folding kept my hands busy, but my thoughts kept circling back to the clothes I wasn't touching. The drawer with the hidden gravity. I tried to reason with myself like I used to. It's just clothes. It's a private thing. You can stop anytime. The old bargaining language. But the last 2 days had already rewritten something. The breakup hadn't caused the truth, but it had ripped away the scaffolding I'd been using to avoid it. And now that the truth had air around it, it didn't want to go back into a box. I packed books next. I sorted them by size, because that was how Emma always did it, and realizing that I was still arranging my life by her habits made me freeze with a book in my hand, absurdly angry at the fact that love leaves grooves. In the living room, I opened a drawer and found old wedding planning folders, venue brochures, color swatches, a stack of guest list drafts in Emma's handwriting, names circled, question marks, little notes like, ask about +1 and don't seat with cousin. I sat down on the floor with those papers and laughed once, sharp and humorless. Then I folded them carefully and put them into a separate envelope. Not trash, not yet. I didn't have the right to erase the past, just because it hurt, but I could choose what came next. My phone chimed. An email notification. My stomach dropped, then tightened, like my body was trying to protect itself from hope. It was my manager. Hey, saw your note. We can talk about LA. We do have openings and the timing might work. Can you hop on a call this afternoon? I stared at the message until the letters blurred. My hand went to my mouth again, a reflex from yesterday, like I needed to physically hold myself together. It was happening. Not guaranteed, not signed, not official, but real enough to rearrange my blood. I typed back, yes, anytime today, then immediately worried that I sounded too eager, as if eagerness could get me in trouble, as if wanting something could be incriminating. I set the phone down and stood up, suddenly too full of energy. I walked to the window and looked out at the street. People moved like ants, each with their own destination. Somewhere, far away, Los Angeles existed as a place you could simply go, a place with sunlight and strangers and 1,000 versions of life. Behind me, the apartment held its breath again. I turned back toward the bedroom, toward the dresser. My hands were trembling when I opened the drawer this time, not with fear only, with resolve. I took out the navy dress first. The fabric fell into my lap with a soft weight. I held it up by the shoulders and looked at it like it was a question I was finally willing to answer. It wasn't the most beautiful dress. It wasn't expensive, It wasn't dramatic. It was something I'd chosen because I thought it could pass in the world without drawing attention. Safe. That had been my strategy even in secret. Choose things that wouldn't look like I was trying too hard. Choose things that wouldn't scream. The absurdity hit me then. How even in a private drawer, I had been trying not to be too much. I set the dress on the bed and took out the blush blouse, the pencil skirt, the tights, the wig, still in its net, the makeup bag, the perfume bottle. Laying them out felt like laying out parts of myself. A body without a story. Evidence without explanation. The question returned. Do you bring this with you? I thought about leaving it. About taking only the normal version of me to LA, starting over as a blank slate, using the move as a clean break not just from Emma, but from the complication. It was tempting, the way denial is always tempting. It promised simplicity. It promised that I could avoid the hardest part. But my chest tightened at the thought of throwing these things away. Not because they were valuable, but because they were honest. I'd already spent most of my life treating honesty like a liability. I couldn't build a new life on the same lie. I stood there at the edge of the bed, staring down at the clothes, and a memory rose unexpectedly. Me at 16, in the bathroom at night, with the door locked, wearing one of my sister's skirts, my heart pounding, staring at my reflection with a mixture of awe and horror. The awe had been pure. The horror had been learned. I remembered thinking then, if anyone knows, I'll die. I hadn't died, not literally, but something in me had gone numb. Something had folded itself into a smaller shape to fit inside the world. Maybe LA could be a place where I unfolded. That thought made my throat ache with something like longing. I lifted the clothes and began to pack them. Not in a separate shame box, not shoved into the bottom of a suitcase like contraband. I found a clean box and lined it with tissue paper like it mattered, like I mattered. I folded the navy dress carefully and placed it on top. The blouse went next, then the skirt, the tights in their packaging, the shoes wrapped in paper so they wouldn't scuff, the makeup bag tucked into a corner, the perfume in its own little nest, the wig in its net, placed gently on top like it was fragile. It was, in a way. Not fragile as an object, but as a meaning. When the box was full, I paused with the tape dispenser in my hand. Sealing it felt like closing the door again. I set the tape down. I left the box open. I wanted the option. I wanted air. I wanted to stop treating this like a thing that needed to be trapped. I sat on the floor beside the open box and watched the afternoon light shift across the bed. A wave of exhaustion hit me, the kind that comes after adrenaline fades. My body felt heavy, but my mind was oddly clear. Packing wasn't just packing. It was choosing. Inventory wasn't just objects. It was identity. What else was I bringing? The version of me who had proposed in a restaurant, hands shaking. The version of me who had smiled in engagement photos, hoping happiness could be performed into permanence. The version of me who had lied by omission so many times it felt like a language. And also, the version of me who had made a drawer for a truth. I stood and moved through the apartment again, this time with different eyes. I opened cabinets and found duplicates of things Emma and I had bought together. 2 sets of measuring cups, 3 cutting boards, an extra phone charger that belonged to neither of us. The detritus of building a life with someone. I put aside what I would keep, what I would sell, what I would give to Emma later if she wanted it. Each decision felt like a small mercy. When it was time for the call with my manager, I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop open and my hands folded in front of me like I was about to be judged. The call was brief, professional. My manager talked about logistics, timing, HR. "We can make it work," he said, and my ears rang. "You'd need to be in LA within 6 weeks, ideally. Are you sure about this?" I heard my own voice answer, steady and polite. "Yes." When the call ended, I sat there staring at the blank screen for a long moment. 6 weeks. 6 weeks to dismantle an entire life and rebuild it in a city I barely knew. My heart should have sunk. Instead, it lifted, like something inside me had been waiting for a deadline to make the choice real. I got up and moved faster after that. I booked a flight for a scouting weekend. I started looking at apartments, prices making my eyes widen. I messaged a friend of a friend who lived out there, asked if they'd grab coffee. I made lists. I became, briefly, the man who could do things correctly again. Except this time, correctness wasn't about pleasing someone else. It was about building an exit. That evening, I sat on the living room floor with a stack of papers, lease documents, moving company quotes, a printout of the LA office address. My phone lit up again with my mother's name. I didn't answer. Not yet. There would be a moment for her, a moment for everyone. But I wanted to hold this decision alone a little longer, to make it mine before I handed it to the world. The apartment around me looked half-packed, half-haunted. Boxes leaned against the wall. The couch was bare of its blanket. The kitchen counters were empty. It looked like a place in transition, a place that didn't belong to anyone for a while. In the bedroom, the open box of carefully folded clothes waited on the bed. I walked in and stood over it. The wig's net caught the lamplight, a delicate lattice. The navy dress was a dark pool of fabric beneath. I reached in and touched the edge of the dress with my fingertips. It didn't solve anything. It didn't magically make me brave. It didn't erase Emma's hurt or my own. But it anchored me to a truth that felt more important than comfort. I was not leaving to become someone else. I was leaving to stop disappearing. I sat on the bed beside the open box and let myself imagine, just for a second, stepping into a room in Los Angeles, wearing something that made my skin feel like mine. I imagined not flinching. I imagined someone smiling at me like it was normal. I imagined walking down a street where no one knew the old version of me, where my history couldn't reach out and grab my sleeve. The image felt like standing at the edge of a cliff again, terrifying, exhilarating. I picked up the tape dispenser. This time, I didn't hesitate. I sealed the box. The tape smoothed down under my thumb, the adhesive gripping the cardboard with a finality that made my stomach flip. It wasn't a prison. It was a promise. A promise that I would bring all of myself with me, even if I didn't know exactly how to live it yet. When the box was closed, I wrote on the top, in neat, deliberate letters, bedroom, important, not secret, not don't open, not shame, important. I stared at the word until my eyes stung. Then I stood up, opened the closet, and began packing again. This time not as a man dismantling a relationship, but as a person making room for a life that might finally fully fit. The plane dropped beneath a layer of cloud, and Los Angeles appeared all at once. Sunlit grids, pale concrete ribbons of freeway, pockets of green that looked too deliberate to be nature. From above, it didn't look like a city, so much as an idea stretched to the horizon. Endless, indifferent, and somehow inviting. I pressed my forehead to the window, the plastic cool against my skin, and watched the world tilt into place. 6 weeks earlier, I'd been kneeling on a carpet that smelled like laundry detergent and Emma's shampoo, pulling a box out from under a bed like it was a crime scene. Now my entire life was stacked in a moving truck somewhere behind me, on its way west, and my old apartment key sat in a drawer of things I'd promised myself I would deal with later. The breakup had become a sequence of administrative steps, forms, signatures, dates. My grief had become portable. The airport hit me like a wall of sensory input. Fluorescent lights, rolling luggage wheels, overlapping announcements, the smell of cinnamon pretzels and perfume. People move fast, with the casual impatience of a city that always had somewhere else to be. I followed the signs like a person in a dream, my backpack digging into my shoulder. Outside, the air felt different immediately, warmer than it should have been for winter. It smelled like car exhaust and something sweet. Jacaranda, maybe, even out of season, or just the memory of flowers baked into the sidewalks. The sun had a blunt confidence to it. It made everything look sharper, as if the city was incapable of being subtle. I ordered a rideshare and waited at the pickup curb, my phone buzzing in my hand like it wanted to keep me tethered to the old world. There were texts from my mother, worrying, insistent. There was one from a friend back home that read, "Dude, what happened? Emma won't talk." I hadn't answered either. I had become a person who left messages unread, a person who let silence do the work until I had the words. My car pulled up, white sedan, the driver's face half obscured by sunglasses. I slid into the back seat and said my new address, the one I'd memorized like a spell. As we merged onto the freeway, the city unfolded around us in layers. Billboards, overpasses, palm trees that looked almost fake, like props. A skyline that appeared and disappeared depending on the angle, as if LA couldn't decide whether it wanted to be impressive or coy. I watched people in other cars, women with their hair piled high, men with sleeves of tattoos, someone with a rainbow bumper sticker, someone with their head thrown back, laughing at a joke I couldn't hear. Everyone seemed to belong to themselves in a way that made my chest ache with envy and relief. My sublet was in a neighborhood that felt like a collage, a taco stand next to a yoga studio, next to a thrift shop with neon signage. The building itself was an older complex with a courtyard full of potted plants, succulents in terracotta, a lemon tree, string lights woven through the branches, like someone had decided romance should be permanent here. The driver popped the trunk, and I hauled my suitcase out onto the sidewalk. The sun hit the top of my head, warm as a hand. I paid, thanked him, and stood there for a second, staring up at the building, like it might tell me who I was supposed to be. Inside, the hallway smelled faintly of incense and laundry. Someone's music played behind a door, bass-heavy, rhythmic. As I walked, my footsteps sounded too loud, like my presence was an imposition. The key the landlord had mailed me was warm from my pocket when I slid it into the lock. The door opened to a small apartment that felt both empty and full. Empty of my things, full of possibility. White walls, a couch that had seen better decades, a small kitchen with chipped counters, a bedroom barely large enough for the bed and a dresser. I set my suitcase down in the living room and exhaled. A long breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding since the plane landed. Then, because my body needed ritual, I did the first thing I always did in a new place. I opened the windows. The air that came in was warmer than the air I'd left behind, and it carried noise. Distant traffic, someone laughing, a dog barking, a siren far away, like the city clearing its throat. It felt alive. It felt unconcerned with my history. I sat on the couch and let the noise wash over me. For a moment, a small panic rose. What have you done? The part of me that craved stability, that wanted to rewind, started listing all the ways this could go wrong. Money, loneliness, my mother's disappointment, Emma's anger, my own fear. But beneath that panic, there was another feeling. A quiet, steady hum. I wasn't suffocating here yet. I got up and unpacked the bare minimum. Toothbrush, soap, clean shirt. I bought groceries from the corner store, eggs, bread, oranges, and stood in the kitchen eating an orange over the sink like an animal, juice running down my wrist. It tasted brighter than oranges back home. Or maybe it just tasted like I was paying attention. The next day was my first day at the LA office. I wore the same uniform I always had. Dark jeans, button-down, boots, the same haircut, the same body language that said normal, reliable, not complicated. I watched myself in the bathroom mirror before I left, and for a second, I felt a flash of resentment toward my own face. This face had been so easy to present. This face had been rewarded for fitting. Then I remembered the sealed box in the moving truck. the one labeled important. The thought calmed me. A secret carried openly in a cardboard container. The office was in a glass building that smelled like fresh carpet and espresso. People were friendly in that West Coast way, smiling, casual, calling me buddy and man, like it was punctuation. My manager introduced me around. I nodded, shook hands, tried to remember names. At lunch, I walked outside with a group from my team. They talked about hiking trails and taco spots and a drag brunch someone had gone to on Sunday like it was as normal as going to the movies. Drag brunch? One guy said, grinning. It's basically church. Everyone laughed. Someone asked if I'd ever been to Hamburger Mary's. I felt my face go hot, an involuntary reaction, and I hoped it looked like normal shyness. No, I said. I've heard of it. You have to go, a woman named Priya said. She had a sharp bob haircut and eyeliner that made her eyes look like they were always mid-thought. It's ridiculous and wonderful. They do drag nights, trivia, brunch. It's... She made a gesture with her hands like fireworks. A whole thing. My throat tightened around my sandwich. Yeah, I managed. Maybe. Maybe. The word tasted different here. Less like a vague promise, more like an actual option. After work, I walked back to my apartment feeling slightly dazed, like I'd been watching a life from behind glass and didn't yet know how to step into it. People passed me on the sidewalk. Couples, groups, a woman walking alone in platform boots and a leather jacket, her lipstick bright red in the afternoon sun. No one looked twice. No one cared that she was unapologetically styled. The city didn't punish aesthetic confidence the way my hometown had. It simply let it exist. Back at the building, the courtyard was lit with soft yellow bulbs strung overhead. Someone had left a bowl of clementines on a small table with a note that said, "Take one." On the far side of the courtyard, a group of people were sitting on the steps of an apartment, talking and laughing, a bottle of wine between them. I tried to slip past quietly, but one of them looked up. They were tall, with a shaved head and big hoop earrings, and they smiled like they knew me already. "You're the new guy," they called. Their voice was warm and ringing. "Come say hi." My instinct was to decline, to retreat into the safety of my blank apartment. But something in me, maybe the same impulse that had hit send on the transfer email, pushed me forward. I walked closer. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "I just moved in. I gave my name, the one that fit on legal documents and old photographs. "I'm Jay," the shaved head person said, standing to shake my hand. Their grip was firm, easy. They slashed them. "This is Milo. He slash him." They gestured to a guy with soft curls and a denim jacket who raised his bottle in greeting. "And that menace over there is Cass." Cass was sprawled on the steps like a cat, wearing a cropped hoodie and ripped jeans, their nails painted metallic green. They grinned at me, unbothered. "Welcome to the chaos," Cass said. "Do you smoke? Drink? Have opinions about reality TV?" I said, caught off guard by the rapid-fire intimacy. "I drink, I don't smoke, and I paused, thinking of the last show Emma and I had binged together, the way we'd argued playfully about which character was the worst. A pang hit, quick and sharp. "I don't really watch reality TV." "Tragic," Cass said, but their smile stayed kind. They made space for me on the steps. I sat down, feeling the warmth of the concrete through my jeans. The air smelled like citrus and weed and someone's cologne. The string lights above us cast everyone in a soft glow, smoothing edges. Conversation flowed around me. Work gossip, neighborhood stories, who had dated whom in the building. A debate about the best tacos within walking distance. It was casual, but there was an honesty to it that made me uneasy. People here spoke about themselves like it wasn't dangerous. At one point, Milo mentioned his boyfriend, Priya. Apparently Priya lived in the building too. I hadn't noticed her in the courtyard at first. Talked about her ex-girlfriend with the same tone you might use to describe a job you'd quit. Jay told a story about a family member using the wrong pronouns, and everyone groaned in solidarity, then moved on. Identity was part of the conversation the way weather was. Present, acknowledged, not treated like a crisis. I listened more than I spoke, but I felt something loosening in me. The tightness in my shoulders eased. I laughed at a joke, without checking myself first. When Cass teased me about being quiet, it didn't feel like an accusation. It felt like an invitation. "What brought you to LA?" Jay asked at one point, leaning back on their hands. The question landed hard, because the real answer was heartbreak and a drawer full of clothes. The real answer was a version of me that didn't fit in my hometown. "Work," I said automatically. Then, because I was tired of automatic answers, I added, "And a change. I needed a change." Jay studied me for a moment, their expression open, not prying. "Yeah," they said, as if they understood more than I'd said. "LA's good for that." The evening deepened. The courtyard lights glowed brighter as the sky went purple. People came and went, adding to the circle, leaving again. Someone put on music softly from a phone. The city noise in the distance became a constant hush, like the ocean. At some point, Cass stood and stretched. "Okay," they announced. "We're going out this weekend. Drag night at Mary's. Everybody's coming. New guy, you too." My stomach flipped. "Oh," I said, trying to sound casual. "I don't know." "Not optional," Cass said, grinning. "We're adopting you. That's how this works." Milo laughed. "It's true. You don't get a vote." I smiled, but my mind had already leapt ahead to the idea of Hamburger Marys, to the word drag, spoken like it was simple, to the image of a bar full of people dressed to the nines. My skin prickled. The sealed box in the moving truck felt suddenly very real, like it was humming in the distance. "I've never been," I admitted, and it came out smaller than I meant it to. Priya tilted her head. "Well," she said, "then you're overdue." Jay's eyes flicked over my face, the way someone looks when they're noticing something and deciding whether to name it. They didn't push. They just smiled. "You'll have fun," they said. "And if you don't, we'll leave early. No pressure." No pressure. The phrase should have reassured me. Instead, it made my throat tighten, because pressure had been my whole life. Pressure to be a certain kind of man. Pressure to not want what I wanted. Pressure to keep everything contained. What would it feel like to go somewhere where the pressure was off? After everyone dispersed, I went back to my apartment. The place smelled faintly of new groceries and stale air. I locked the door, leaned my forehead against it for a moment, and listened to my own breathing. I should have felt lonely. I should have felt like a stranger. Instead, I felt raw, like someone had peeled a layer off me. I walked into the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. The moving truck was due in 2 days. My box, important, would be here soon. The thought of it arriving made my chest flutter with nervous energy. I pulled out my phone and opened the Note app. The screen was blank, waiting. Without thinking too hard, I typed a list. Hamburger Mary's, Saturday outfit, name, makeup, shoes, wig. Who am I there? I stared at the last question until my eyes blurred. Who am I there? The city outside my window hummed with possibility. Cars passed, headlights smearing light across the wall. Somewhere someone laughed. Somewhere music thumped. Somewhere a person in a dress walked down a sidewalk without a second thought. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling in this new apartment, this temporary space in a city that didn't know me. The ceiling had no crack I'd joked about fixing. It had no history. It was blank. Los Angeles felt like that. Blank in a way that wasn't empty, but open. I thought of Emma briefly, the way her face had looked in the doorway when she asked me not to make it harder. Guilt rose like bile, then softened into something quieter. I couldn't go back and make the past honest, but I could stop making the future dishonest. In the dark, with the city breathing outside and my new friend's laughter still echoing in my ears, I let myself imagine Saturday night. The lights, the music, the safety of being with people who would not flinch. The image made my chest ache. And for the first time since the breakup, the ache wasn't only loss, it was anticipation. By Friday, I'd learned the building's rhythms, the way you learn a new roommate's habits, by listening when you're pretending not to. The courtyard woke up before I did. I could hear it through my half-open windows, someone's bare feet crossing concrete, the clink of a glass bottle set down on a table, a laugh that rose and fell like a bird call. In the afternoon, sunlight poured into the center of the complex and turned the potted plants into small, vivid kingdoms. At night, the string lights clicked on, and the air filled with the smell of somebody's dinner, somebody's weed, somebody's expensive shampoo. My apartment still felt like a temporary holding cell. Boxes lined the walls, half open like mouths. The couch sagged in familiar ways, but none of the familiarity landed. I kept expecting Emma to appear in the doorway, hair damp from the shower, asking if we had any clean towels. The expectation was irrational and persistent, like a ghost of routine. I threw myself into work during the day and into unpacking in the evenings. I arranged my books by height, like I always did. I stacked dishes in cabinets. I hung shirts in the closet. I cleaned surfaces that didn't need cleaning. Anything that let me pretend I was building a normal life. But every night, when I brushed my teeth and stood in the bathroom mirror, there was a second reflection I couldn't see. Just a sense of her waiting in the back of my mind. The box wasn't hidden under the bed anymore, at least not in LA. It lived in the corner of my bedroom, taped shut, labeled in black marker. Bedroom, important. Sometimes I stared at it like it might start talking. On Friday evening, when the sun had dropped low enough to turn everything honey-colored, I carried a bag of trash down the hall, toward the chute. I was wearing gym shorts and an old t-shirt, the kind of outfit that said I was not prepared for being perceived. My hair still felt damp from the shower. My brain was foggy from a day of meetings. Halfway down the corridor, a door opened ahead of me and music spilled out, something upbeat with a pulsing bass. Cass stepped into the hallway in a cropped hoodie and ripped jeans, their metallic green nails flashing as they reached up to adjust a hoop earring. They looked like a person who dressed as if clothing was a language they were fluent in. They noticed me, and grinned like we were already friends. "New guy," they called, voice bright. "Hi, you've been haunting your apartment. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said automatically, then immediately regretted it. The word felt too smooth, too practiced. Cass's eyebrow lifted. "That's the saddest fine I've ever heard," they said. "Come on. We're doing a little courtyard hang. Jay's making something involving citrus and regret. You should come." I held up the trash bag like it was a legitimate excuse. "Trash can wait," Cass said with authority. Then, softer, like they'd recalibrated, "You can stay for 5 minutes. No pressure. 5 minutes, and you can flee." The phrase, "no pressure," landed in my body like a key turning. I nodded before I could overthink it. "Okay," I said. 5 minutes. "Perfect," Cass said, and stepped closer, taking the trash bag from my hand like it was nothing. "I'll do it. You're a guest in our chaos. We don't let guests take out the trash." "That's not a rule," I protested. "It is now," Cass said, and they were already walking away with my trash, humming to the music still drifting from their open door. "Meet you outside." I stood alone in the hallway for a second, feeling stupidly touched. It was such a small thing, someone taking your trash so you could sit with people, but it felt like a kind of care I wasn't used to receiving without earning it. My apartment door was a few steps away. I could have slipped inside and locked it, retreated into unpacking and safety, and my own familiar silence. Instead, I walked toward the courtyard. The string lights were already on, even though the sky still held some blue. The courtyard looked like a scene designed to convince you weren't lonely. Potted plants clustered like an audience, warm bulbs casting soft circles of light, someone's speaker playing music low enough to be background, but loud enough to set a mood. A small group sat on the steps of one apartment, glasses in hand, bodies relaxed in the kind of easy intimacy I'd never been good at creating. Jay was there, shaved head, big hoop earrings, wearing a loose tank top that showed their shoulders. Milo sat beside them, curly-haired, denim jacket thrown over the back of the step like it belonged to the evening. Priya leaned against the railing, her sharp bob catching the light, eyeliner precise enough to look like a decision. Cass dropped into the circle like they'd never left. "He's coming," they announced. "Don't scare him." "I'm not scared," I called, arriving too fast, as if speed could disguise nerves. Milo lifted his glass. "Welcome," he said. "We're harmless. Mostly." Priya looked me up and down with frank curiosity, not the invasive kind, more like she was cataloging a new object in a room. "You're the transfer," she said. "We talked about you at work, like you were a mythical creature." "That's horrifying," I said, and the words came out more honest than I intended. Priya smiled. "It's flattering, actually. Mythical creatures are usually hot." Heat climbed my neck. I laughed awkwardly. Cass cackled like they'd won. Jay scooted over to make space. "Come sit," they said. "We're doing our weekly recovery from existence gathering. We share gossip, existential dread, and snacks." I sat on the step, feeling the warmth of concrete through my shorts. Someone handed me a plastic cup. The drink inside was pale and smelled like lemon and mint. "What is this?" I asked. "Citrus and regret," Cass said proudly. "Jay made it." "It's actually citrus and resilience," Jay corrected. "Cass is dramatic." "It's the same thing," Cass said. I took a sip. It was sweet and sharp, bright enough to make my tongue wake up. I felt myself exhale a little without meaning to. Conversation moved around me like water. They talked about the neighborhood, where to get tacos, which street parking signs were lies, how the guy in 2B played saxophone at midnight and somehow got away with it. Milo told a story about a drag brunch that had gotten religiously emotional, which made Priya snort. Jay complained about a relative who refused to use their pronouns. Cass made a face and said, "Every time someone says, 'I'm trying,' like it's an achievement, I age 10 years. They spoke in a way that made identity feel like one part of life, not the whole plot. It was present without being a spectacle. People said, 'My ex-girlfriend,' the way my hometown would say, 'my ex,' and moved on." Milo mentioned his boyfriend with casual ease. Priya talked about her last date with a woman who had the emotional range of a parking ticket. I listened, absorbing the ease with a kind of hunger. It wasn't that everyone here had it figured out. It was that they weren't pretending they didn't have parts. At some point, Cass flicked their gaze at me. "Okay," they said. "New guy is a mystery. What's your deal?" "My deal?" I echoed, buying time. "Yeah," Cass said, leaning forward, elbows on knees. Their nails caught the light like tiny knives. "Hobbies. Vices. Do you have a nemesis? Do you cry at movies? Tell us something we can use against you." My instinct was to give a safe answer. Work, gym, Netflix. The kind of bland list that said, "I am a normal person and I will not cause discomfort." But the circle had a way of making blandness feel dishonest. Their eyes weren't predatory. They were attentive. They were waiting like friends wait. I swallowed and said, "I'm new. That's my deal." It was a dodge, but it was also true. Priya tilted her head. "Why L.A.?" she asked, and her voice held genuine curiosity, not interrogation. There it was, the question that always landed like a hand on my throat. Work was the easy answer. Work was the respectable answer. Work was the answer that didn't require me to open any doors. I opened my mouth to say it, and then, because I was tired of being behind glass, I let myself say something slightly truer. "Change," I said. I needed a change. Jay's gaze softened. Yeah, they said quietly, like they understood the sentence as more than 2 syllables. LA's good for that. The group shifted around the sentiment, letting it exist without pinning it down. Cass tossed me a cookie. Milo offered me another drink. Priya started talking about how LA was a city where you can reinvent yourself every 6 blocks. They laughed and made it sound like a joke, but I felt it land in my chest like a possibility. As the sky darkened, more neighbors drifted into the courtyard. Someone brought a bowl of chips. Someone's dog wandered through like it owned the place. The music changed to something slower, bass, like a heartbeat. The lights overhead made everyone look slightly softer, slightly kinder, as if the building itself was trying to comfort us. I found myself talking more. Not a lot, but enough. I told a story about getting lost my first day at the office and ending up in a stairwell that smelled like stale coffee. Priya told me which taco truck to trust and which to avoid, unless you want your body to discover new dimensions. Milo asked what music I liked. Cass mocked me for saying I listened to everything, which I deserved. At one point, I laughed, an actual laugh, and felt a jolt of surprise at my own sound. It hadn't been that long since Emma left, but it felt like laughter had become a forbidden luxury, something you weren't allowed to do until you'd suffered correctly. But the courtyard didn't care about my grief etiquette. It insisted on the present. Around 10, the group began to thin. People stood, stretched, gathered cups. Milo said he had an early shift. Priya yawned and declared she was going to bed like a responsible adult, which Cass immediately called out as a lie. Cass lingered, as if waiting for a moment. So, they said, when it was just the 4 of us. Me, Cass, Jay, and Milo. Cass's tone turned casually deliberate. Plans for Saturday? My stomach flipped, just like it had at work when Priya mentioned Hamburger Mary's. The word Saturday had started to feel like a calendar square with electricity in it. What's Saturday? I asked, even though I knew. Cass's grin widened. Drag night, they said. Hamburger Mary's. Jay promised to wear something illegal. Milo will flirt with the bartender. Priya will pretend she's not impressed and then scream when a queen reads her. Milo lifted a finger. I do not flirt, he said, which made Cass and Jay cackle. Jay looked at me. You should come, they said simply. It's fun. It's loud. It's a good way to meet people. Meet people. My mind supplied images immediately. Lights, music, glitter, bodies in tight clothes, women in wigs, men in lashes, people who didn't care what a person should be. And underneath that, a second image, me, dressed, walking into that space like a confession. My pulse sped up. I tried to keep my face neutral. I don't know, I said carefully. I've never... Been to Mary's? Cass cut in. Then you're overdue. It's not a big deal, Milo added, gentle. You can just watch. You don't have to do anything. The word anything hovered, and my body reacted to it like a flinch. Because to me, anything wasn't just going to a bar. It was the potential of being seen in a way I'd never been seen. I forced myself to breathe. Okay, I said. The word came out before my fear could veto it. I'll go. Cass clapped their hands once, delighted. Yes, they said. We love a commitment. Jay smiled. We'll pregame at my place, they said. Meet here around 8. We'll ride share together. And if you hate it, we leave. No pressure. No pressure. Again. The building's favorite spell. I nodded, my throat tight. Okay, I repeated, like saying it twice could make it real. Cass's gaze lingered on me for a second longer than necessary. Not suspicious. Observant. Like they could sense there was a deeper reason the idea of drag night made my whole nervous system light up. But they didn't ask. Not yet. They didn't force me to hand over anything I wasn't ready to hold out. Instead, Cass stood and stretched. "All right," they said. "I'm going to bed because I'm a delicate flower." "That's a lie," Milo said. "Delicate," Cass insisted, and blew me a kiss as they walked backward toward their apartment door. "See you tomorrow, new guy." I said goodnight to Jay and Milo and walked back into my own apartment with my heart beating too hard for a casual courtyard hang. Inside, the air was still. My half-unpacked life stared at me from cardboard mouths. The bedroom door was open. I could see the corner where the important box sat, taped shut, silent. I stood in the hallway between living room and bedroom like I was on a threshold that wasn't physical. Saturday. The word wasn't just a day on the calendar. It was a possibility. It was a dare. It was a door cracked open. I walked into the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. The box was only a few feet away. I didn't touch it. I didn't open it. Not yet. But my eyes stayed on it, fixed, as if staring could make me braver. I thought of Emma for a moment. Her voice, her face, the way she'd said I wasn't here. The grief rose, familiar, but something else rose too. A thin thread of anger at myself for how long I'd lived like being here was optional. In the courtyard, people had used pronouns like they were introductions, used desire like it was information, used honesty like it was air. They had offered me a seat on the steps, and a drink, and a plan for Saturday, with the same casual certainty that they belonged to their own lives. Maybe I could belong to mine too. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The city outside was alive with noise. Somewhere, someone laughed. Somewhere, music thumped. Somewhere, a person walked into a bar in full glam and expected the world to make room. My phone buzzed with a message from my mother. "Call me when you can. I miss you." I turned it face down and closed my eyes. For the first time since I arrived, I didn't feel like I was only running away from something. I felt like I was being pulled towards something I couldn't fully name yet. And in the dark of my new bedroom, with Saturday waiting like a bright, dangerous promise, I let myself admit a truth that wasn't yet a confession, just a quiet recognition. This building had already started to know me. Soon, I might have to let them. The moving truck arrived on a Thursday morning, late enough to make me pace, and early enough to ruin any illusion that I could keep living in later. I watched from the window as it lumbered into the narrow street like an animal too big for its environment, white side panel catching sunlight, the logo loud and cheerful in a way that felt insulting. Two movers hopped out, stretching, scanning their clipboards, already bored with the emotional weight of other people's lives. I buzzed them in and tried to speak like a normal customer. My voice came out a little too bright, a little too careful. They carried in my furniture, my boxes, my kitchen junk, my books, each item a piece of my old life, crossing a threshold into a new one. The apartment filled up slowly, a soft colonization. My couch regained its familiar sag. My dishes clinked. The echo in the rooms went away. I stood in the doorway to the bedroom and watched them stack boxes against the wall. The cardboard towers looked like a skyline of my own making. Each one had my handwriting on it in thick marker. Kitchen, books, bath, linens, desk. The words were blunt, practical. I had labeled everything as if I could make a move feel like a spreadsheet. One box sat among them like a heartbeat. Bedroom, important. The movers didn't look twice. To them, it was just another box. To me, it was the only one that felt like it contained a person. When they were done, the apartment smelled like tape and sweat and dust shaken loose from an old life. I tipped them, thanked them, closed the door, and leaned my back against it like I just held it shut against a storm. Silence pooled. My things were here, but the city outside still felt like it belonged to someone else. I stood in the middle of the living room and felt a familiar urge. Put yourself away. Get it all organized. Get it all under control. Make it look like you were never messy. That was what I'd done my whole life. Arrange the outward so it could hide the inward. But LA had a way of making my carefulness look a little ridiculous. The sunlight was too bold. The traffic was too honest. Even the people in my building were loud with their selves. The courtyard didn't run on control. It ran on music and laughter and casual truth. By the time evening rolled around, my body had started to hum with the restless energy that comes when you've done too much physical labor and not enough emotional processing. I tried to unpack a few boxes. I lined up plates. I stacked books. I hung shirts in the closet. The whole time my eyes kept flicking to the bedroom. Finally, I stopped pretending. I walked in and shut the door behind me, not because anyone was coming, but because the act of shutting a door still felt like the first step towards safety. The important box sat on the floor near the bed. The tape seam looked smooth and final. My hands shook when I knelt beside it. When I told myself it was just the day catching up to me, exhaustion, too much caffeine, but I knew the truth. Opening it felt like opening myself. I slid my fingers under the flap and peeled it back. Tape gave with a soft crackle. The smell of tissue paper and synthetic hair rose faintly, like a memory of a different air. Inside were the folded garments, still exactly as I'd packed them. The navy dress like dark water. The blush blouse like a held breath. The shoes wrapped in paper. The makeup bag. The perfume. The wig in its net. I touched the fabric and felt something in my chest soften in relief, as if this box arriving safely meant I had arrived safely. It was irrational. It was also true. A knock sounded at my door. I froze, hand still on the dress, like a kid caught doing something forbidden. My heart punched hard. I stared at the door, waiting, stupidly, for whoever it was to vanish. Another knock. Light, not demanding. New guy? Cass's voice floated through the wood, bright as a bell. You alive in there? I swallowed. Yeah, I called, my voice a notch too high. One sec. I shoved the tissue paper back over the clothes, folded the box flaps down without sealing them, and pushed the box under the bed on instinct. The motion was automatic. Hide, hide, hide. Even though I'd promised myself I wouldn't. My hands were shaking when I stood. I opened the door. Cass leaned in the doorway like they belonged there, which, in this building, felt like the baseline energy. Their metallic green nails flashed as they lifted a plastic bag. Housewarming, they announced. We bring offerings. Also, I want to see your place so I can judge your taste and decide if you're redeemable. I laughed, a quick sound that surprised me. Come in. Cass stepped inside and looked around with theatrical scrutiny. Okay, you have a couch, they said. That's already more functional than Jay. Jay thinks sitting on the floor builds character. I followed them into the living room. The lights were on, warm and soft. My unpacked boxes made the place look like an in-progress thought. Cass plopped onto the couch and patted the seat beside them. Sit, decompress. Tell me all your secrets. Or tell me which mug is yours, so I don't accidentally drink out of it and become you. I sat, keeping a careful distance out of habit, then moved closer, because distance felt like a lie. Cass handed me the bag. Inside were 2 cans of something fizzy and a small container of cookies, the kind you buy from a bakery when you want to prove you're a good neighbor. Thank you, I said. Of course. Cass's gaze swept my face. Sharp, but not unkind. You've been quieter than usual today. Mover's existential crisis? Or just the general vibe of uprooting your whole life and pretending you're chill about it? I stared at the can in my hands, the condensation beating on the aluminum. I could have said, I'm fine. I could have offered something light. Just tired. That was my native language. Instead, I heard myself say, it's weird. Cass nodded, as if weird was a complete and respectable answer. Yeah, they said simply. Moving is grief, wearing a disguise. That landed somewhere tender. I swallowed again, throat tight. My chest felt full, like there was a balloon inside me pressing against my ribs. Cass cracked their can and took a sip, then glanced at me sideways. "You excited for Saturday?" they asked, casual. The question sent a small jolt through me. I could feel the box under the bed like a weight. "I don't know," I admitted. "I've never done anything like that." Cass's eyebrows lifted. "Drag night? Honey, people do it in Vegas for bachelorette parties. You'll survive." I laughed again, but it came out thin. "It's not just drag," I said, and then paused, because I didn't know what it was. It was clothing. It was gender. It was the way my heart accelerated at the thought of being seen as feminine. It was the part of me that had never breathed in daylight. Cass waited. They didn't pounce on the pause. They didn't fill it with their own assumptions. The silence they offered wasn't awkward. It was a shelf you could set something heavy on. I stared at my hands. My nails were plain, short. My fingers looked like a man's hands, and I felt a sudden, irrational resentment toward them, toward how easily I could look like the person everyone expected. I started. My mouth went dry. The room felt too bright. I could hear faint music from somewhere in the building, the muffled thump of bass through walls. Outside, a car horn blared, then faded. L.A., unconcerned. Cass's voice softened. "You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to," they said. "But you can, if you want." I took a breath. My lungs expanded reluctantly, like they didn't trust the air. "There's something about me," I said. My voice sounded distant, like it belonged to someone else. "That I've never told anyone." Cass's expression didn't change. No widening eyes, no sudden excitement, just attention. I tried again. My heart was hammering so hard it made my vision feel slightly grainy, like static. "I've always dressed, like women's clothes. Since I was a kid. I've never told anyone. Not my friends, not my ex. Nobody." The sentence hung there, suspended. The air didn't explode. The ceiling didn't crack. Cass didn't recoil. Cass just blinked, slow and thoughtful, then set their can on the coffee table, like they didn't want to interrupt the moment with noise. "Okay," they said. A single word, calm. Not what, not why, just okay. My throat tightened violently. I hadn't realized how much of me expected a reaction until I didn't get one. The relief was so sudden it hurt. Cass leaned back on the couch. "Thank you for telling me," they said, and the sincerity in it made my chest ache again. "That's a big thing to carry alone." I stared at them, stunned by the simplicity of it. My eyes burned. I blinked hard. "I didn't know how," I said. It came out like a confession and an apology all at once. Cass nodded. "Yeah," they said softly. "Most people don't. They just learn to hide and call it coping." The words hit me so cleanly I felt exposed. I took a shaky sip of my drink. The fizz stung my throat. "I'm not—" I started, then stopped, because labels were a minefield. I wasn't sure which ones fit. I wasn't sure I wanted to be asked. I wasn't sure I could survive being wrong. Cass watched me, reading the hesitation without pushing. "You don't have to solve yourself in one conversation," they said. "You're allowed to be a question for a while." My eyes stung again. "Emma left," I said suddenly, the truth spilling out, as if once one door opened, the others couldn't stay shut. "She broke up with me. 3 years. We were engaged. And she didn't know. She never knew. I never told her." Cass's mouth softened in sympathy. "Oh," they said, and it was a gentle sound. "Baby." The word baby should have made me bristle. Instead, it broke something open. My face crumpled before I could stop it, and a tear slipped out, hot against my cheek. I wiped it quickly with the heel of my hand, embarrassed. Cass didn't make a big deal of it. They shifted closer, not touching me yet, giving me the chance to pull away. When I didn't, they rested their hand lightly on my forearm, warm, steady, consent in the pause. The touch was simple and grounding, like a hand on a railing. "You didn't ruin your relationship by dressing," Cass said, voice firm in a way that made it feel like truth. "You were just alone in it. That's different." I swallowed hard. "She said I wasn't here," I whispered. Cass nodded, as if they'd heard that kind of story before. "Because you weren't safe," they said. "Not in your own skin. How could you be present with someone else when you were always bracing for impact?" The question wasn't accusatory. It was tender. It made me think of all the times Emma had reached for me, and I'd flinched. Not physically, but emotionally. Like intimacy meant interrogation. "I didn't want her to look at me differently," I said, voice small. Cass gave a short, humorless laugh. "Everyone looks at everyone differently when they learn the truth," they said. "That's the point of truth. But the right people look at you and still see you." I stared at the far wall, where a moving box sat half open, my old life spilling out in books and cords. My chest felt tight in a new way, like it was expanding, but the ribs hadn't adjusted yet. Cass's fingers squeezed my forearm once, a small pulse of reassurance. Then they pulled their hand back to give me space again, the kind of attentiveness that felt like care. "So," Cass said lightly, shifting the energy without erasing what I'd said. "Saturday." My stomach flipped again. "I don't know if I'm ready," I admitted. Cass tilted their head. "Ready for what?" they asked. "For a bar? For lipstick? For being looked at?" All of it, I thought. Being looked at like I was beautiful. Being looked at like I was wrong. Being looked at all. "I've done it," I said. "At home. Alone. But never out. Never with people." Cass nodded, absorbing. "Okay," they said. "Then we do it like training wheels. We pregame at Jay's. We do your look together if you want. We go to Mary's. We stay as long as you feel good. And if at any point you want to leave, we leave. No guilt. No drama. You're not entertainment. You're our friend." My throat tightened again, but this time it wasn't grief. It was the shock of being offered a plan that centered me. "I don't even know what I would wear," I said, and my voice wavered with the vulnerability of it. "I have things. But I don't—" Cass's smile returned, bright and wicked. "Oh, honey," they said, "we are absolutely going shopping, or thrifting, or raiding Jay's closet. Your choice. But you will not be out here living your main character era in a navy church dress." They glanced toward my bedroom as if they could see through walls. "I can feel the conservative energy from here." A laugh escaped me. Genuine this time. The sound surprising and a little raw. Cass grinned like they'd won something. "That's the first laugh I've heard from you that didn't sound like you were apologizing," they said. I stared at them, my chest warm. "I didn't realize I was doing that," I admitted. "We all do it," Cass said, shrugging. "We all learn some version of don't take up space. LA is basically a city-wide intervention." We sat for a while longer, talking in circles around the truth, letting it breathe without demanding it perform. Cass told me about their own coming out process, not as a grand narrative, but as a series of small moments, haircuts, names, a friend's hand on a shoulder, an aunt who surprised them, an uncle who didn't. They didn't make it sound simple. They made it sound survivable. Eventually, Cass stood and stretched again. "Okay," they said, grabbing the empty cookie container. "You're coming over tomorrow night. Jay's doing a little courtyard hang. And Saturday, we're going to Mary's, and you're going to have a moment. I can already see it. You're going to cry your eyelashes off." "I've never worn eyelashes," I said, and the thought made me panic and thrill at the same time. Cass winked. "You're about to," they said. "Welcome to the theater of the face." At the door, they paused, hand on the knob. Their expression softened again, the teasing falling away. "Hey," they said. "Yeah?" "I'm glad you're here," Cass said simply. "Not just in LA. Like, here." The words hit me in the exact place Emma's had. Not here. The difference was that Cass was saying the opposite, like it was possible. I nodded, unable to speak for a second. Me too, I managed. After they left, the apartment felt different, not quieter. L.A. wasn't a quiet city, but less haunted, as if naming the truth had chased some of the ghosts into the corners. I stood in the bedroom doorway for a moment, listening to the distant life of the building. Someone laughed down the hall. A door shut. Water ran in a shower. Ordinary sounds. I knelt and pulled the box back out from under the bed. This time I didn't flinch at the sight of it. I opened it and lifted the navy dress into my lap. The fabric pooled over my thighs, dark and soft. I held it there and let my fingers trace the seam, the shape. I wasn't putting it on. Not tonight. Tonight was about something else. Tonight was about the fact that a sentence had left my mouth and survived the air. A sentence I'd been rehearsing in my head for years with no audience. I've always dressed. Saying it hadn't fixed me. It hadn't rewritten my past. It hadn't made Emma come back or made my fear evaporate. But it had done something smaller and somehow more miraculous. It had made me real to another person. I set the dress back in the box carefully and left the flaps open. I didn't seal it. I didn't hide it. I pushed it gently into the corner of my room where my other unpacked things were, letting it sit in plain sight like it belonged in the same space as my books and my socks and my body. Then I went to the bathroom, turned on the light, and looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were still red around the edges. My hair was rumpled. I looked like a man who'd been through a breakup and a move and too many sleepless nights. But behind my reflection, in the room beyond, there was an open box that said, important. I put my palm flat against the sink and leaned in closer, studying my face as if I might see her there. The person who came alive when fabric changed shape on my skin, when lipstick made my mouth look like a promise. I didn't see her. What I saw was me, finally, on the edge of telling the truth, in more than one room. And for the first time, in a long time, the thought didn't make me want to disappear. It made me want to begin. Saturday arrived the way storms do, in cities that don't get much weather, suddenly, charged, making everything feel too bright. All day at work, I felt it humming under my skin. My brain tried to behave like a person with normal weekend plans. I answered emails. I nodded in meetings. I laughed at a joke about someone's fantasy football team like it mattered. But underneath, a countdown ticked. 8 p.m. courtyard, pregame, Hamburger Mary's. I left the office while the sun was still up, the light slanting between buildings, and the moment I stepped outside, I felt my body loosen and tighten at the same time. Loosen, because the day's obligations were over. Tighten, because the night's truth was waiting. Back at my apartment, I tried to eat something, but food felt like cardboard in my mouth. I drank water. I paced. I stood in my bedroom, staring at the important box, like it might open itself and solve the problem for me. My hands kept hovering over it and then pulling away as if the tape had barbs. The biggest fear wasn't being seen by strangers. It was being seen by the people who were becoming my friends. Because strangers don't have context. Strangers don't have history. Strangers can look at you and forget you in 5 minutes. Friends are different. Friends are mirrors you keep around. Friends are people you might someday have to disappoint. At 7:30, there was a knock on my door. Not the polite, tentative kind. 3 quick raps, like punctuation. "New guy," Cass called. "We're doing this. Open up." I opened the door, and Cass swept in like they owned my apartment, wearing a black tank top and high-waisted jeans, their hair styled in a way that looked effortless, but probably took effort. Behind them was Jay, holding a tote bag and wearing a broad smile like a shield against the world. Milo followed last, balancing a paper bag that smelled like fried food. "We brought sustenance," Milo announced, holding up the bag. "Because Cass said you were nervous starving." "I'm not starving," I said automatically, then heard the lie in it and let it go. Okay, maybe I am. Cass's eyes flicked over my face. Okay, they said, tone all business suddenly. First question, are we dressing at your place or Jay's? My throat tightened. I could feel my heart in my teeth. Here, I heard myself say. The word surprised me as it left my mouth. But something about my own apartment, the locked door, the familiar furniture, felt safer than stepping into someone else's space with my secret already in my hands. Cass clapped once, satisfied. Great, they said. I prefer a controlled environment for first-time glam. Jay, set up your station. Jay grinned and dug into their tote bag. I brought options, they said. Options. The word made me dizzy. Milo set the food on the kitchen counter. Eat, he said, like he was talking to a child. We're not letting you pass out in a wig. I stared at them, startled by the tenderness, and nodded. I ate 2 fries and half a chicken sandwich, standing over the sink, like I had the first night I arrived. It didn't taste like much, but it steadied the hollow in my stomach. Cass had already started moving through my apartment like a stage manager, pulling my dining chair into the living room, angling it toward the best light. We need face light, they declared, turning on a lamp and then rejecting it. No, that's horror movie light. We need something that says, I'm alive and moisturized. Jay laughed and snapped on the overhead, then the bathroom light, then arranged my standing mirror so it faced the chair. My living room began to transform into a makeshift dressing room. The boxes along the wall looked suddenly like backstage clutter. I stood near the bedroom doorway, hands fisting and unfisting, trying to breathe normally. Cass turned to me. Their expression was focused but gentle. Okay, they said. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You can stop at any point. You are in charge of your body and your vibe. Yes? My throat worked. I nodded. Yes. Jay's eyes softened. We're just here to help, they said. Training wheels. That's all. Training wheels. The phrase landed perfectly. Permission to wobble. Permission to be new. I swallowed and walked into the bedroom. The important box sat in the corner like a dare. My hands were shaking when I pulled it toward me and peeled the tape back. The sound felt loud, like ripping a bandage off skin. Cass and Jay and Milo hovered in the doorway, not crowding, giving me space. I opened the flaps. The navy dress was on top. Cass stared for half a second, then made a sympathetic face. Okay, they said softly, like they were consoling the dress for being itself. We're going to upgrade you. Heat climbed my face. It's fine, I said, defensive on instinct. It is fine, Cass agreed quickly, because they were good at not making me feel stupid. It's just, first time out doesn't have to mean first time boring. You deserve something that makes you feel like yourself, not like you're auditioning for a job interview at a convent. Milo laughed, a warm burst of sound. Jay covered their mouth, eyes sparkling. I should have felt embarrassed. Instead, laughter cracked something open in me, and I felt my shoulders drop half an inch. The tension didn't vanish, but it shifted, became manageable. I don't have anything else, I admitted. Cass's grin was instant. Then we're going to get you something else, they said. It's thrift time. The thrift store was 10 minutes away, and the car ride felt like traveling to a different version of myself. Cass sat in the front seat, directing like a GPS with opinions. Milo drove, humming along to the radio. Jay sat beside me in the back and chatted lightly about the neighborhood, the best spots for late-night tacos, the way LA streets changed personality after dark. I watched the passing storefronts and tried not to think about why my hands were sweating. The thrift store smelled like dust and detergent and the faint sweetness of old perfume. Racks pressed close together in crowded rows, clothing hanging shoulder to shoulder like 100 lives waiting to be repurposed. The fluorescent lights were unforgiving. Everything was too bright, too exposed. Cass moved with confidence, sliding hangers aside, scanning like they were reading a language I barely knew. Okay, they said. We need something that fits your body and your vibe. What's the vibe? My mouth went dry. I don't know, I said, because it was the truth. Jay stepped in gently. How do you want to feel tonight? They asked. The question hit me in a soft place. I stared at a rack of dresses, floral, sequined, cotton, satin, and felt a surge of longing so sharp it made my eyes sting. I want to feel... I started, then faltered. The word I wanted, beautiful, felt too bold to say, like claiming it would be an offense. Cass's voice softened. Hot, they offered, matter of fact. Pretty, powerful, like you're allowed to take up space. My throat tightened. I nodded, unable to speak. Great, Cass said briskly. The softness folded away like a blanket. Hot, pretty, powerful, not navy. They pulled a dress from the rack, a deep emerald green, body skimming but not tight, with a modest slit that still suggested movement. They held it up against me with a practiced eye. Jay made a low, appreciative noise. That color, they said. Yes. Milo leaned in and nodded. It's giving sophisticated trouble. I stared at it, my pulse loud. The green was rich, the fabric slightly heavy, the kind that would drape instead of cling. It looked like a choice. It looked like confidence. I can't, I started, automatically. I don't know if it'll... Cass shoved it into my arms gently. Try it, they said. No speeches. Try it. The fitting rooms were cramped and smelled like old fabric. I stepped inside and pulled the curtain closed with hands that felt like they belonged to someone else. My heart hammered. I could hear my friends' voices outside, muffled but present, like anchors. I stripped down to my underwear, staring at my own body in the mirror. Shoulders, flat chest, the angles that read male in a world that used that as a verdict. Shame flickered, an old instinct, but I pushed it aside by force. I stepped into the emerald dress and pulled it up. It slid over my hips with a cool weight. The fabric settled against my skin in a way that made my breath catch. I adjusted the straps, smoothed the front. The dress didn't make me disappear. It didn't magically turn me into someone else. It made me feel like I was finally acknowledging myself. I turned sideways in the mirror. The slit showed a flash of thigh. My legs looked longer. My posture changed without me meaning to. Spine straightening, shoulders rolling back. The reflection wasn't a lie. It was a translation. I pulled the curtain back a few inches. Cass was leaning on a rack like they'd been born there. Jay and Milo stood behind them, trying to look casual. I stepped out. For a second, nobody spoke. The silence stretched, and panic flared. They hate it. They're laughing. They regret inviting you. Then Cass's face broke into a grin so wide it was almost triumphant. Oh, they said, voice reverent and delighted. There you are. Jay's eyes shone. You look gorgeous, they said, like it was obvious, like it didn't cost them anything to say. Milo lifted his hands like he was framing a picture. Okay, he said. Okay, it's giving I didn't come here to be polite. Heat flooded my face. My eyes burned. It's just a dress, I said, too quickly, trying to deflect praise like it was dangerous. Cass stepped closer and adjusted the strap with permission in their eyes. I nodded, and they fixed it with a quick, careful touch. It's not just a dress, Cass said quietly. It's you letting yourself exist. I swallowed hard, throat tight. Then I nodded once, because words wouldn't come. We bought the dress. Cass insisted. You're investing in your own joy, they said, which sounded like a meme until I realized they meant it. They also found a pair of heels, black, not too high, with a thicker heel that looked forgiving. Beginner heels, Cass announced. We're not breaking your ankles tonight. That's a later season plot. I held the heels in my hands, staring at the glossy leather like it was a weapon. I don't know how to walk in these, I admitted. Jay shrugged. Neither did I, they said. Then I learned. You will too. Back at my apartment, the air felt warmer, closer. The sun had gone down, and the string lights in the courtyard cast soft shadows through my window. We carried the thrift bags like contraband and set everything on my bed. Then came the second phase. Face. Jay took the lead here, spreading their supplies across my bathroom counter like a chemist. Foundation bottles, concealer, powder, brushes in a roll, a small palette with neutral colors. Milo sat on the closed toilet lid and watched like it was entertainment. Cass hovered, occasionally interjecting with opinions like more drama and we are not doing natural if we are going out on a Saturday night. I stared at my own bare face in the mirror, suddenly self-conscious. I'm going to look ridiculous, I said. Jay met my eyes in the mirror. You're going to look like someone learning, they said. That's allowed. Also, everyone looks ridiculous in the middle of makeup. Beauty is built in stages. Cass leaned in. Also, they added, drag queens look ridiculous in the middle of makeup, and then they look like gods at the end. Trust the process. Jay started with skincare, cleanser, moisturizer. Their hands were gentle, not hovering too close, explaining each step like a teacher who liked their student. They matched my foundation shade against my jaw, squinting, tilting my face toward the light. They murmured. You run a little warm. We need something that doesn't turn you orange. Please, I said, half laughing, half pleading. No orange. Milo snorted. Orange is a choice, he said. A bold one. Jay dabbed foundation onto a sponge and began tapping it onto my skin. The sensation, cool, soft, repetitive, was unexpectedly soothing. I watched in the mirror as my face began to blur into a smoother version of itself, like the edges were being softened. My eyes kept flicking to my own gaze. I looked scared. I looked like a man letting someone touch his face, which was intimate, in a way my body didn't quite know how to handle. Relax your forehead, Jay said gently. You're doing the I'm about to be executed look. I feel like I'm about to be executed, I admitted, and everyone laughed. Cass reached over and held up a small tube. Concealer, they announced. For under-eye sins. Jay corrected them. For under-eye shadows. For under-eye trauma, Cass insisted. They layered concealer under my eyes, around my nose, on my chin. Powder came next, soft as flour, dusted over my face with a brush that tickled. Jay talked me through it all, explaining how light worked, how cameras saw differently, how drag night lighting would eat subtlety. Okay, Cass said, taking the palette. Eyeshadow. We are not doing I woke up like this. We are doing I woke up and chose violence. I laughed, and the laugh loosened something in me. My shoulders dropped. My breathing slowed. They did my eyes carefully. Neutral base, a darker shade in the crease, a shimmer on the lid that caught the bathroom light. Jay's concentration was intense and kind. Cass's commentary was relentless and funny. Milo offered moral support in the form of occasional, yes, bitch, which made me laugh every time because it still felt surreal to be the bitch in that sentence. When it came time for eyeliner, Jay held up the pencil like it was a surgical instrument. This part, they said, requires trust. Do you trust me? My throat tightened. Yes, I said. Okay, Jay said. Don't flinch. I flinched immediately. The pencil touched my lash line, and my body jerked like it was protecting my eye with its whole soul. Cass howled. Milo laughed so hard he wheezed. Wig cap humiliation, Cass announced gleefully. Step 1 is eyeliner humiliation. Jay pulled back and took a breath, still smiling. Okay, they said, patient. We're going to do this in tiny steps. Breathe. Look down, not at me. You're safe. Safe. The word landed warm in my chest. I tried again. I breathed. I stared at my own lashes in the mirror, watching Jay's hand approach slowly. The pencil touched, A slight pressure, and my stomach flipped, but I held still. The line appeared, thin and dark, making my eyes look suddenly larger, more awake. There, Jay said quietly. See? You did it. I blinked, stunned. I did, I whispered. Cass clapped like a proud aunt. We love growth. Mascara followed, then lips. Cass held up the berry lipstick from my box and made a satisfied sound. Okay, they said. This is a good color. You have taste. We're just improving your delivery system. They lined my lips first, steady hand, then filled them in. The lipstick felt waxy, then creamy. In the mirror, my mouth became a focal point, darker, more deliberate. My face shifted, not into a different person, but into a version of me that had been waiting behind the plainness. Then came the wig. Jay pulled the synthetic hair from its net and shook it out. The fibers fell into place with a soft swish, honey dark and shiny in the bathroom light. My heart sped up again. Cass held up the wig cap, beige, stretchy, vaguely humiliating in its existence. Okay, they said, grinning. Time to put your dignity in a stocking. I stared at it like it was a joke. Do I have to? Yes, Cass said. Unless you want your wig to slide off your head mid-cover girl. Milo mimed a wig flying into the air. The drama, he whispered. I pulled the cap over my hair. It compressed everything down, making my head feel oddly bare. In the mirror, I looked like an egg with eyebrows. The sight was so ridiculous that laughter burst out of me, involuntary. Cass's grin widened. Yes, they said. Laugh. Humiliation is part of the sacred ritual. Jay adjusted the cap gently, tucking stray hair in. Then they lifted the wig and lowered it onto my head with careful reverence, like crowning. The moment the wig settled, something in me went quiet. It framed my face. It changed the proportion of my head. It softened my jaw. It gave me a silhouette that my brain recognized as feminine in a way that made my chest tighten. Not because it was wrong, because it was right in a way I didn't have language for. I stared at myself in the mirror. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Cass's voice cut through, softer than usual. Hi, they said gently. There you are. Jay smiled, eyes shining. You look beautiful, they said again, and this time I didn't argue. My eyes burned. Tears threatened. I blinked hard, terrified of ruining the makeup. Milo leaned in behind me and said quietly, You look happy. The word made my throat ache. I didn't trust myself to answer. I just nodded once, small. We moved back into the living room and laid the emerald dress across the bed like a promise. I stepped out of my clothes and into it with hands that trembled. The fabric slid over my skin like cool water. The slit fell against my thigh. The dress made my body feel like a shape instead of a problem. Cass handed me the heels. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at them. The straps looked complicated. The heel looked tall enough to be dangerous. Jay crouched beside me. Okay, they said. Training wheels again. Hold on to the dresser when you stand. Put your weight in your heel first. Small steps. I put my feet into the shoes. The leather hugged my toes. I buckled the straps with clumsy fingers. When I stood, the world tilted. My calves tensed instantly. My balance shifted. The floor felt far away. Cass watched like a proud menace. Walk, they commanded. I took one step, wobbled, grabbed the dresser. Everyone laughed, not cruelly, but with the bright delight of watching someone try. The laughter didn't shame me. It buoyed me. Okay, Milo said, grinning. Bambi. Shut up, I said, and the words came out with a little bite that felt, strangely, good, like I was allowed to have attitude. Cass cackled. Oh, she's got sass, they said. I took another step, then another. I kept my hand on the dresser, then on the wall. My body began to adjust, learning the new angles, the new center of gravity. The shoes demanded posture. They demanded presence. After a few minutes, I could cross the room without holding on to anything. Not gracefully, but upright. The small victory made my chest swell. Jay clapped softly. "Look at you," they said. "You're doing it." I looked at myself in the mirror. Wig, makeup, emerald dress, heels, and the sight hit me like a wave. I didn't look like a drag queen. I didn't look like a perfect woman. I looked like a person dressed beautifully, with care, with effort, with the kind of attention I'd never allowed myself in daylight. I looked like someone who deserved to go out. My phone buzzed with a notification. Time. We were supposed to meet in the courtyard soon. A sudden panic flared. "I can't walk out there," I said, breath catching. "People will see." Cass's expression sharpened into something fierce. "Yes," they said simply. "They will." The bluntness made me swallow. Jay stepped closer, voice gentle. "We're going together," they said. "We're right here. No one's going to hurt you." Milo nodded. "And if someone's weird, I will bite them," he said earnestly, which made Cass laugh. "Do you want a name?" Cass asked suddenly. The question landed like a spark. A name. A way to be her, even for a night. My mind went blank, then flooded. I thought of Emma, of how she used to call me love in the kitchen, and a twist of grief hit. Not that. Not anything that belonged to her. I stared at my lips in the mirror, and a name rose up, unbidden, like it had been waiting behind my ribs. "Claire," I heard myself say. Cass's face lit up. "Oh," they said. "That's good. That's elegant. That's trouble in a library." Jay smiled. "Hi, Claire," they said softly, like they were greeting someone for the first time. The sound of it, Claire, made my chest warm. It didn't erase me. It didn't replace me. It was a room in the house of me I hadn't let anyone enter. "Okay," Cass said briskly, clapping their hands. "Claire, we're going to the courtyard." My heart hammered. My palms were damp. My knees felt wobbly again in the heels. Cass opened it first and stepped into the hallway as if they were leading an army. Jay went next, then Milo. I stood in the doorway, frozen, my hand on the frame. The hallway looked the same as it had yesterday. Beige walls, the faint smell of incense and laundry, a distant murmur of someone's TV. But I was different. The stakes were different. I took one step into the hallway. The heel clicked on the tile, sharp and small, and the sound jolted through me like a bell. I took another step, then another. The hallway stretched ahead, and each step felt like crossing a threshold. My body moved carefully, but it moved. The wig bounced slightly with each step, hair brushing my shoulders. The dress swayed at my thighs. My lipstick felt like a secret made visible. We reached the elevator. The mirrored doors reflected us. Cass, confident and gleaming. Jay, calm and solid. Milo, smiling like he couldn't believe we were doing this. And me, Claire, standing in heels with my shoulders squared like I was borrowing courage from the air. When the elevator doors opened, a man stepped out holding a pizza box. He looked up, took us in, and nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Hey," he said, and walked past. I exhaled so hard my chest hurt. Cass turned and grinned at me. "See?" they whispered. No one exploded. We stepped into the courtyard under the string lights. The air was cool against my bare arms. People were scattered around. Someone smoking on their balcony. Someone walking a dog. Someone laughing with a friend near the lemon tree. Heads turned. For a terrifying second, my whole body tried to retreat. Heat rose under my foundation. My throat tightened. I felt the old fear like a hand on my spine. Then Jay leaned toward me and murmured, "You're doing great." Milo said softly, "You look stunning." Cass, loud as a shield, announced, "Everyone behold, we have created art." A couple of neighbors laughed. Someone called, "Cute," from a balcony. A woman walking her dog lifted her hand in a little wave, smiling as if she'd just seen a friend. No one stared with cruelty. No one looked scandalized. The city didn't throw stones. It barely paused. My breath came back, shaky but present. After we left for Mary's, the night blurred into sensation. Rideshare headlights, bass in my bones, the neon glow of the bar, the smell of perfume and grease and glitter. But later, hours later, after the drag performances and the laughter and the new faces and the way the world had felt suddenly wide enough for me, there was a moment that belonged only to me. It was after midnight, after we'd stumbled back into the building, shoes in hand, Cass laughing about a Queen's joke, Jay humming under their breath. It was after I'd said goodnight at my door and stepped inside my apartment alone, the silence wrapping around me like a familiar blanket. I didn't take the wig off right away. I walked into the hallway inside my apartment, living room to bedroom, still in the emerald dress, still with lipstick on, still with my body held in that posture the heels demanded. I moved slowly, feeling the sway of fabric, the weight of hair, the faint stickiness of gloss at the corner of my mouth. The hallway was narrow, ordinary, not a runway, not a stage. But as I walked it, heel clicks soft on the floor, it felt like a pilgrimage. Each step was a prayer I didn't know I'd been needing to say. I reached the bedroom, turned, and walked back again. And again. Back and forth like I was teaching my body a new language. You are allowed. You are allowed. You are allowed. My feet ached. My calves burned. I didn't care. When I finally stood in front of the mirror, alone under the soft bedroom light, my eyeliner smudged slightly at the corner from laughing, my wig a little mussed, I stared at myself and felt something settle. Not certainty, not a label, something simpler. Presence. I reached up and touched the wig near my temple, fingers gentle, as if touching a living thing. I traced the edge of lipstick on my bottom lip. I looked at the emerald fabric draped over my hips. I looked at the person in the mirror and whispered the name again, just to hear it in the quiet. Claire. Then I took a breath, deep, steady, and for the first time in my life, the breath didn't feel like I was hiding inside it. It felt like I was arriving. The rideshare smelled like lemon air freshener and someone's cologne trying too hard. The driver had the radio low, something with a steady beat, and every time the car stopped, the bass from nearby traffic seemed to answer, a city-wide pulse. Cass sat in the front seat like a general, chin lifted, phone out, occasionally leaning toward the driver to direct turns with the authority of someone who had never once doubted their right to be loud. Jay sat beside me in back, calm as ballast, their knee angled toward mine, close enough to feel like support, without making it a performance. Milo sat on my other side, scrolling through photos from the courtyard, zooming in on my face with exaggerated reverence. Okay, Milo whispered, holding the phone up so I could see. This is the moment. Look at her. I glanced and immediately looked away, heat blooming under my foundation. The photo showed me under string lights, hair spilling over my shoulders, emerald fabric catching the glow. My smile looked unfamiliar, open, a little stunned, like I'd been caught in a good feeling before I could shut it down. I look weird, I said. You look alive, Milo corrected, matter of fact. Jay nodded. You look like you're here, they added softly, and something in my chest tightened at the echo of Emma's words, not here, now mirrored back as its opposite. Outside the window, L.A. slid past in streaks of light. Neon signs, palm trees lit from below, groups of people on sidewalks, dressed like they were heading toward something, bars, clubs, parties, each little cluster a moving constellation. The city felt louder at night, not just in sound, but in intention. People walked like they expected the world to notice them and were willing to survive it if it did. I sat in the back seat with my hands folded in my lap, trying to keep them from shaking. The wig itched faintly at the nape of my neck. My lipstick felt like a constant reminder, a soft pressure at the edge of my mouth whenever I swallowed. The dress moved when I breathed, fabric brushing my thighs like a reassurance. My heels, beginner heels, still made my ankles feel precarious. Training wheels, I reminded myself. The car turned, and suddenly there it was. Hamburger Mary's, glowing like a circus in the dark. Neon, bright signage, a cluster of people outside, some smoking, some laughing, some already dressed like the night was a stage. The sidewalk looked like a runway made of cracked concrete. My stomach flipped hard enough to make me dizzy. Cass threw their arms up. "We have arrived," they announced as the car slowed, like the bar itself had been waiting for them. The driver glanced at us in the rearview mirror and smiled. Not the tight, awkward smile I'd feared. A real one. "Have fun," he said, like he meant it. I exhaled, shaky, as we climbed out onto the sidewalk. The air smelled like exhaust and perfume and grilled onions drifting from somewhere nearby. The sounds hit immediately. Laughter, music leaking through the walls, someone shouting hello across the crowd, a high heel clicking like punctuation. Cass stepped out first and turned toward me. Their eyes swept over my look with quick approval. "Okay, Claire," they said, voice low enough that it was just for us. "You ready?" I wasn't. But the question made me straighten anyway, made me roll my shoulders back like posture could become courage. Jay squeezed my hand once, quick and grounding. "We're right here," they murmured. We moved toward the entrance, weaving through people clustered outside. And as we did, I felt it, the first wave of being perceived in public as her. A pair of women in glittery tops glanced at me and smiled. One of them did a little appreciative up and down look that was so casual it made my brain stutter. A man in a mesh shirt nodded at Cass and said, "Love your nails?" Like compliments were currency here, exchanged freely. No one stared like they were trying to solve a mystery. No one looked at me like I was a problem. They looked at me like a person out on a Saturday night. At the door, a host with a bright red wig and eyeliner sharp enough to cut smiled wide. "How many?" "4," Cass said. "Table or bar?" the host asked, already gesturing us inside. The moment we crossed the threshold, the sensory overload hit like a wave. Sound first, bass so deep it seemed to vibrate the bones in my chest, music layered with crowd noise, laughter, the occasional shriek, the mic's sharp pop when someone tapped it. The air itself felt busy, thick with perfume and sweat and fried food. Light came in flashes, neon signage, glitter catching spotlights, the metallic sheen of someone's eyeshadow reflecting like a signal. Hamburger Mary's wasn't a bar so much as an ecosystem, a living organism of sequins and noise and joy. It was too much and exactly enough. My brain tried to categorize everything at once and failed. My heart sped up, then sped up more, like it couldn't find a safe resting rhythm. Cass turned, walking backward for a second so they could look at my face. Their grin was wicked. "How we doing?" they shouted over the music. I opened my mouth, then closed it. My breath was shallow. I felt like I'd stepped into a different atmosphere, where the rules of gravity were altered. Jay leaned close to my ear, voice calm and steady. "Breathe," they said. "Big breath, in through your nose." I did it, slowly, and felt the smell of perfume and grease, and something sweet flood my lungs. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it anchored me in the fact that I was here, in a place that wasn't quiet enough for shame to whisper. We were guided to a small table near the back, close enough to see the stage, but not in the splash zone. The stage was a small platform with a shimmering curtain behind it, lights rigged overhead like a promise. People were packed in tight, groups of friends, couples, single people perched at the bar. Some were dressed in casual clothes, some in full glam, some in outfits that didn't belong to any category I recognized except bold. Boldness here felt like weather, like the default atmosphere, like you could step into it and let it soak you. I sat down carefully, smoothing my dress. My hands trembled. Milo handed me a menu with a grin, like food was a normal thing to do, while my entire nervous system was on fire. Cass ordered a round of drinks without consulting anyone, which I found weirdly comforting. Being taken care of without having to decide felt like relief. I watched the room. There were drag queens moving through the crowd like royalty, their hair towering, their makeup flawless, their outfits shimmering. People called out to them like greetings to celebrities. One queen, tall, in a silver bodysuit that looked like it had been dipped in starlight, glided past and laid a hand briefly on a man's shoulder, making him squeal. The queen's laugh was loud and delighted. It filled the space like music. I couldn't stop staring, not in a voyeur way, in a reverent way, like I was watching people embody a freedom I'd never allowed myself to touch. Jay followed my gaze. Pretty wild, right? They said. It's a lot, I admitted, voice small. Jay smiled. It's permission, they said. Even if you're not a queen. Even if you're not anything specific. Just permission to exist loudly. The word permission hit my chest like a drum. Our drinks arrived. Mine was something pink and bright, garnished with a slice of lime. I took a sip and coughed because it was stronger than it looked. Cass laughed. Yes, they said. That's the Mary's experience. Sugar, glitter, and a punch to the face. Milo leaned in, eyes bright. Okay, he said. We need to get you up to the bar at some point. People are going to want to talk to you. I nearly choked again. No, I said automatically. Milo's expression softened. Not like that, he said, gentle. Not like you're on display. Just, you're cute. People will be friendly. Cute. The word made my stomach flutter. Cass leaned over the table toward me. Their voice dropped, suddenly serious amid the noise. Do you want to be approached? They asked. Because if you don't, we can do bodyguard mode. We can do she's with us energy. Or we can do open for compliments energy. Your call. The question was so direct, so respectful, that it stunned me. In my old life, boundaries around this part of me had been all fear. Here, boundaries were something you could name and negotiate. I swallowed. I looked around the room again. People laughing, flirting, dancing in their seats. Nobody looked terrified. Nobody looked like they were bracing for impact. I don't know, I admitted. I think I want to be seen. The words tasted like risk. But I don't want to be weird about it. Cass nodded, immediate understanding. Okay, they said. We aim for friendly and normal. You can always say no. And if someone makes it weird, you look at me and I will evaporate them. Milo grinned. Cass's superpower is menace. Cass lifted their drink. Cheers to menace. We clinked cups. The plastic made a light, unimpressive sound, but it felt ceremonial anyway. The show started with a burst of music and a host queen strutting onto the stage in a pink dress that looked like a frosted cupcake. She grabbed the mic and yelled, "Are you ready to sin?" And the crowd roared back like they'd been waiting all week for permission. I laughed, an actual laugh, because the energy was infectious. People clapped and screamed and threw their hands up. The queen on stage moved like she was made of confidence. She made jokes that were sharp and affectionate, reading the crowd the way a good comedian reads a room. Then she pointed her finger toward our section. My stomach dropped. I felt it like a trapdoor. The queen's eyes scanned, then landed on me. Oh, she purred into the mic, voice amplified and playful. Hello, gorgeous. Stand up for me, baby. Time slowed. My skin went cold under the warm lights. I glanced at Cass in panic. Cass's grin was feral. Jay's eyes were steady. Milo whispered, "You've got this." I should have refused. I should have stayed seated, invisible. But the whole point of being here, of being Claire, was that invisibility had been killing me in slow motion. I stood. The room's attention landed like a spotlight, but not a harsh one. It was warm, curious. The queen on stage made a please sound. "Oh," she said. "Look at you. That color? Honey, you are giving emerald elegance. What's your name?" My mouth went dry. I could feel the wig's weight. the dresses slit, the way my heels anchored me to the floor. 1,000 instincts screamed, "Don't, don't, don't." But I leaned into the mic's question like it was a hand offered. "Claire," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. The Queen's eyes widened theatrically. "Claire!" she shouted, and the crowd cheered, like my name was a punchline and a celebration at once. "Baby, you did not come to play. Claire, are you here with friends, or are you here to steal someone's husband?" The crowd laughed. My face burned. Cass yelled, "Both!" and the crowd roared again. I laughed too, breathless. The Queen winked at me. "That's right," she said. "We love a multi-talented woman." A woman. The word slid into my body like silk, soft, shocking, electric. It wasn't a declaration. It wasn't a label. It was a moment, a costume word spoken with affection. And the fact that it didn't hurt, didn't feel wrong, made something inside me sway, like a pendulum finding a new center. The Queen blew me a kiss and moved on, reading someone else, making the whole room howl. I sat down fast, pulse hammering. Cass slapped the table, delighted. "Icon," they declared. "Absolute icon." Jay squeezed my shoulder gently. "You okay?" they asked. I nodded, breath still shaky. "I think so," I said, and then, surprised by my own honesty, I added, "That felt good." Milo's smile was bright. "Yeah," he said. "I saw your face. You lit up." I drank more of my too-strong pink drink and let the show wash over me. Drag queens performed lip syncs with the kind of precision and drama that made my skin tingle. They dropped into splits. They spun. They pulled out jokes like weapons and made the crowd beg for more. Glitter flew. People tipped bills like blessings. Between numbers, the crowd buzzed. The room was a living thing, swelling and contracting with laughter and applause. And then, somewhere in the middle of a performance, I realized something quietly monumental. No one here was trying to decode me. Back home, if I imagined being seen like this, it was always through the lens of suspicion. People squinting, people whispering, people deciding what category I belonged in so they could judge it. Here, people looked at me and saw a person dressed up on a Saturday night. A person with eyeliner. A person with a wig. A person who might be flirted with, joked with, complimented. Not a secret to solve. A person to meet. The thought made my chest loosen. My shoulders relaxed without me noticing. I leaned back in my chair and let myself simply exist in the noise. At some point, Cass stood and grabbed my hand. "Come," they said. "Bar time. We're not leaving you in the nest all night." My stomach fluttered, but I stood. The heels clicked. I steadied myself, posture tall, and let Cass tow me through the crowd. As we moved, people brushed past. Perfume clouds, sequined elbows, laughter spilling. A woman in a glittery dress caught my eye and smiled wide, lifting her glass toward me like a toast. I smiled back, startled by how natural it felt. At the bar, a bartender with a shaved head and an easy grin leaned toward us. "What can I get you?" he shouted over the music. Cass ordered something complicated. Milo ordered beer. Jay ordered a soda with lime. The bartender's gaze slid to me. His eyes flicked over my look. Wig, makeup, dress. Then met my face directly, open and friendly. "And you, sweetheart?" he asked. Sweetheart. The word hit like a small, bright spark. Not because it meant anything specific, but because it was offered without hesitation, without irony, without cruelty. I swallowed, trying to sound normal. "Whatever's not too sweet." The bartender laughed. "A brave request in this establishment," he said, and I laughed too, surprised by the way my voice sounded. "I got you." While we waited, a man beside me turned. He was tall, wearing a black tank top that showed off his arms, and his eyeliner was smudged in a way that looked intentional. He smiled at me. "Hi," he said, leaning close enough that I could hear him. "You look amazing." My heart stumbled. "Thank you," I managed. "I'm Theo," he said. "First time here?" How did he know? Maybe it was written all over my face. Maybe the nervous energy gave me away. Or maybe he just knew the look of someone who was both terrified and thrilled. "Yeah," I admitted. "First time." Theo's smile softened, like he was remembering his own first time. "Welcome," he said. "You're going to have the best night. Trust me." I nodded, a little dazed. "Thank you." Theo's gaze lingered on my eyes, my eyeliner, my lashes, then flicked up to my wig. "Who did your makeup?" he asked appreciatively. "My friend," I said, glancing at Jay. Theo nodded. "They did you right," he said. "You look soft. In a good way. Soft." The word felt intimate. I felt it land somewhere deep, in the part of me that had always wanted softness to be allowed. Theo leaned closer again. "You dancing later?" he asked. My body reacted before my brain could answer. Panic, excitement, a rush of heat. "I don't know," I said honestly. Theo grinned. "We'll see," he said, and then he turned back to his friends as if this was the most normal interaction in the world. Cass leaned toward me and whispered, "He's cute." My face went hot. "Stop." Cass laughed. "You're blushing," they said, delighted. "That's free blush." Jay's eyes met mine, and they smiled gently, like they were proud of me for simply being here. The bartender slid my drink across the bar, a clear cocktail with a slice of cucumber. I took a sip. It was crisp, sharp, not too sweet. It tasted like something grown up. I held the glass in my hand and looked around the room from the vantage point of the bar. The stage lights flashed. A queen shouted into the mic. People screamed back. Glitter clung to the air like pollen. And in the middle of it, I felt myself settle into my body in a way that was new. Not because the fear was gone. My fear was still there, a small animal in my chest. But it wasn't driving anymore. It was just along for the ride. I felt eyes on me again. Different eyes now. Not the whole room. Just individuals glancing over, smiling, offering little nods. One woman with curly hair and bright lipstick caught my gaze and held it for a second too long, then smiled and looked away. A couple near the dance floor laughed as they took a selfie, their faces glowing. I realized I could be looked at and survive it. More than survive it. I could like it when the looking was kind. The show ended with the host queen shouting, "Tip your queens, tip your bartenders, tip your therapists," and everyone laughed and clapped and stood. People began to shift, moving toward the dance floor, toward the patio, toward each other. Theo appeared again at my elbow, like he'd been conjured. "Dance?" he asked, holding out his hand. I stared at his hand, then at the dance floor. My pulse hammered. The idea of dancing in heels, in a dress, in public, felt like stepping off a cliff. But Cass leaned in behind me and whispered, "Training wheels." And Jay murmured, "Only if you want. Only if you want." I swallowed, then placed my hand in Theo's. His palm was warm. His fingers closed gently, not gripping. Consent in the way he held me, in the way he waited for my step. We moved toward the dance floor, and the music hit like a second heartbeat. Lights flashed, bodies swayed. The air was hotter here, thick with sweat and perfume. Theo turned to face me and started moving, easy, rhythmic. I followed awkwardly at first, hips stiff, shoulders tense, my brain screaming instructions. Then the beat caught me. The dress moved with me. The wig shifted and settled. My heels clicked and then disappeared into the rhythm. Someone bumped my shoulder and shouted, "Sorry," with a grin, and I laughed. Theo leaned close. "See?" he said in my ear. "You're doing it." I was. I was dancing, in public, as Claire, under flashing lights, surrounded by strangers who didn't know my past and didn't need it. People cheered when a queen walked by. Someone yelled lyrics along with the song. Glitter stuck to my cheek somehow, like a blessing. And in the middle of the noise, my mind did something I hadn't expected. It went quiet. Not empty. Quiet. Like it had finally stopped scanning for danger long enough to feel the present. Theo spun me gently. Nothing dramatic, just a small turn, and the skirt of the emerald dress swayed around my legs like a wave. My laugh burst out, bright and surprised. Theo's grin widened. "There you are," he said. "There you are." The phrase hit me like a soft punch, because it was exactly what I'd been chasing without knowing it. The experience of being found without being hunted. Being seen without being solved. When the song ended, I stepped back, breathless, cheeks flushed. Theo squeezed my hand once and let go, easy, like he wasn't claiming me, just enjoying the moment. "Want to hang on the patio?" he asked. I glanced toward my friends. Cass was watching me with a satisfied, smug expression. Milo looked like he might cry from joy. Jay's smile was gentle and steady. I realized I wanted to stay with them. Anchors. The people who had brought me here and made room for me. "Maybe later," I said to Theo, and watched his expression for any sign of offense. He just nodded, still smiling. "Okay," he said. "Later." Like it was a promise, and not a demand. He disappeared into the crowd. I walked back to my friends on legs that felt both strong and shaky. Cass grabbed my shoulders. "Okay," they said, eyes shining. "Tell me you're not having the time of your life." I laughed, breath still coming fast. I'm having a good time," I admitted, and it felt like a victory to say it out loud. Milo clapped once. "Yes," he said. "Yes." Jay leaned in and murmured, "Proud of you." The word proud made my chest ache in a way that was almost unbearable. Not because I wanted approval from them specifically, though I did a little, but because I realized how long I'd been starving for anyone to be proud of this part of me without turning it into a joke or a scandal. We stayed until the edges of the night began to blur. We watched more performances. Cass tipped a queen and got red in return, squealing. Milo flirted with the bartender and pretended he wasn't. Jay talked with a group of people near the stage, laughing easily, introducing me as if my presence was normal. "This is Claire," Jay said at one point to a woman with curly hair and bright lipstick, the one who'd smiled at me earlier. "She's new to LA. The woman, Lena, she told me, looked me up and down with appreciation, then met my eyes. "Welcome," she said warmly. "You're stunning." Stunning. The word sank into me slowly, like warm water. "Thank you," I said, and for once I didn't rush to deflect. I let the compliment land. I let it sit. Lena chatted with me for a few minutes about the neighborhood, about drag nights, about which queens to follow on Instagram. She didn't ask intrusive questions. She didn't demand an explanation. She treated me like a person with a life, not a curiosity. When she left, Cass leaned in and whispered, "See?" They were smug again. People like you. As you. I took another sip of my drink and let myself believe it for a second. Later, when we finally spilled out onto the sidewalk, the night air hit my face cool and damp. My makeup felt slightly sticky. My feet ached. My wig was a little crooked. Glitter clung to my collarbone like proof, and yet I felt lighter than I had in months. Outside, the city was still awake. Cars whooshed by. A group of people laughed loudly across the street. The neon sign behind us buzzed. We waited for the rideshare, clustered together in our little group. Cass held court, telling a story about a queen's joke. Milo leaned against Jay's shoulder, exhausted and happy. Jay stood close to me, shoulder brushing mine occasionally like a steady reminder. You're not alone. I looked down at my hands, one nail chipped, lipstick stain faint on my thumb from where I'd touched my mouth without thinking. My body felt both familiar and new. On the ride back, the car's interior was quieter. The driver played soft music. The city lights blurred past, and exhaustion settled in my bones like a warm blanket. Cass scrolled through photos again and declared I needed an Instagram. Milo threatened to make one for me. Jay talked about brunch plans tomorrow, as if this night was something we could simply fold into life. I stared out the window and watched LA move by, thinking about how different it felt to be looked at tonight. Not like a secret, not like a problem, not like a punchline, like a person. When we got back to the building, the courtyard lights were still on, soft and sleepy. The lemon tree cast a shadow like lace. The hallway smelled faintly of incense. I walked to my door with my friends flanking me, still in heels, still in the emerald dress, my heart quieter now, but full. At my door, Cass grabbed my hands briefly. Their voice went soft, the teasing gone. "You did it," they said. "I did," I whispered, stunned by the truth of it. Jay hugged me, quick, firm, warm. Milo did too, a little longer, his arms gentle around my shoulders. "Good night, Claire," Milo murmured, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Good night," I said, and the name didn't make me flinch. Inside my apartment, alone again, the silence wrapped around me. But it wasn't the old silence. It wasn't the suffocating hush of secrecy. It was the quiet after music, after laughter, after being seen. I stood in the hallway with my keys still in my hand and felt something settle in my chest. The box had been under my bed for years, like a dangerous secret. Tonight, it had become a doorway, and I had walked through it. I woke up with glitter in my bed. Not in a cute, metaphorical way. Actual glitter. Tiny flecks clinging to my sheets like the night had shed a skin and left it behind. For a second, my sleepy brain couldn't place it. Then memory came rushing in. Bass in my ribs, a queen's voice on a microphone, Theo's hand warm in mine, Cass yelling "Icon" like they were announcing a crown. My body felt heavy with exhaustion. My feet ached in a dull, honest way. My calves were sore, as if they'd spent the night learning a new method of existing. My mouth tasted like sleep and citrus, and whatever was in that second drink that had been too strong and too sweet and too good. The room was bright. LA sunlight poured through the blinds without apology, turning the air golden and making the dust visible. The light looked like it belonged to a different universe than the one I'd been in hours ago. Last night had been neon and shadow. This was morning, blunt and clean. I lay there and waited for the shame. It was what always came. Historically. The familiar rhythm, exhilaration in the moment, then the cold claw of morning regret. The internal voice that said, "You're ridiculous, you're perverse, you're making this up, you're a man, and you should act like one." The old voice, trained by years of fear, by laughter that wasn't kind, by the invisible rules of my hometown. I waited for it, like you wait for an overdue bill. But what came instead was quiet. Not emptiness, not numbness. A soft, steady warmth in my chest, like a coal still glowing. I blinked slowly, disoriented by the absence of punishment. My mind tried to manufacture it anyway. It offered images. The host queen calling me gorgeous. The crowd cheering my name. Theo's eyes on me. Lena saying stunning like it was nothing. My brain reached for the old interpretation. They were laughing at you. They were humoring you. It was a joke. But the memory wouldn't cooperate. The memory was too kind, too real, too ordinary in its acceptance. I rolled onto my side and stared at the corner of my bedroom where I'd dropped my shoes. One heel lay on its side like it had collapsed. My emerald dress was draped over the chair in the living room, a dark green wave. The wig sat on my dresser, slightly crooked, hair tangled from dancing. My makeup wipes were scattered on the bathroom counter, like evidence. Evidence. I sat up, the sheet falling from my chest, and the cool air hit my skin. I still smelled faintly like perfume and sweat and that crisp cucumber drink. My body felt like it had been lived in. And under the physical sensations, under the sore calves, the dry mouth, the glitter, there it was. Hunger. Not hunger for food, though my stomach did a small, demanding flip. Hunger for that ease. The way my brain had gone quiet on the dance floor. The way being Claire hadn't felt like acting. It had felt like exhaling. Hunger to touch that feeling again, and not treat it like a rare contraband. I swung my feet out of bed and stood carefully, testing the ache in my ankles. A laugh bubbled up, soft, private, because even my posture felt different, like the night had taught my body a new stance, and it hadn't forgotten yet. In the bathroom, the mirror showed me stripped back to him again. Bare face, hair messy, eyes still slightly smudged at the corners where mascara had refused to fully surrender. My skin looked tired, but calm. If last night had been a doorway, the morning felt like standing on the other side and realizing you could still breathe. I brushed my teeth, watched foam gather and spit down the sink, watched my own face move through mundane routine. I expected the mundanity to erase last night. Instead, last night threaded itself through the morning like a secret seam. I showered and stood under hot water until my shoulders softened. I washed the perfume off my skin and felt a pang of loss, like I was rinsing away something precious. Then I laughed at myself again, because the fact that I could miss a scent felt absurd and also deeply human. When I stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my waist, I paused in the doorway of my bedroom and stared at the wig on the dresser. It looked ridiculous in daylight. Synthetic hair, too shiny, sitting there like a costume prop, and yet my chest tightened with affection. It wasn't the wig that mattered. It was what the wig had made possible. I dressed in simple clothes, t-shirt, jeans, and made coffee. The apartment was quiet except for distant street noise. Somewhere outside, someone's music played faintly. A dog barked. A car alarm chirped and stopped. L.A. was awake, unbothered by my personal revolution. My phone buzzed with notifications, messages from Cass and Milo in a group chat that had apparently sprung into existence overnight. Cass, good morning icon. Milo, my voice is gone but my heart is full. Cass, Claire needs an IG. Discuss. Milo, Claire's face was everything. Jay, you did great last night. Proud of you. The text from Jay made my throat tighten. The word proud again. It landed like warmth rather than pressure. I stared at the messages, a small smile tugging at my mouth. Then, unexpectedly, my eyes stung. Not from sadness exactly. From the strange ache of being cared for without having to earn it through conformity. I set my phone down and looked around my apartment. My boxes were still half unpacked. The living room still looked like a transitional space, but something in me felt less transitional, more anchored, like a root had found soil. I didn't want to let the feeling dissipate into normalcy without understanding it. So I did something I hadn't done in years. I went looking for paper. There was a notebook in one of the boxes, an old one from back home, mostly empty, except for a few lists I'd written during wedding planning, vendor phone numbers, a seating chart draft, notes about cake flavors. The handwriting felt like it belonged to a different person. I sat at the kitchen table and opened to a blank page. The sunlight fell across the paper in a warm rectangle, bright enough that I could see the grain. My pen hovered. I didn't know how to write about this. I didn't know what language to use without making it melodramatic or clinical. I didn't want to turn last night into a diagnosis. I didn't want to reduce it to a fetish or a phase or a journey cliche. I just wanted to tell the truth to myself. At the top of the page, I wrote the date. Then, underneath, I wrote a header without thinking, as if my brain needed structure to tolerate emotion. Last night, what was true? I stared at the words. My hand trembled slightly. Then I started listing. Simple. Concrete. The moment the wig went on and my chest went quiet. The emerald dress. The weight of it. how it moved when I walked. Being called gorgeous didn't feel like a joke. It felt like a gift. When the queen said woman, it didn't hurt. It made me feel warm. Dancing. My mind went silent. I stopped scanning for danger. Being looked at felt normal, like being met, not studied. I paused, pen hovering. My throat tightened. I could hear my own breathing, steady, but slightly shallow. On the next line I wrote, "What felt like costume?" This one scared me more, because it flirted with the idea that some of it had been performance, and performance was what I had always accused myself of. "You're playing dress up," the old voice would say. "This isn't real." But costume didn't have to mean fake. It could mean tools. It could mean translation, like the dress had been. I wrote anyway. The wig itching, the wig cap, making me look like an egg. The feeling of my voice not matching my face sometimes. The constant awareness of my hands, my shoulders, my height. The fear of walking wrong in heels. The name Claire felt like a costume and a key. Both. I stopped and stared at that last line. A key. Yes, that was it. A name could be a costume you wore to open a door, to enter a room in yourself. I turned the page slightly, made room for another section, the one my brain didn't want to touch but needed. What felt like the old lie. My pen hesitated. I swallowed. The room seemed too bright. I wrote the first thing that came. My instinct to hide the box when Cass knocked. Saying I'm fine when I'm not. Thinking I have to pick one thing to be. Believing I'm doing something wrong just by wanting. I paused and then wrote another line, slower, more deliberate. The idea that if people see me, they will leave. The ink looked dark and final on the page. My hand shook. I stared at that sentence until my eyes blurred. Because it had been true, in a way. Emma had left. Not because she saw Claire. She never did. But because I had trained myself to believe that being seen would destroy me. I had lived behind glass. I had made myself small. Last night, strangers had seen me, seen Claire, without leaving, without recoiling, without turning it into a joke. But the fear didn't disappear, just because reality contradicted it once. Fear doesn't update its software that quickly. It clings to old code. I set the pen down and pressed my palm flat on the paper, grounding myself in the physicality of it. The notebook was real. The ink was real. My hand was warm. I breathed slowly until the tightness in my throat loosened. Then, because I wanted to be honest beyond lists, I wrote one more thing at the bottom of the page, a sentence that wasn't a bullet point. The morning after is not shame. The morning after is wanting. I stared at the line, surprised by how right it felt. Wanting wasn't the enemy. Wanting was information. I flipped back a page and saw the old wedding notes. Cake flavors, seating chart. The handwriting looked clean, controlled. A man trying to build a future with the tools he'd been given. I turned back to my new page and felt a different kind of future press against the edge of my mind. Not a clear one, not a tidy one, but something honest. What did I want? To go out again? Yes. To feel that ease again? Yes. But also to understand what it meant. So I didn't turn it into another secret I carried alone. So I didn't repeat the pattern with new people, new lovers, new friends. I wanted to know whether Claire was a performance I used to survive or a self I'd been starving. I wanted to know whether being called she felt good because it was playful and safe or because it was true in a deeper way. I wanted to know whether I could be a man and still want this without it being a contradiction. I stared at the notebook, the pen, the words. My brain tried to rush ahead, to solve the whole puzzle at once, to arrive at a label that would make everything stop feeling uncertain. But I could hear Jay's voice from earlier in the week. You're allowed to be a question for a while. Okay. I closed the notebook gently, like sealing something precious, and set it on the table. The sunlight still warmed the cover. My phone buzzed again. A new text, this one from Theo. Hey Claire. Last night was fun. You looked incredible. If you ever want to dance again, I'm around. My stomach fluttered. Not just attraction, though there was some, but the shock of being addressed as Claire in broad daylight, in the mundane morning, like it belonged here too. I didn't reply right away. I wasn't sure what I wanted from Theo. I wasn't sure what I wanted from anyone yet. But I didn't delete the message. I didn't feel dirty for receiving it. I let it sit there, proof that last night wasn't a dream. In the afternoon, I did laundry. I washed the emerald dress carefully and hung it to dry, watching water drip from the hem. I cleaned makeup brushes in the sink, the bristles blooming under soap. I shook glitter from my sheets like I was shaking out a superstition. Each act felt like an integration, the mundane stitching itself to the extraordinary. Later, I took a walk to the corner store. The sun was still warm. People were out in shorts and tank tops like winter didn't apply here. I passed a couple holding hands, one of them in a flowy skirt, the other in cargo pants. I passed a group of friends laughing loudly, one with blue hair, one with a nose ring, one in a suit jacket over a crop top. Nobody stared. Nobody cared. I realized my body was moving through the street differently. Not dramatically, just slightly less braced. My shoulders weren't up around my ears. My gaze wasn't fixed on the ground. I caught my reflection in a storefront window and didn't flinch. Back at the apartment, I stood in my bedroom doorway and looked at the box in the corner. It was still taped shut now, not because I needed to hide it, but because I'd unpacked everything else and left this one intact, like it deserved its own ritual. I went to my dresser and opened a drawer, clearing space. Slowly, deliberately, I began to place items inside, not shoved, not secret, but arranged. The makeup bag, the lipstick, the perfume, the wig, still slightly tangled, laid gently in its net. I didn't put them away like a person hiding contraband. I put them away like a person organizing their life. When I finished, I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the closed drawer. My stomach fluttered with the same hunger, the same quiet wanting. Not to escape, not to pretend, not to be someone else. To feel like that again. To feel like I could breathe in my own skin. The morning after, I'd expected shame to come collect its payment. Instead, it left me with a notebook full of truth, and a body that had tasted freedom, and wanted to understand how to live with it, how to make it something other than a one-night miracle. Outside, LA hummed. Somewhere, a siren rose and faded. Somewhere, someone played music. Somewhere, the night was already waiting for its next glittery incarnation. I reached for the notebook again and opened it to a fresh page. At the top, I wrote, "Next time, what I want to try." And my hand didn't shake as much. On Monday morning, I stood in front of my bathroom mirror with a bottle of clear nail polish in one hand, like it was contraband. It was a cheap drugstore bottle, the kind you buy because you don't want anyone to notice you buying it. I had grabbed it on my walk back from the corner store, heart thudding as I carried it to the checkout with toothpaste and coffee filters, as if ordinary items could camouflage the fact that my fingers had made a decision. Now the bottle sat heavy in my palm. The bathroom light was too honest. My hands looked like the hands I'd always had. Short nails, faint calluses from weightlifting, the knuckles slightly scarred from childhood scrapes. Hands that read man, in the same way my face did. Not because they had to, but because the world had trained itself to interpret them quickly. I unscrewed the cap and pulled out the brush. The smell hit immediately. Sharp, chemical, nostalgic in a way that made my stomach flutter. I hadn't painted my nails since I was 19. Alone in a dorm bathroom with the door locked, a bottle borrowed from a girl down the hall who'd laughed and said, "Go for it." I'd done it once, loved it for an hour, then panicked and scrubbed it off until my cuticles were raw. Now, in LA, with my life rearranged and my heart still bruised from Emma, I stared at my bare nails and realized I wanted something small and steady. something I could carry into daylight without turning it into a performance. Something that said, "I'm still here." Clear polish felt like training wheels. I painted my left thumbnail first, the brush sliding over the nail with a cool wetness. My hand shook slightly, and the polish pooled at the edge, but when it dried, it left a faint shine, almost invisible unless the light caught it. A secret you could wear in plain sight. I painted the rest, careful, but not perfect. When I finished, I held my hands up to the light and turned them slowly. The shine was subtle. It didn't scream. It didn't even whisper, really. It just existed. My chest loosened. I went to work in my usual uniform, dark jeans, button-down boots, but the feeling of polish on my nails followed me like a quiet heartbeat. Every time I typed, my fingertips caught the overhead light for a split second. Every time I reached for my coffee, I saw the sheen. It was nothing, and it was everything. At my desk, I found myself smiling at my own hands like an idiot. Priya stopped by around mid-morning and leaned against the edge of my cubicle. "So," she said, smirking, "I'm expecting a full debrief of Mary's. Cass has only sent me 12 voice notes, and I feel like I'm missing the narrative arc." Heat climbed my face. "It was fun," I said. Priya's eyes narrowed. "Fun," she repeated, unimpressed. "That's the word you use for a dentist appointment. Try again." I laughed, surprising myself. The laugh came easier now, less filtered. "Okay," I admitted. It was incredible. Priya's expression softened into something like satisfaction. "There it is," she said. "Welcome." She glanced down briefly, at my hands on the keyboard, then back up. If she noticed the shine, she didn't say. Or maybe she did, and chose to make it normal. Either way, it felt like a kindness. Over the next week, I became obsessed with the smallness of things. Not small as in insignificant, small as in manageable, survivable. I wasn't ready to live as Claire in daylight. I wasn't ready to wear a dress to brunch or walk down the street in heels like the women I'd seen on Saturday nights. I still felt fear in my gut when I imagined it. My body still carried the old alarms. But I could do little things. Skincare, for one. Emma had always had a routine. Serums and moisturizers and gentle cleansers lined up like soldiers on the bathroom counter. I used to tease her about it, leaning in the doorway while she dabbed something expensive onto her cheekbones, asking, "Is that potion number 7? She'd roll her eyes and say, "You'll thank me when you're 50. After she left, her products had disappeared too, the counter suddenly bare. I hadn't replaced them because it felt like buying skincare was buying a reminder. Now I bought my own. Nothing fancy at first. Cleanser, moisturizer, sunscreen, a serum that promised hydration in a way that sounded vaguely erotic. I lined them up on the counter, and the sight made me feel strangely cared for. Like I was doing something that said my face mattered, not just as a mask, but as skin deserving attention. Every night after work, I washed my face slowly, feeling the foam under my fingertips, watching water run down the drain. I patted on moisturizer. I smoothed sunscreen on in the morning. The ritual wasn't about becoming more feminine, exactly. It was about being gentle with myself in a way I'd avoided for years, because gentleness had felt like risk. Then there was clothing. Not the big leap, no dresses, no skirts in daylight, but the subtle shift of silhouette. I started buying shirts that fit differently. Softer fabric, slightly wider necklines, a drape that moved instead of clung. I bought a sweater that hung longer, that made my shoulders look less squared when I wore it. I tried on a pair of jeans with a higher waist and noticed how it changed the line of my body, not in a woman's body way, but in a way that felt less armored. In the mirror, in the mornings, I began to recognize my own wardrobe as a language I'd been forced to speak fluently for survival. Hard lines, neutral colors, everything built to disappear. Now I was learning a dialect of softness. The first time I wore a slightly sheer black top under a jacket to work, my heart pounded like I was committing a felony. Nobody commented. Nobody screamed. The world did not collapse. I started painting my nails again, graduating from clear to pale pink on one finger, then a muted nude. The color was almost invisible unless you looked close. That was the point. A secret that didn't require hiding. A softness that could exist under the masculine costume without being discovered, because it wasn't a crime to be discovered. At home, I practiced more. On quiet evenings, I'd put on lipstick just to see my face change, then wipe it off before bed. I'd clip my hair back and study my jawline from different angles, curious rather than ashamed. I'd put the wig on for 10 minutes and then take it off again, like trying on a mood. Claire became a presence in my apartment. Not always embodied, but always near. Like a roommate I was finally acknowledging. And with each small experiment, another realization surfaced. I wasn't just managing a closet of clothes. I was managing a closet of emotions. The clothes had been the obvious secret because they were physical. They could be found. They could be pointed at. They could be used as evidence in someone else's judgment. The emotions were sneakier. I had been locking those away too. Grief, longing, tenderness, fear. I'd been living with an internal rule that said, feel it privately, quickly, and then put it back in a box. Emma had felt that, even if she hadn't known why. When she said I wasn't there, what she meant was, my feelings were always filtered, pre-approved, permitted only if they fit the role of good boyfriend, stable man, future husband. Anything messier got shoved behind glass. At work, I noticed it in meetings, how I swallowed opinions when they were too uncertain, how I smiled politely instead of expressing frustration. In friendships, I noticed how I made jokes when conversations got tender, how I changed the subject when someone asked how I was really doing. Even in the courtyard with Cass and Jay and Milo, I could feel my instincts trying to keep me contained, to keep me easy to love. It was exhausting, carrying 2 closets around, one for the dress, one for the ache. On Thursday night, after a long day that left my brain buzzing, I went out to the courtyard. The string lights were on. The lemon tree smelled faintly sweet. Cass and Jay were sitting on the steps with drinks, talking quietly. Milo was there too, curled on the step like he'd melted. Cass looked up when I approached. "Hey," they said, and their voice held warmth without performance. "Come sit." I sat, feeling the concrete's coolness through my jeans. I held my drink and listened. Jay was talking about a family phone call that had gone poorly. Milo was making sympathetic noises. Cass was nodding, face serious. "I just hate that it still hurts," Jay said, voice low, like I'm surprised every time. Milo reached out and touched Jay's knee. A brief squeeze. "Of course it hurts," he said. "It's supposed to." Something in me clenched, not from discomfort at tenderness, but from longing for the ease of it. The way they named hurt without shame, the way they let it exist in public, under string lights, with friends, like it didn't have to be hidden to be real. Cass looked at me. "How's your week?" they asked. The old answer rose automatically. "Fine." I felt it in my throat like a reflex. Then I remembered my notebook, the line I'd written. "The morning after is wanting." I remembered the way Claire had felt like exhaling. I remembered how Cass had said, "You're allowed to be a question." I swallowed and let the reflex pass. "It's been weird," I said. Cass nodded slowly, giving me room. "I keep expecting to feel bad," I continued, voice quieter. "Like, ashamed, about Saturday, about everything." I didn't say Claire out loud, but the name hovered anyway. And I don't. I just feel hungry, and also kind of sad. Jay's eyes softened. Milo's face went tender. Cass didn't interrupt. "I think," I said, and my voice wavered, "I think I've been hiding more than clothes. Like, I don't even know how to be honest about what I feel. I searched for words. I've been living like everything real has to stay behind a door." The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was attentive, the kind of silence that makes you feel held rather than exposed. Jay spoke first, voice gentle. "Yeah," they said. "That sounds familiar." Milo nodded. "Me too," he said quietly. "It's like you get good at surviving, and then you have to learn how to live. And living is messier." Cass exhaled, leaned back on their hands. "Two closets," they said, as if naming it made it real. "One for what you wear, one for what you feel." My chest tightened, because yes, exactly. Cass's gaze held mine. "The second one is harder," they said, "because you can't just thrift your way out of it." I laughed weakly, and the laugh came out a little like a sob. Milo made a sympathetic sound and nudged my shoulder with his. Jay watched me for a long moment and then said softly, "You don't have to do it alone anymore." The words hit me like warmth, like permission, like something I'd been starving for without knowing it. I stared down at my drink, at my hands wrapped around the cup. Under the string lights, I could see the faint shine of my nails, subtle, almost invisible. But there, I realized I'd been using masculinity like a suit of armor. Stiff, protective, impersonal. And I'd been using emotional distance as the matching shield. Together they had kept me safe, but they had also kept me unreachable. Emma had left because she couldn't reach me. My friends now were reaching, hands out, not forcing, just offering. My throat tightened. "I don't know how to do this," I admitted. Cass shrugged, softening. "No one does," they said. "We just keep trying. We fail. We apologize. We try again. That's literally it." Milo smiled. "That's the whole manual," he said. I took a breath and felt it in my ribs. The air tasted like citrus and night. At some point, the conversation drifted to other things. Music, weekend plans, a debate about the best taco truck. But something in me stayed on the phrase, "two closets," turning it over, like a stone in my palm. Back in my apartment later, I stood in front of my closet, the literal one, and stared at my clothes. Button-downs, jeans, jackets, the safe uniforms. On the top shelf, tucked to one side, the box that held my heels and wig, and the emerald dress when it wasn't hanging to dry. I opened the dresser drawer where my makeup lived now, neatly arranged. I ran my fingers over the lipstick tube, the brush handles. I felt something like tenderness toward my own tools. Then I turned to the mirror. I looked at my face, clean and moisturized, eyes tired but softer than they'd been a month ago. I tried something small. I relaxed my voice, letting it drop into the cadence I used when I was alone, when I wasn't performing. It was slightly different, less clipped, less guarded, more like my thoughts moved before my defenses could edit them. I said, out loud, to my own reflection, "You're allowed." The words sounded strange in my mouth, like a language I was still learning. I said them again, quieter. "You're allowed to feel. You're allowed to want. You're allowed to be complicated." My chest ached. Tears threatened. Not dramatic, just a slow pressure. I blinked them back and let myself feel the ache anyway, without shoving it behind a door. Because that was the point. It wasn't just the emerald dress that had been hidden. It was my softness, my grief, my desire, my need for closeness. I had been living like a man with two closets, one tucked under the bed and one tucked behind his ribs, both kept locked to keep the world from deciding what he was. Now, in LA, with sunlight too bright for secrecy and friends who spoke honestly like it was oxygen, I could feel the doors loosening on their hinges, not flinging open, not yet, but unlocking. And that, in itself, felt like a kind of freedom. The first time I opened a dating app in Los Angeles, I did it like I used to do everything that scared me. Quickly, late at night, with the brightness turned down as if my phone could judge me. The blue light washed my face in the dark of my bedroom. Outside my window, L.A. hummed with distant traffic, a constant ocean of sound. My apartment smelled faintly of moisturizer and clean laundry. The emerald dress hung inside my closet now, not hidden, just stored, like an outfit for a life that was becoming real. I stared at my own reflection in the black glass of the phone screen for a second. Jawline, stubble, tired eyes, then unlocked it and opened the app. My old profile from back home was still there, like an embarrassing artifact. Photos of me hiking, me at a wedding in a suit, me holding a beer at a barbecue, all versions of normal guy designed to be inoffensive. My bio said I liked coffee and podcasts and adventures, as if I'd ever done something spontaneous. I stared at the profile and felt a spike of resentment toward my own carefulness. That man had been trying to be acceptable. He'd been trying to be picked without being revealed. Here, in LA, that strategy felt like showing up to a masquerade wearing a paper bag. I closed the app and set my phone down, heart pounding, as if the act of opening it had been a confession. The next day, the building did what it always did. It made my life social whether I asked for it or not. It was a Saturday afternoon, bright enough that the courtyard looked like a postcard. Milo had commandeered the small table near the lemon tree and declared it community brunch, even though it was really just coffee and bagels, and the kind of conversation that made you lose track of time. Cass was there in sunglasses and a crop top, their nails a different color now, electric blue. Jay sat cross-legged on the steps, sipping iced coffee like it was a ritual. Priya arrived halfway through, carrying a paper bag that smelled like pastry. She dropped it on the table and said, "I brought carb offerings," as if she were feeding a god. A couple of other neighbors drifted in too, people I'd nodded at, but never spoken to. One was a woman with shaved sides and a soft, curly top, wearing a flowy shirt and combat boots. Another had long hair and a septum ring, their gender expression fluid in a way that made male and female look like optional suggestions. Cass introduced everyone with the casual confidence of someone who believed names were glue. "Okay," they said, gesturing. "This is Rue, she/they, local menace and tattoo apprentice. This is Kit, any pronouns, artist, witch, and the person who stole my lighter last week." "It was community redistribution," Kit said, smiling. Rue sat across from me and offered her hand. Her grip was warm, her palms slightly calloused. "Hi," she said. "You're the new guy/Claire, right?" I nearly choked on my coffee. Cass laughed. "Oh, we didn't keep that a secret," they said, like it was obvious. "We're proud parents." Heat climbed my face. My instinct was to shrink, to correct, to say, "It's not like that." But Rue's expression was open, not prying. "Only if you're comfortable," Rue added quickly, her tone gentle. "I just saw your photos. Mary's. You looked amazing." The compliment landed differently from the first time. It didn't make me panic. It made me feel real. "Thanks," I said, voice soft. Rue nodded, like we'd just exchanged normal information. Then she turned to Milo and started arguing about the best drag brunch in the city. The conversation rolled on. What struck me was how nobody made my femininity a spectacle. It was mentioned the way you might mention someone's hobby or style. Part of the picture, not the entire frame. They didn't ask invasive questions. They didn't demand a label. They didn't treat Claire like a novelty. They treated it like a fact that could coexist with bagels and gossip. Later, when the group had thinned and the afternoon light had softened, Rue lingered. She sat with her knee tucked under her, chin resting on her hand, watching me with an expression that felt like curiosity without entitlement. "So," Rue said casually, "do you date?" I blinked, caught off guard by the directness. I said intelligently. Rue smiled. "That's a yes," she said. I laughed, embarrassed. "I did," I admitted. "I was engaged. It ended. Recently." Rue's expression softened. "I'm sorry," she said, and there was no pity in it, just acknowledgement. "That's rough." I nodded, throat tight. Rue held my gaze for a beat longer than necessary. "If you ever want to grab a drink sometime," she said, and her voice stayed easy, "I'd be into it." The words made my stomach flip, not just because it was an invitation, but because it was simple. No weirdness, no theatrics, just, I'm into it. I tried to answer with that same simplicity, but my body still didn't fully trust ease. "Yeah," I said, a little too quickly. "Yeah, I'd like that." Rue's smile widened. "Cool," she said. "Text me." She tapped her phone on the table like a little bell. "We can do something low stakes. No pressure." No pressure. Again, the building's anthem. That night, alone in my apartment, I stared at Rue's contact in my phone and felt something complicated swirl in my chest. I wanted to date. I wanted to be desired. I wanted to touch and be touched again. Not as a performance of masculinity, not as a future husband with an itinerary, but as a person who could be soft and complicated. But I was terrified too. Terrified of the part of me that wanted to swallow someone whole, not out of malice, but out of hunger. Terrified of being consumed in return, reduced to the crossdresser, the novelty, the experiment. Terrified of repeating the pattern of secrecy, of building intimacy on half-truths until the weight of it collapsed. Dating, I realized, wasn't just romance. It was a laboratory, a place where truth either survived or didn't. I opened my notebook on the kitchen table and flipped to a blank page. "First date rules," I wrote, and then immediately crossed out rules because it sounded like I was writing a manual to keep myself safe from living. I wrote instead, "First date intentions. Be honest early, in manageable pieces. Don't apologize for being complicated. Watch for fetishization. Watch for myself disappearing to be wanted." The last line made my throat tighten. It was the one I needed most. I texted Rue the next morning. "Hey, this is my name. I'd love to grab that drink. What nights are good for you?" Rue replied within minutes. "Wednesday? There's a cute bar in Silver Lake that does killer mocktails too if you're not feeling booze." I stared at the message. Mocktails. Normal options. Ease. "Wednesday works," I typed back. Then hesitated. Then added, "Also, just so you're not surprised, I sometimes go out as Claire. Not always, but it's part of me." My thumb hovered over send. My pulse spiked. Then I hit it. A minute passed. 2. My brain spun worst-case scenarios. Rue laughing. Rue ghosting. Rue asking invasive questions. Rue telling Cass. Rue telling everyone. Shame flooding back. Then Rue replied, "Love that. Thanks for telling me. Claire can come too if she wants." I stared at the screen until my eyes stung. No drama, no interrogation. Just, "Love that." The simple acceptance hit me harder than rejection would have. It made me realize how low my expectations had been. Wednesday came quickly. All day, my stomach felt like it was full of moths. I debated whether to go as myself or as Claire. The decision felt strangely intimate. Going as myself felt safer, like I could control perception. Going as Claire felt like offering someone a more vulnerable piece of me right away. In the end, I chose something in between. I wore dark jeans and a soft black sweater with a slightly wider neckline, the one that made my shoulders look less like armor. I painted my nails a muted nude that looked like nothing unless you were paying attention. I wore a subtle tinted moisturizer and chapstick that had a faint sheen. I left my hair as it was. No wig, no lipstick, no dress. But I also didn't try to hide the softness. When I looked at myself in the mirror before leaving, I didn't see a man pretending to be normal. I saw a man allowing himself to be a little open. Rue met me outside the bar, leaning against the wall like she belonged to the street. She wore a loose white button-down half tucked into high-waisted pants, gold hoops, and boots that looked like they'd been through adventures. Her eyeliner was smudged in a way that made it look lived in, not perfected. "Hi," she said, smiling. "Hi," I said back, and felt a small relief that she looked exactly like herself, confident, unbothered, warm. We went inside. The bar was dim and intimate, all dark wood and candles in glass holders. Music played low, something soulful. The air smelled like citrus peel and smoke and perfume. We found a booth and slid in across from each other. For the first few minutes, we did the normal first date dance. Work, neighborhoods, favorite food. Rue told me about her tattoo apprenticeship, the way she loved the intimacy of the work, the trust of someone letting you mark their skin forever. It's like, she said, gesturing with her hands, people think tattoos are about being tough, but for me it's about softness. It's about vulnerability. The word vulnerability made my chest ache. Yeah, I said quietly. I get that. Rue's gaze sharpened in a gentle way. How are you doing? She asked, and the question wasn't casual. It had weight. My old instinct rose. Say fine. Keep it light. Be charming. I took a breath and tried the new rules. I'm learning, I said. Like, I moved here after a breakup, and I'm trying to be more honest with myself. Rue nodded slowly. That's brave, she said, not in a performative way, but like she respected the effort. It doesn't feel brave, I admitted. It feels like I waited too long. Rue's eyes softened. Sometimes waiting is survival, she said, and then you get tired of surviving. The phrasing hit me like a hand on the shoulder. I swallowed. We ordered drinks. Rue got something smoky and bitter. I got a mocktail with cucumber and mint. We clinked glasses. The candlelight flickered across her face. Rue leaned back, studying me, then glanced down at my hands on the table. Cute nails, she said casually. My stomach fluttered. Thanks, I said. They're subtle. Rue smiled. Subtle is a choice, she said, echoing Milo's joke from weeks ago like it was already part of my life here. I like it. The compliment landed and stayed. I didn't deflect it. I let it become true. After a while, Rue asked, So tell me about Claire. Not like she was asking about a gimmick, like she was asking about a friend. My pulse spiked anyway. The name, spoken in this quiet bar, felt more intimate than it had at Mary's. At Mary's, Claire had been a character in a loud room full of glitter. Here, she was being introduced in candlelight. I took a breath. Claire is... I started, then paused, because the words mattered. Claire is when I stop holding my breath, I said finally. Rue's expression softened, like she understood exactly what that meant. I've always cross-dressed, I continued, voice low. But I never told anyone. Not my ex, not anyone. Here. I'm trying to not make it a secret. I don't even know what it means yet. I just know it feels real. Rue nodded, slow and thoughtful. Do you feel like Claire is you? She asked. Or like a different you? The question was careful, not demanding. A curiosity that respected nuance. Both, I admitted. It's like, she's a room in the house, and I've been living in the hallway. Rue smiled softly. I love that, she said. And I love that you're not making it into a binary. I exhaled. I'm scared of being reduced, I said before I could stop myself. Like, either someone thinks it's hot in a weird way, or they want me to pick a label and stick to it, or they want Claire, but not me. Rue's gaze held mine, steady. Yeah, she said. That's real. People can be hungry in gross ways. But also, she paused, choosing words. Desire isn't automatically consumption. Wanting you doesn't have to mean taking you. The sentence landed in my chest like a new rule. Okay, I whispered. Rue reached across the table slowly, giving me time to move away. When I didn't, she rested her fingers lightly on the back of my hand. The touch was warm, grounding, not grabbing, not claiming. I'm attracted to you, she said simply. All of you. Not as a novelty, not as a thing I found on a menu. Just you. My throat tightened. The words were so direct they almost hurt. "Thank you," I managed, because my body didn't have a better response. Rue smiled, a little crooked. "Also," she added, eyes bright, "I am absolutely attracted to Claire. I'm not pretending I'm above that, but I'm attracted to her because she's you with permission. That's hot. Permission is hot." I laughed, breath shaky. "Permission is hot," I repeated, and the phrase made something in me loosen. We stayed until the bar started to thin, and the candlelight felt sleepier. We walked outside together into the cooler air. The street smelled like night-blooming flowers and asphalt. Cars passed like slow waves. Rue stopped at the corner, hands in her pockets. "Can I kiss you?" she asked. The question hit me like a blessing. Consent spoken out loud. Clear, simple, kind. "Yes," I said. Rue stepped closer and kissed me gently, soft at first, then deeper, her mouth warm, her hand rising to my jaw with care. The kiss wasn't desperate. It wasn't frantic. It was exploratory, like she was learning my shape, like she wanted to meet me, not take me. When we pulled apart, my lips tingled. My chest felt full. Rue smiled. "Text me when you get home," she said. "I will," I promised. Walking back to my apartment, I felt lighter and more unsettled at once. The kiss had been good. The date had been good. Rue had been good. Kind. Curious. Not weird. And yet my mind kept circling around one thing. How easy it had been to tell her about Claire. Not easy like effortless. My heart had still raced. My throat had still tightened. But easy like survivable. Like the world didn't end when I spoke. In my apartment, I took off my shoes and stood in the hallway for a moment, feeling the quiet wrap around me. I pulled my phone out and texted Rue. "Home. Thank you for tonight. I had a really good time." Rue replied quickly. "Me too. Sweet dreams. Both of you." Both of you. The words made my stomach flutter. Not because I felt split in a scary way, but because someone had acknowledged my complexity without demanding it become simple. Still, I knew one good date didn't solve the larger problem. Dating would be a laboratory, and laboratories required experiments and observation, and sometimes failure. Over the next few weeks, I went on more dates. Some arranged through apps, some through friends, some through the strange LA phenomenon of meeting someone at a bar and actually talking to them like a human. Through Rue, I met more genderqueer women, friends of friends at art shows, tattoo shops, queer karaoke nights, people who wore masculinity and femininity like accessories they chose daily, not like cages. People who asked for pronouns casually, who talked about desire with clarity, who didn't treat my fluidity as a trick. One woman, Nova, took me to a queer dance night and said, "Wear whatever makes you feel like you can breathe." Another, Jamie, invited me to a picnic and brought nail polish in 3 colors, just in case. They were playful, not fetishizing. They were direct, not demanding. They treated Claire like a part of me, not a performance for their entertainment. And each date taught me something about honesty. How to introduce myself without an apology. How to say, "I sometimes go out as Claire," without making it sound like a confession of wrongdoing. How to notice when someone's interest sharpened into something hungry and consuming, the kind that wanted Claire like a toy, not like a person. How to feel my own boundaries rising and honor them without guilt. Most importantly, how to be wanted without disappearing. That last part was the hardest, because my old strategy in love had been to become the version of myself someone else wanted. Emma wanted stability and a future, and a man who was uncomplicated. So I tried to be that man. I tried to iron myself flat. Now with these women, the temptation was different, but still dangerous. Some of them loved Claire so much, loved the feminine energy, the glam, the softness, that I felt a pull to become her full-time just to keep being adored. The attention was intoxicating. It made me feel seen in a way I'd never been seen. But it also scared me, because I didn't want to trade one closet for another. I didn't want to become a performance again, just in a different direction. I didn't want to be consumed by someone else's desire for my femininity any more than I'd wanted to be erased by someone else's comfort with my masculinity. One night, after a date with Nova that had ended in laughter and making out in the back of a rideshare like teenagers, I came home and opened my notebook. I wrote a new page title, Wanted versus Consumed, and underneath I wrote, Wanted feels like being invited. Consumed feels like being taken. Then slower, I wrote, I want to be invited into someone's desire without being trapped there. It was the clearest sentence I'd written yet. In the courtyard the next day, Cass read it over my shoulder, because Cass had no concept of privacy unless you actively defended it, and made a soft sound. Okay, Cass said, voice surprisingly gentle. That's real. I tried to snatch the notebook back. Hey. Cass held up their hands in surrender. Sorry, they said, grinning. But also, yes, that's the thesis. Put it on a billboard. Jay leaned over from the steps. What's the thesis? They asked. Cass smiled like a cat. Our boy is becoming a poet, they said. Heat rose in my face. But I didn't close the notebook. I didn't hide it. Instead, I let the words sit in the open air, under string lights, like maybe this closet too could stay unlocked. Because that was the new rule, the one I kept learning in small, brave increments. Honesty wasn't a single confession. It was a practice, a series of choices, and each date, each kiss, each careful conversation about Claire was teaching me how to live in the open without losing myself, how to let someone want me without making their wanting the only thing that defined me. The first time I left a date early, I did it with my heart pounding like I'd stolen something. Not because the person had done anything overtly terrible, not because there was a scene. There was no shouting, no dramatic exit, no slammed doors. Just me, sitting across from someone in a softly lit bar, realizing, quietly, clearly, that I was being looked at like an idea instead of a person, and then choosing to stand up anyway. It was a new muscle. It hurt in the way underused muscles hurt. Sharp, surprising, a little humiliating. But it also made me feel strong. After Rue, dating became both easier and more complicated. Easier because I'd cracked the seal. I'd told someone about Claire and survived. More complicated because once you start telling the truth, you're responsible for what the truth reveals. It revealed quickly that desire is not always a compliment. Sometimes it's a mirror. Sometimes it's a hungry hand. Sometimes it's a gentle invitation. The contrasts showed up fast, like the city was determined to give me a curriculum. The tender and curious one came first. Her name was Wren, and I met her at a small gallery opening that smelled like wine and paint. The room was crowded with people pretending not to be intimidated by abstract art. Wren stood near a large canvas that looked like someone had tried to paint grief with a broom. She wore a blazer over a slip dress, hair pulled back, neck bare except for a thin chain. I had come with Rue and a few of her friends, wearing a soft sweater and nude painted nails, feeling half brave, half exposed. Wren turned to me when the artist started talking and whispered, "He looks like he hates all of us." And I laughed so hard it startled me. Later, while Rue debated tattoo machines with someone in the corner, Wren and I found ourselves near the snack table picking at olives and crackers like we were both trying to appear normal. "I'm Wren," she said, offering her hand. I gave my name. Her grip was gentle, her eyes steady. "I like your nails," she said, not performing it, just noticing. I felt warmth rise in my chest. "Thanks," I said. "They're a new thing." Wren smiled. "New things are good," she said, and there was no implied judgment in it. No push for more, just acceptance. We ended up walking outside together after the gallery, the night air cooler than the room. We talked about art, about the ways people perform taste to look interesting. Wren told me she taught high school English and loved it in a masochistic way. I told her about moving to LA and kept it vague. When she asked why, I hesitated. "I had a breakup," I said finally. Wren nodded. That's a real reason, she said, as if she was giving me permission not to wrap it in a better story. We sat on a low wall and watched cars pass. The streetlights made her face soft. Ren asked questions the way a good teacher asks questions. Curious without being invasive, patient without being patronizing. When I mentioned, carefully, that I sometimes went out as Claire, she didn't react like I'd thrown a grenade into the conversation. She leaned back on her hands, looked up at the sky, and said, "That sounds kind of beautiful." My throat tightened. "It feels like breathing," I admitted. Ren nodded slowly, eyes still on the sky. "Then breathe," she said. "Don't make it a punishment." The simplicity of it made tears prick at my eyes. I blinked them back and laughed at myself under my breath. Ren turned to look at me then, and her gaze held something that felt rare. Respect without hunger. When she kissed me at the end of the night, after asking, "Can I?" like it mattered, her mouth was soft, exploratory, and she didn't try to take more than I offered. She didn't treat my vulnerability like a prize. She treated it like a living thing. I went home with my heart full, not frantic. I wrote in my notebook, "Desired can feel like safety." Then came the one who fetishized me. His name was Brent, and I met him because the apps are ruthless in their efficiency. I matched with him after a late night scroll, when my loneliness was louder than my good sense. His profile was full of gym selfies and short, aggressive captions. No games. I know what I want. There were enough red flags to stitch a quilt, and I still found myself drawn in by the blunt certainty. After years of hiding, certainty looked like relief. We met at a bar near West Hollywood, and the moment Brent saw me, his eyes flicked over my body like he was scanning a menu. He was handsome in a polished way. Tight shirt, expensive watch, hair perfectly styled. He leaned in close immediately, too close. "You're even hotter in person," he said, voice low. A compliment, technically, but the way he said it made my skin prickle. We sat at the bar. Brent ordered for both of us without asking. He talked fast, a stream of bragging disguised as conversation. He asked what I did for work, but didn't really listen. He asked if I went out dressed, but his tone sharpened, as if the answer was foreplay. "How far do you go?" he asked, eyes on my mouth. Like, "Do you go full girl?" The phrasing made my stomach tighten. Full girl. Like it was a costume level in a game. "I sometimes go out as Claire," I said cautiously. "It's not..." Brent grinned, cutting me off. "God, that's so hot," he said, like he'd just unlocked a kink badge. "I've always wanted a cute little..." The word he started to say didn't land. It bounced off some internal alarm. I felt my spine go rigid. The old part of me, the part trained to endure discomfort for approval, tried to laugh it off, tried to smooth it over, tried to keep the date nice. But another part of me, newer, quieter, steadier, sat up inside my chest, like a person waking. I took a sip of my drink slowly, buying time. Brent kept talking, explicit in a way that wasn't graphic, but was immediately objectifying, describing scenarios like I was a prop. His gaze kept flicking to my hands, my neck, the shape of my body, as if he was imagining me, rearranged for his pleasure. He didn't ask what I liked. He didn't ask what I wanted. He didn't ask if Claire was comfortable or powerful or tender. He asked if I'd wear certain things for him. "I'm not really into being someone's fantasy," I said, voice calm despite the pounding in my ears. Brent laughed like I was being coy. "Come on," he said. "It's just fun. You can be my little secret." My throat tightened. Secret. That word again, tossed out like a flirtation, like it wasn't the cage I'd lived in. Something in me snapped cleanly into place. "I'm going to head out," I said, setting my glass down. Brent blinked, surprised. "What?" he said, like he couldn't compute resistance. "I'm not feeling this," I said simply. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. "Take care." I slid off the bar stool, heart hammering, and walked out into the night. The air outside was cooler. The street was loud with traffic. My hands shook as I unlocked my phone to order a rideshare. A rush of adrenaline flooded me. Fear, yes, but also something else. Pride. I had left. I hadn't negotiated. I hadn't apologized. I hadn't stayed to be polite. In the car, I stared out the window and wrote a note on my phone with trembling thumbs. Being wanted as a secret is not being wanted. The next one was worse in a quieter way. The person who wanted me only as a woman. Her name was Marisol. I met her through Nova at a queer dance night where the lights were low and the bass made your thoughts vibrate. Marisol was beautiful in a sharp way. Long hair, red lipstick, a dress that looked like it had been tailored to her body. She flirted with me aggressively, eyes bright, hands confident. "You're gorgeous," she said, voice like honey. "Are you dressed often?" I'd come that night as Claire, wig, makeup, a black dress that Cass had insisted made me look dangerous in a classy way. I was still riding the high of being seen in that space, still learning to accept compliments without bracing. "Sometimes," I said. Marisol smiled wide. "Good," she said. "I'm obsessed." The word should have been flattering. It made my stomach clench instead. We danced. Marisol's hands on my waist were warm, her body close. The attention felt intoxicating at first. After years of starving, even the wrong kind of hunger felt like food. Afterward, she invited me to a late-night diner. We slid into a booth, the fluorescent lights making everything too honest. Marisol leaned forward, elbows on the table, and looked at me like she was studying a painting. "I don't date men," she said, casually, as if she were ordering coffee. I blinked. "Okay," I said, not sure where this was going. Marisol smiled. "But you're not really a man when you're like this," she said, gesturing at my wig, my makeup, my dress. "This is different. This is what I like." My chest tightened. Not because I didn't understand the attraction. Claire did pull something different out of me. But because of the implication, my masculinity was a defect, something to be tolerated only if I stayed dressed. "I am a man," I said slowly, "even when I'm dressed." Marisol waved a hand. "I mean, sure," she said dismissive, "but I don't want the boy version. I want this, all the time." A coldness spread under my skin. I could feel my ribs tighten around my lungs. I thought of the closet at home, the way I'd forced myself into boy version all the time for Emma, for safety, for the world. And now here was someone asking for the opposite, to be Claire all the time, to erase the parts of me that didn't fit her desire. It was the same cage, painted a different color. "I can't promise that," I said, voice steady. Marisol's expression sharpened. "Why not?" she demanded. "If you like it, why wouldn't you just be that?" "Because I'm not a costume," I thought. "Because I'm a person." "I like it," I said carefully, "but I'm not only that. I'm not going to disappear the rest of myself to be wanted." Marisol scoffed. "That's disappointing," she said, as if I'd failed a performance. The old part of me wanted to chase her approval, to bargain, to say, "Okay, maybe I can," to twist myself into the shape that would keep her smiling. Instead, I felt something harden in my chest, not bitterness, but clarity. "Okay," I said quietly, "then we're not a match." Marisol stared at me, incredulous. "You're just going to walk away?" she asked. "Yes," I said, and slid out of the booth. My legs felt shaky as I walked out of the diner, but my spine felt straight. Outside, the night air hit my face like a slap. I leaned against the wall for a second, breathing hard, mascara prickling at the corners of my eyes. I had wanted to be desired, but not like that, not as a narrowed version of myself. I took the wig off in the rideshare home and held it in my lap like a small animal. In the dark reflection of the window, my face looked half done, smudged, vulnerable. I realized I was trembling. Not from heartbreak, from the shock of choosing myself. When I got home, I wrote in my notebook, if someone only wants Claire, they don't want me. They want a silhouette. The last contrast came in the form of a question that felt like a trap. Their name was Avery. I met them at a coffee shop with Rue and Ren, a Sunday afternoon hang that was supposed to be low stakes. Avery had sharp cheekbones and a blazer that looked expensive. Their hair was slicked back. Their energy was intense, like they were always mid-argument. We got into a conversation about identity because in my life now, that topic was not avoidable. Avery asked what my pronouns were. I told them he/him, and sometimes she/her when I'm Claire. Avery's eyes narrowed. That's not how pronouns work, they said immediately. The tone made my stomach tighten. It's how it works for me, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Avery leaned forward like they were about to cross-examine me. But what are you? They demanded. Are you gender fluid? Are you trans? Are you non-binary? You can't just opt in and out. I felt heat rise in my chest. The old shame tried to grab the wheel. They're right. You're doing it wrong. You need to pick something so you can be legitimate. Rue's expression tightened. Ren watched Avery carefully, her teacher's patience wearing thin. I swallowed, feeling the pressure in my throat. I wanted to be able to answer cleanly. I wanted to say a word and have it solve everything, but I couldn't. Not yet. I don't know, I said honestly. I'm figuring it out. I'm a man. I like dressing. I like being feminine. I don't think that has to fit a neat box. Avery scoffed. That sounds like internalized transphobia, they said flatly, or like you're just fetishizing womanhood. The word fetishizing hit like a slap. My heart pounded. Ren's voice cut in, sharp. That's not fair, she said. Avery ignored her, eyes locked on me. You need to pick a label, they said. Otherwise, you're just playing. Playing. Like it was a game. Like my nights of fear and longing and secrecy had been a hobby. Something inside me went very still. I realized, in that moment, that Avery wasn't curious. Avery was policing. Avery wanted me to perform legitimacy on command. They wanted my mess to be tidy enough to make them comfortable. It was the same dynamic as my hometown, just wearing smarter language. I looked at Avery and felt a surprising calm. Not numbness, clarity again. That new hard gift. I'm not going to debate my existence with you, I said. Avery blinked. Excuse me? I'm not a topic, I said, voice steady. I'm not your project. I'm figuring myself out, and you don't get to interrogate me like I owe you a label to earn respect. Rue's eyes widened. Ren's mouth softened with something like pride. Avery's face tightened. Wow, they said, sarcastic. Okay. Yeah, I said simply. Okay. I stood up, put my coffee cup in the trash, and grabbed my jacket. My hands were steady. My heart was racing, but my hands were steady. Nice meeting you, I said to Ren and Rue, because it was important to me not to burn the whole room down. Then I walked out. Outside, sunlight hit my face. Too bright. I took a breath that felt like stepping into clean air after being underwater. I expected to feel guilty. I expected to replay the conversation and find all the ways I could have been kinder, quieter, less disruptive. The part of me trained to keep peace was already drafting apologies. But underneath the reflex, I felt something else. Self-respect, raw and new. I hadn't negotiated my existence. I hadn't tried to prove myself. I just left. In my notebook that night, I wrote, boundaries are love for myself. Leaving is a skill. And then, because the lesson felt important enough to be explicit, I wrote a final line in darker ink. I don't owe anyone a simplified version of me. The string of dates didn't make me cynical. It didn't make me close up. It made me precise. It taught me that being desired is not automatically good. It taught me that attention can be a kind of violence when it tries to reshape you. It taught me that some people want your complexity, and some people want your compliance. Most of all, it taught me something that should have been obvious, but had never been practiced in my life until now. My existence is not negotiable. Not for love, not for lust, not for anyone's comfort, even my own. And that meant that every time I stood up and walked away from being reduced, I wasn't losing something. I was gaining myself. I met Celeste on a Tuesday night when the air was warm enough to feel like the city was exhaling. It was a small queer book event in Echo Park. Folding chairs arranged in uneven rows, a microphone on a stand, a table in the back with cheap wine in plastic cups. Someone had hung a string of paper stars across the room like a low-effort constellation. The place smelled like old paper and citrus and perfume. People spoke in low, excited voices, the kind you hear when everyone has agreed they're here for something that matters. Rue had invited me, texting, "Come. It's a trans author reading, and the vibe is good." Ren was going too. Cass had declared it too sincere and stayed home, which was Cass's way of saying they were emotionally tapped out. I came alone anyway, wearing a soft black shirt and a thin chain necklace I'd bought on a whim. My nails were painted a muted rose, visible if you looked, still subtle enough to pass in my work life. I'd put on a little tinted moisturizer and brushed my eyebrows into place, with a care I wouldn't have admitted to months ago. Not Claire, not fully, but not hiding either. The room was already full when I arrived. I squeezed into a seat near the aisle, scanning faces the way I always did now, half for familiarity, half for safety. I saw Rue across the room, waving with her whole arm. I saw Ren beside her, smiling softly, like she was pleased I'd come. And then I saw Celeste. She stood near the back wall, leaning lightly against a bookshelf, a glass of wine in one hand. She wore a cream blouse with the sleeves rolled to her elbows, and dark trousers that sat perfectly on her hips. Her hair was long and glossy, parted cleanly down the middle, falling in a straight curtain that made her look like an old movie star dressed for modern life. Her makeup was subtle but precise, skin luminous, lip color soft, eyeliner so delicate it looked like an intention rather than a line. She wasn't loud. She didn't take up space by demanding it. She took up space by being sure she belonged in it. I felt something in my chest go very still. Not the frantic jolt of attraction I'd felt with Theo. Not the hungry attention of being flirted with. This was different. Like a compass needle snapping into place. Clarity. Rue slid into the seat beside me a minute later, her knee bumping mine. "You made it," she whispered. "Yeah," I said, but my gaze kept drifting to Celeste. Rue followed my eyes and made a small, pleased sound. "Oh," she whispered. "Her. Who is she?" I asked too quickly. Rue smirked. "Celeste," she said. "She's friends with the author. She's a lot, in the best way. Like, she has her life together in a way that makes me want to drink water and apologize to my credit score." I barely heard the joke. Celeste turned slightly, laughing at something someone said, and the sound of her laugh, low, warm, unforced, hit me like a hand on my throat. The reading began. The author spoke about identity and language, and the way a body can feel like a story you didn't get to edit until you're older. The room listened with reverence. People snapped their fingers instead of clapping. I tried to focus on the words, but my awareness kept snagging on Celeste's presence like a magnet. When the reading ended, the room erupted into gentle chatter. People stood, stretching, moving toward the wine table. Rue hugged the author like they were old friends. Ren drifted toward a corner conversation about books. I found myself near the back, without remembering walking there. Celeste was still by the bookshelf, talking with a small group. When someone stepped away, she looked up, and our eyes met. It was like the room softened around the connection. She smiled at me, not flirtatious, not cautious, simply warm, as if she'd already decided I was safe enough to be kind to. "Hi," she said. "Hi," I said back, voice suddenly too quiet. I gave my name. "Celeste," she said, and offered her hand. Her palm was warm, Her grip was gentle but sure. I noticed her nails, short, neatly shaped, painted a pale neutral. I noticed the faint gold of a ring on her finger, simple and elegant. I noticed how she held eye contact without making it a performance. "Did you like the reading?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "A lot." Then, because my brain was still learning honesty, I added, "It felt familiar, in a way I didn't expect." Celeste's expression shifted, subtle, curiosity, but careful. "Yeah?" she said. I hesitated. Rue's voice floated somewhere behind me. The room buzzed. People laughed. The paper stars overhead trembled slightly when someone brushed past them. I realized suddenly that I wanted Celeste to understand me. Not in the way I wanted dates to go well. Not in the way I wanted to be desired. In a deeper, stranger way. Like I wanted her recognition to unlock something. That realization made me dizzy. "I'm figuring some stuff out," I said finally, vague but true. "Gender stuff. Identity stuff. This city is making it hard to hide." Celeste nodded slowly, like she understood that sentence in her bones. "LA will do that," she said. Her voice held no judgment, just familiarity. We talked for a while, about books, about neighborhoods, about how LA makes everyone feel like they're auditioning for a version of themselves, and how exhausting that can be if you're already tired. Celeste told me she worked in community health, that she ran support groups sometimes, that she had a laugh that made hard things feel survivable. She was funny too, in a dry way. She made a joke about the trauma of parking signs, and I laughed so hard I startled myself. I felt myself leaning in physically, like my body wanted to be closer to her gravitational field. At some point, Rue appeared at my elbow, grinning. "Celeste," she said. "This is my friend I told you about." Celeste raised an eyebrow. "Oh," she said, looking at me with playful curiosity. "The one with the glow-up?" My face went hot. Rue cackled. "I told you," Rue said. "He's adorable." I wanted to evaporate. Celeste laughed, warm and unbothered. "Rue talks about people like they're characters," Celeste said to me, as if she were apologizing for Rue's enthusiasm and also enjoying it. I smiled, embarrassed. "She's not wrong," I said, and Rue made a smug sound. After the event, a small group decided to go to a diner nearby. Rue and Ren went. Celeste went too. I went because the idea of leaving felt like walking away from a door I'd just found. The diner was fluorescent and loud, all chrome and vinyl booths. We slid into a long booth, bodies close. Celeste sat across from me, her knee angled toward the table, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee like it was anchoring her. Under the harsh lights, her confidence didn't dim. It didn't rely on mood lighting. It lived in her posture, in her calm attention, in the way she listened. I watched her while other people talked. I watched the way she nodded when someone spoke, the way she asked questions that made people feel seen without being exposed. I watched her smile, soft and small, when she laughed. I felt myself falling in a way that scared me, not just romantically, existentially. It felt like she represented something I'd been reaching for. A person who had fought their way into their own life and then lived there with grace. A person who was not apologizing for existing. A person whose gender was not a cage, but a home. In my chest, admiration braided itself with longing and something like envy. Celeste noticed me watching at some point. Her eyes met mine over her coffee mug. "What?" she asked, gentle. I blinked, caught. "Nothing," I said automatically. Then I stopped myself. The old lie, the old closet. I took a breath. "I'm just glad I came," I admitted. Celeste's expression softened. "Me too," she said quietly. The sentence lodged in my ribs like a small, bright thing. After that night, Celeste became a presence on the edges of my life. Not constant, not overwhelming, but recurring. Rue would invite me to something, and Celeste would be there, a community fundraiser, a karaoke night, a volunteer event where everyone wore matching t-shirts and pretended it wasn't a little cheesy. Each time, Celeste greeted me with warmth. She asked how I was doing, and actually waited for the answer. She remembered things I'd said. She treated my quietness like a feature, not a flaw. And I, idiotically, began to orbit her. I started dressing slightly nicer when I knew she'd be somewhere. I started rehearsing jokes in my head like a teenager. I found myself looking for her in rooms before I looked for anyone else. I caught myself imagining what it would feel like to be held by her, to be seen by her in the way she saw everyone, steady, kind, clear. The crush grew fast and deep, too deep for someone I barely knew. I tried to tell myself it was normal. I tried to tell myself I just liked her. But my notebook told the truth when I wouldn't. I wrote her name in the margin of a page and circled it like a spell. One night, after a karaoke event where Celeste had sung a slow song with a voice that made the room go quiet, Rue and I walked back toward our cars. The street smelled like night air and spilled beer. "You like her," Rue said, casual but knowing. My stomach dropped. "What?" I lied. Rue snorted. "Stop," she said. "It's written on your face. You look at her like she's a lighthouse." The word lighthouse made my chest ache. It was too accurate. "I don't know," I admitted, voice small. She feels steady." Rue's expression softened. "Yeah," she said. "Celeste is steady. She's also not easy." My throat tightened. "What do you mean?" Rue hesitated, choosing words with care. "I mean, she's kind," she said. "But she's protective of herself, and she's been through a lot, and she doesn't—" Rue made a vague gesture. "Do messy." Messy. The word hit like a warning. I was messy. I was actively in the middle of figuring out who I was. I was a man who went out as Claire. I was a person who had only recently started unlocking emotional closets. My entire existence was a question. Celeste, by contrast, felt like an answer. That imbalance should have scared me more than it did. Instead, it made me want her more. The moment it tipped from crush to something dangerous happened on a quiet Sunday afternoon. Rue hosted a small hang at her place. Tattoo flash sheets spread on the coffee table, music low, people sprawled on the floor. Celeste came late, hair pulled up, wearing a soft sweater and jeans, face bare of makeup, in a way that made her look even more herself. She sat beside me on the couch, shoulder brushing mine. My whole body went hyper-aware of the contact. We talked quietly while others chatted around us. Celeste told me about her week, work stress, a support group that had gone heavy, the emotional labor of being the stable one for people who were still in crisis. "I love it," she said, voice tired but sincere. "But sometimes I go home and my body feels like it's buzzing." I nodded. "I get that," I said. "Different context, but I get that." Celeste turned to look at me. "How are you?" she asked, and the question was gentle. Real. I swallowed. This was the moment. The one that had been building without me choosing it. The moment where honesty could either connect us or expose me. "I'm trying to live," I said, voice low. "Like actually live. Not just perform. I've spent years hiding parts of myself, and now I'm here, and it's like everything is out in the air." Celeste's eyes softened. She nodded slowly. "That's hard," she said, "and brave." The word brave coming from her landed like a blessing. My throat tightened. The crush surged, unstoppable. "Can I tell you something?" I asked. Celeste nodded. "Yeah." My pulse hammered. I could hear music, laughter, someone in the kitchen clinking glasses. The room felt too ordinary for what I was about to do. I go out sometimes as Claire," I said. "In dresses, makeup, wig. It's not drag exactly. It's just me, but more honest." And I swallowed hard. "And I think the words stuck." Celeste watched me with calm attention, but something in her expression shifted. subtle, cautious, like she sensed where I was going and was preparing to respond with care. I felt it, and still I pushed, because longing makes you reckless. "I think I'm falling for you," I said. The sentence left my mouth like a stone dropping into water. The room didn't change, but my whole internal world rippled. Celeste didn't flinch. She didn't look disgusted. She didn't laugh. She didn't act surprised. She just took a slow breath. "Oh," she said softly. My stomach dropped. The softness of her response made it immediately clear. This wasn't going where I wanted. Celeste's gaze held mine, kind and steady. "Thank you for telling me," she said. The phrase was gentle, but it had boundaries built into it like a fence. I felt heat rush to my face. Shame tried to surge. Old, familiar. Of course she doesn't want you. Of course you're too messy. Of course you're ridiculous. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice from breaking. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Sorry, Celeste lifted a hand slightly, not touching, just signaling. "No," she said. "Don't apologize for feeling. You don't have to apologize for liking me." My throat tightened. Tears threatened. I blinked hard. Celeste continued, voice calm and firm. "But I'm not interested in dating you," she said. The words landed cleanly. Not cruel, not vague, not a maybe later. A clear no. My chest hurt. I nodded, because my body needed to do something. Celeste's eyes were soft. "I care about you," she said. "I think you're brave and sweet, and you're doing important work on yourself. I'm honored you trust me, but I'm not in a place where I can be that." I swallowed. "Because I'm figuring stuff out?" I asked, and the question came out raw, a wound looking for a reason. Celeste's expression shifted. Sadness, empathy. "Partly," she admitted, "but not because there's something wrong with you. It's because I'm tired." The word tired hit me unexpectedly. Not rejecting. Human. "I'm tired of being someone's first," Celeste said gently. "I'm tired of being the mirror where people go looking for themselves. And I can feel that in you. Not in a bad way. Just, it's there." My breath caught. Mirror. The word cracked something open in me, because it was exactly what I'd been afraid of. The thing I hadn't wanted to name. Celeste leaned back slightly, giving me space even while staying present. "I've had people fall for me because I represent something," she said. "Clarity, completion, permission. And I get it. I really do. But it puts me in a position where I have to carry their story while I'm trying to carry my own." Tears slipped out before I could stop them. I wiped them quickly with the back of my hand, embarrassed. Celeste's voice softened further. "Hey," she said. "It's okay. I'm not mad. I'm not judging you. I just need my boundaries." I nodded, throat too tight to speak. Celeste reached out slowly, and this time she did touch me, her hand resting lightly on my forearm, warm and steady. "You're going to be okay," she said, "and you don't need me to give you permission. You can give it to yourself." The sentence hit me like a bruise and a balm at the same time, because it was true, and because part of me had wanted her to do exactly that. Look at me and bless me into legitimacy. I took a shaky breath. "I didn't mean to use you," I whispered. Celeste shook her head slightly. "You're not using me," she said. "You're human. You're hurting. Or you're craving something. That's not a crime. It just means you have to ask yourself what you're really seeking." The question hung between us like a bell. Love? Validation? Permission? A mirror? I stared down at her hand on my arm. My skin felt hot under her touch. My heart felt cracked. In the background, someone laughed loudly at something in the kitchen. Life continued. Rue's apartment was still full of music and people and tattoo flash sheets on the table. The world didn't pause for my private heartbreak. Celeste squeezed my forearm once, then pulled her hand back. She stood up gently. I'm going to grab some water, she said. Take a breath. I'm here. I'm not leaving. Not leaving. The words made my chest ache in a different way. I nodded, unable to speak. When she walked away, I sat frozen on the couch, tears threatening again. I pressed my palms to my thighs, grounding myself. I breathed. In and out. In and out. Rue slid onto the couch beside me a minute later, her voice low. You okay? She asked. I stared ahead. I told her, I whispered. Rue's face softened. Oh, she said quietly. She said no, I added, and my voice cracked. Rue's hand found mine, warm, steady. I'm sorry, she said. That hurts. I nodded, swallowing hard. She was kind, I said. She was so kind. Rue squeezed my hand. That's Celeste, she murmured. She tells the truth like it's a gift. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I stayed because Celeste had said she wasn't leaving and because I didn't want to make my pain into a spectacle. I laughed at jokes when my body remembered how. I drank water. I nodded through conversations like a person wearing a mask. When I finally went home, the air outside felt cooler. The city lights looked slightly smeared through my tired eyes. In my apartment, I kicked off my shoes and stood in the hallway, feeling the quiet wrap around me. The rejection hurt. It hurt more than I expected because it wasn't just about Celeste. It was about what she represented. The idea that if someone like her could want me, it would mean I was real. It would mean my femininity wasn't ridiculous. It would mean my mess wasn't too much. She had declined me gently, firmly, and in doing so, she had forced me to confront the hunger beneath my hunger. I sat at my kitchen table and opened my notebook. My hand shook as I wrote her name at the top of the page. Celeste. Then, underneath, I wrote the question she had handed me without cruelty. What am I really seeking? I stared at the page for a long time. The pen hovered. Finally, I wrote, I want love. I want to be seen. I want someone to tell me I'm allowed. The last line made my throat tighten, because it was the one I'd been chasing since I was 11, since I first tied a scarf around my waist and felt the swing of it like a secret thrill. I'd been chasing permission ever since. Permission from the world, from lovers, from strangers, from queens on stages. Celeste had refused to be my permission slip, and somehow, beneath the ache, I could feel the strange, hard gift in that. She was right. If my identity required someone else's blessing to exist, it wasn't free. It was still trapped in someone else's hands. I turned to a fresh line and wrote, slowly, Celeste isn't my mirror. She's a person. Then, after a pause, I wrote the next line like a vow. I have to stop mistaking clarity in someone else for clarity in myself. Outside, L.A. hummed, indifferent and alive. I sat in the warm pool of my kitchen light, feeling the sting of rejection and the sting of truth. It wasn't the ending I'd wanted, but it was an answer to a question I hadn't known how to ask. And in the quiet after my tears, another realization surfaced. Small, stubborn, undeniable. I could grieve Celeste without turning her into a symbol. I could let her be a person who said no, and I could still keep going. Not after Celeste, I didn't want anyone to touch me for a while. Not in the dramatic way movies do it. No months of celibacy and long stares into rain-streaked windows. Just a quiet tightening inside me, a sense that my skin needed to be mine again. Celeste's no had been kind, but it had still exposed something raw. How easily I could mistake longing for truth. I told myself I was going to slow down. I told myself I was going to focus on friends, on work, on unpacking the last boxes in my apartment that still looked like an unfinished sentence. And I did, mostly. But desire has its own weather system. It doesn't care what you've decided is reasonable. It showed up again the next weekend when Cass dragged me, Claire, out to a club night where the bass felt like it was rearranging my organs. The bathroom line was full of glitter and laughter, women fixing each other's eyeliner like it was a communal ritual. Milo danced with Rue, like they'd been waiting all week to shake off gravity. Jay held court at the bar, radiant in a suit jacket over a bralette, making strangers feel like friends. And me? I was in a black dress with a sweetheart neckline, a wig darker than my own hair, lashes that made my eyelids feel heavy in a way that was somehow comforting. My lipstick was a deep mauve. I smelled like a soft perfume I'd bought for myself, not stolen from anyone's life. I should have felt like I was playing. Instead, I felt like I was occupying a room in myself and finally leaving the lights on. The first man I kissed after Celeste happened because of a song. It was something nostalgic and loud, a chorus everyone yelled along to, and I found myself laughing, actually laughing, when a stranger bumped my shoulder and shouted, "Sorry, babe," like we were friends. I turned, and there he was, tall, broad shoulders, dark curls, wearing a sheer black shirt with confidence like it was woven into the fabric. His eyeliner was smudged, his smile easy. "Are you okay?" he asked, leaning close enough that his words hit my ear, warm. "Yeah," I said, and then, because I was learning not to hide my truth under politeness, I added, "Just startled." He grinned. "I'm Eli," he said, "and you're gorgeous." My stomach fluttered. Gorgeous still did that to me, made my body feel both exposed and lit. "Claire," I said, and the name slid out without drama now. A simple introduction. Eli's smile widened. "Hi, Claire," he said like it was a pleasure. "Dance with me?" I glanced toward my friends. Cass was across the room, watching with a predatory fondness, like they'd been waiting for this. Jay lifted their glass in a silent toast. Milo gave me a thumbs up. Training wheels, I reminded myself. I danced with Eli. His hands hovered at first, then asked with a look. I nodded, and his palms settled lightly at my waist. The contact was warm. The music was loud enough that my brain couldn't overthink. The dress moved with my body. The wig swung against my shoulders like a soft metronome. Eli wasn't trying to own the moment. He was just in it. When he kissed me, it was quick and sweet. Not a grab, not a conquest. Just lips meeting lips in the dark, the taste of tequila and mint. The kind of kiss that says, "I see you, and I like it." Something in me loosened. Afterward, we moved to the patio for air. The night outside was cooler, the noise muffled. Eli leaned against the railing and looked at me with open curiosity. "So," he said casual, "you come here a lot?" "Not really," I admitted. "I'm new to this." Eli nodded like he understood exactly what this meant without making me spell it out. "Well," he said, "welcome. You're doing great." The words were simple, but they landed like warmth. I felt the same hunger as the morning after Mary's, not desperate, just alive. When Eli asked for my number, I gave it to him. The next week, we went on a date. Dinner first, then a bar. I showed up as myself. Jeans, sweater, subtle nails. Eli greeted me with the same warmth he'd shown Claire. He didn't act like I'd tricked him by changing outfits. "You look cute," he said, smiling. "Thanks," I said, surprised by how much it meant that he didn't make a big deal of the difference. Over drinks, Eli asked questions like he genuinely wanted to know me, not like he wanted to categorize me. He talked about his job, his family, his terrible taste in reality TV. He asked what I liked, what I wanted, what I was exploring. When I told him about Claire, he didn't ask, "How far do you go?" like Brent had. He asked, "How does it feel?" That question, "How does it feel?" was a door instead of a cage. "It feels like..." I stopped bracing, I said. "Like I can take up space." Eli nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "That makes sense." At the end of the night, he asked, "Can I kiss you?" Again, and the asking felt like respect, not caution. I kissed him, and it felt freeing. Not because it changed my identity, Not because it proved anything, but because it was contact without shame. A man kissing me didn't have to mean anything beyond the moment, unless I wanted it to. For a while, I let myself enjoy that. And then the mirror turned. It happened with a different man, a week later, on a night I went out as Claire without my friends. Just me, craving the buzz of a bar and the ease of anonymity. It felt brave to go alone. It also felt like stepping into deep water. The bar was smaller than Mary's, darker, with a sticky floor and a jukebox that kept choosing sad songs. I sat at the bar, nursing a drink, letting the room blur around me. A man slid onto the stool beside me like he'd been waiting. He was older, handsome in a sharp way, wearing a crisp shirt and an expensive watch. He smelled like cologne and confidence. He looked at me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Well," he said, "aren't you a treat?" The phrasing made my skin prickle, but I smiled politely. Old reflex. "What's your name?" he asked. "Claire," I said. He grinned. "Of course it is," he said, and I couldn't tell if he meant it as a compliment or a joke. He asked where I lived, what I was doing tonight, whether I was looking. His questions weren't curious. They were transactional. His gaze kept dropping to my chest, my legs, the curve the dress created, like he was inventorying me. When he asked if he could buy me a drink, I said yes, because I hadn't yet learned how to refuse early. I told myself I was being friendly. I told myself I was overreacting. He leaned closer. "You have a boyfriend?" he asked. "No," I said. "Good," he said, like that was the correct answer. He pulled his phone out and angled it slightly toward us. "Let's get a picture," he said. The request hit like ice. A picture, evidence, a file, something that could be shared. My heart hammered. I thought of my old fear, being found out, being posted, being reduced to a meme, being turned into someone else's entertainment. I thought of Brent's voice, my little secret. I took a breath, and the new part of me, the part that had learned to leave, stood up inside my chest. "No photos," I said. He blinked, surprised. "What?" "No photos," I repeated, voice steady. "I'm not comfortable with it." He laughed like I was flirting. "Come on," he said. "It's just a picture. You look hot." My stomach tightened. Hot wasn't a compliment right now. It was a push. "I said no," I said, more firmly. His smile sharpened into annoyance. "Why? You married?" he asked, sneering slightly, like he was trying to find the reason that would shame me into compliance. I felt heat rise, but not the old, embarrassed heat. Anger. Protective anger. "Because I don't want to," I said. "That's enough." He stared at me for a beat, then scoffed. "Fine," he muttered, and turned away, scrolling on his phone like I'd bored him. My hands shook slightly around my glass. My chest felt tight. But underneath the fear, there was something clean and bright. I had said no, not apologized, not explained, not negotiated, just no. I stayed for another drink, mostly because I didn't want him to feel like he'd chased me out. Then I left, walking home with my heels in my hand and my heart pounding. The city air felt cold against my cheeks. When I got home, I stood in front of my mirror and looked at myself, wig slightly askew, lipstick smudged, mascara threatening to migrate. I whispered, "No photos," again, like I was practicing, like I was building the muscle in my mouth. The next boundary came in the form of a word. It was at a different bar, on a different night, when a man named Tristan approached me with a grin and said, "Hey, sissy." The word landed like something rotten. It wasn't that the word was inherently evil. It was that it didn't belong to me. It carried a tone, a history, a vibe of being reduced to a category that made my skin crawl. It turned my femininity into something degrading and performative, something done for someone else's amusement. My body reacted instantly, Stomach clench, throat tighten, old panic rising. Tristan smiled as if he'd paid me a compliment. "You're cute," he added. "I love—" "No," I cut in, and the sharpness of my own voice startled me. "Don't call me that." Tristan blinked. "What?" he asked, like the concept of objection didn't compute. "I don't like that word," I said, slower, steadying myself. "Don't use it for me." For a second, I braced for mockery, for aggression, for the familiar punishment of being difficult. Instead, Tristan lifted his hand slightly. "Oh," he said. "Okay, sorry. What should I call you?" The question surprised me into softness. "Claire," I said. "Or just say hi like a normal person." Tristan laughed, a little sheepish. "Okay," he said. "Hi, Claire. I'm Tristan." We talked for a few minutes. Tristan wasn't my type, and the initial word had left a bad taste, but the fact that he apologized, adjusted, and continued like it was normal did something important. It proved that boundaries weren't always a battle. Sometimes they were just information. I walked away later with my heart steadier. In my notebook, I wrote, "When I name what doesn't feel good, I make room for what does." The third boundary was harder because it required not just refusing something, but admitting something I wanted. It happened with Eli. We were at my apartment, a quiet Friday night, the city noise soft through the windows. We'd been kissing on my couch, slow and warm. Eli's hands were gentle, asking with pauses, letting me guide him. It was tender in a way that made me ache. At one point, Eli brushed his thumb over my nail, still painted nude, and smiled. "You look pretty like this," he murmured. Pretty. The word lit me up and scared me at the same time. Eli shifted closer, his mouth at my ear. "Do you ever want to be Claire when you're with someone?" he asked quietly. The question made my breath catch. Part of me wanted to say no immediately, to keep intimacy in the realm of masculine me, because it felt safer, because it matched the world's script. Another part of me, the hungry part, wanted to say yes so badly it hurt. I swallowed. "Sometimes," I admitted. Eli nodded, not pushing. "We could," he said softly. "If you want. We don't have to. I just want you to feel like you can be all of you with me." My throat tightened. All of you. The phrase was a door. I stared at Eli's face, open, kind, patient, and felt my chest ache with gratitude and fear. "I like that," I said, voice trembling. "The idea. I like being seen, but I'm scared." Eli nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. "We go slow." In that moment, my voice did something new. Instead of being a plea, "Please don't leave, please don't judge, please accept me," it became a map. Yes, I like that. The words were small, but they mattered. They were a boundary too, in their own way, permission for desire. We didn't do anything that night beyond kissing and talking, bodies close, but not rushing. We made tea and sat on the floor, legs tangled, and Eli told me a story about his first crush on a boy in high school and how terrified he'd been. I told him about my box under the bed, about Emma leaving, about moving to LA, like a person jumping off a cliff. Eli listened without making it about him. He asked gently, "Do you want to be held?" And when I said yes, he wrapped his arms around me and just stayed. Later, after he left, I stood in my bathroom and practiced saying the phrases out loud, like mantras. "No photos. No, that word doesn't feel good. Yes, I like that." And then, the hardest one, stop. I practiced it quietly, staring at my own reflection. Stop, stop, stop. Because stop wasn't just a word. It was a claim to my body. It was a refusal to be swept into someone else's agenda. It was a boundary that didn't require justification. The first time I used it out loud was with a man named Jordan. Jordan was charming, funny, handsome, in a boyish way. We met at a bar, flirted, exchanged numbers. He texted me a lot, too much, quickly, and I told myself it was sweet. We met again at his place one night, me as Claire, wearing a simple dress and lipstick that made my mouth look like a bruise. Jordan was excited, almost giddy. He complimented me relentlessly, hands on my waist, eyes hungry. The hunger felt flattering at first. Then it started to feel like pressure. He kissed me hard, pushing, his hands moving faster than my comfort. He reached for his phone at one point, and my stomach clenched. "No photos?" I said immediately. Jordan laughed. "I just want to remember you," he said, as if that made it okay. "No," I repeated. "No photos." Jordan sighed, annoyed for a split second, then tossed the phone aside. He kissed me again, harder. His hand moved to a place on my body that made me tense. I tried to relax. I tried to be easy. The old habit of endurance rose. It's fine. It's what people do. Don't be difficult. Don't ruin it. But the tension didn't ease. It sharpened. My body was saying no, even if my mouth hadn't yet learned to keep up. Jordan whispered something in my ear. Another word, another category, and my stomach turned. "No," I said, pulling back slightly. "Don't." He laughed again, dismissed it with a kiss, kept going. Something in me went very still. I placed both palms on his chest and pushed gently but firmly, creating space. "Stop," I said. The room seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. Jordan blinked. "What?" he asked, irritated. "Stop," I repeated louder. My voice did not shake. "I don't like that. I'm done." Jordan's face tightened, annoyance rising. "Seriously?" he scoffed. "You're going to tease me and then—" "No," I cut in, and the clarity in my own voice startled me again. "I'm not teasing you. I'm telling you my boundary. I'm leaving." I stood up, hands steady, and started gathering my things: heels, purse, jacket. My heart hammered, adrenaline surging, but my body moved like it knew what to do. Jordan followed me toward the door, his tone shifting toward sulky. "You didn't have to be so dramatic," he said. I turned and looked at him, letting myself feel the anger without turning it into performance. "It's not dramatic to say stop," I said. "It's basic." Jordan scoffed, but he didn't follow me out. When I stepped into the hallway outside his apartment, the air felt cooler, cleaner. My legs were trembling as I walked to the elevator, but my spine felt straight. Outside, the night was quiet. My rideshare arrived quickly. I got in, stared out the window, and felt my heart pounding like a drum. I expected, afterward, to feel ashamed, to feel like I'd overreacted, to feel like I'd ruined something that could have been fine. I expected my old self to scold me for being difficult. Instead, I felt something else. Relief. My body unclenched in the back seat. I exhaled like I'd been holding my breath for an hour. Tears pricked at my eyes, not from sadness, but from the shock of having protected myself. At home, I washed my face, peeled off lashes, took off the wig, stood in front of the mirror bare and quiet. I said, out loud, to my own reflection, "Good job." The words felt ridiculous and necessary. In the days that followed, I thought about men and the mirror. Dating men while dressed did something complicated to my sense of self. Sometimes it felt freeing, like stepping outside the script of masculinity, like letting desire exist without being policed. Sometimes it felt like being turned into a category, someone's kink, someone's fantasy, someone's secret experience. The difference wasn't the gender of the person in front of me. The difference was whether they saw me as a person, whether they listened, whether they treated my boundaries like facts, not inconveniences, whether they asked what I wanted or assumed they already knew. I realized slowly that my voice was changing, not in pitch, not in some performative feminine way, in function. My voice used to be a plea. Please accept me. Please don't leave. Please don't think I'm weird. Please don't see me too clearly. Now, my voice was becoming a line in the sand. No photos. No, that word doesn't feel good. Yes, I like that. Stop. These weren't just phrases. They were proof that I was no longer negotiating my own safety for someone else's desire. They were proof that I could be seen without surrendering. One night, after another date, this one sweet, this one with a man who held my hand on the sidewalk like it was normal, I came home and opened my notebook. I wrote a sentence that felt like a conclusion and a beginning at once. My boundaries are not walls. They are the shape of my yes. I stared at the line until my eyes stung. Because yes had always been the thing I'd been afraid of. Afraid of wanting. Afraid of being wanted. Afraid of what it meant if I said yes to femininity. Yes to softness. Yes to men. Yes to any part of myself that didn't fit the story people expected. Now I was learning that yes could only be real if no was real too. That voice could be a boundary, not a plea. And in that realization, I felt something settle, quiet, steady, earned. Not clarity handed to me by someone else. Clarity built in my own mouth. The first time someone asked me directly what I was, it wasn't a stranger, and it wasn't a date. It was Jay, sitting cross-legged on the floor of my living room with a bowl of popcorn between us, as if we were about to watch a movie instead of dissect my existence. It was a Tuesday night, the kind of night LA makes deceptively ordinary. Warm air, traffic noise like distant surf, my curtains fluttering slightly from the open window. My apartment smelled faintly of lotion and popcorn, and the incense Cass always brought over, even when no one asked. The lights were soft. The vibe was safe. Jay didn't ask like it was a challenge. They asked like it was curiosity with care. "What words feel good to you?" they said, tossing a popcorn kernel into their mouth. Like, when you're talking to yourself. My stomach tightened anyway. Labels had always felt like high stakes. Like choosing the wrong one meant you'd be accused of lying, or worse, of not knowing yourself enough to deserve respect. "I don't know," I said, which had become my most honest sentence. Jay nodded like that was allowed. "Okay," they said, "but you've been trying things on. I can tell. You're doing the I'm thinking about it in the shower face." I laughed, because they were right, and because it was embarrassing to be seen that clearly. I stared at the popcorn bowl for a moment, watching my own hand reach in and pick up a piece. My nails were painted a soft mauve now, not subtle anymore. I'd worn them like that to work, and survived. The world had adjusted, or maybe the world hadn't been paying attention the way I'd always feared. I keep wanting there to be a correct answer, I admitted. Jay's expression softened. "Yeah," they said, "that's normal. It's comforting. Like if you find the word, you find the door, and everything makes sense." Door. The metaphor landed. Because that was how I'd treated identity my whole life. Like a locked door. Like there was a room labeled "Who I Am," and if I found the right key, it would open and reveal the truth. One neat thing. But the door metaphor also carried the fear. If you open the wrong door, you're trespassing. If you choose the wrong label, you're a fraud. I sat back against the couch and let the air from the open window wash over my skin. Somewhere outside, someone laughed. The city didn't care about my existential paperwork. "I tried Crossdresser first," I said quietly. Jay's eyebrows lifted slightly. "How did it feel?" they asked. I made a face. "Accurate," I admitted. "Technically. Like, yes. I wear women's clothes. But it also feels..." I searched for the word. "Small. Like it makes it about clothes and not about everything else." Jay nodded, thoughtful. "Yeah," they said. "Like it's a behavior, not an identity." Exactly. The relief of being understood made my chest loosen. "I tried gender fluid too," I continued. "Because it feels like I move. Like sometimes I'm more masculine, sometimes I'm more feminine. Sometimes I feel like Claire is right under my skin, and sometimes I feel like just me. I paused. But then I worry I'm using it wrong, like I'm not fluid enough, or I'm fluid in the wrong way. Jay snorted. There's no gender fluid police, they said, and if there are, I will fight them. I laughed, but the insecurity remained. It's not that, I said. It's that I'm scared of claiming something I don't deserve, like I'm borrowing language that isn't mine. Jay's gaze held mine. Language is for you, they said, not the other way around. I swallowed. The sentence hit like a small, clean truth. I picked at a loose thread on a pillow, buying time. I tried non-binary in my head, I admitted, because sometimes I don't feel like man explains me fully. Like, the way I want to be feminine isn't just a guy in a dress. It feels deeper. It feels like my spirit has more than one shape. And Jay's face softened, almost tender. Yeah, they said quietly. But, I continued, voice tightening, I don't feel like I'm not a man. I don't hate being a man. I don't feel like I'm lying when I say he. I just also want to be she sometimes. Or maybe always, in a different way. The contradiction made my chest ache. Jay leaned forward slightly. That doesn't have to be a contradiction, they said. My throat tightened. I know, I whispered. But my brain keeps treating it like one, like I have to pick a team. Jay smiled gently. Welcome to the binary hangover, they said. It's a real condition. I laughed, then went quiet again. There were other labels too, ones I'd tried on like shirts in a dressing room, queer, gender nonconforming, femme, bisexual. That one was still a question mark that made my stomach do weird things. Queer man felt close sometimes, an umbrella big enough for complexity, but it also felt like it belonged to a community I was still learning how to enter without flinching. And then there was the simplest word, the one that haunted me because it was both obvious and terrifying. Man. I had spent years performing manhood the way you perform a role you're afraid to lose. Strong, stable, uncomplicated, a future husband, a safe bet. But man could also mean something else, couldn't it? It could mean a body and a history and a pronoun that still felt true. It didn't have to mean the erasure of everything feminine in me. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I glanced down. A text from Rue. Drinks tomorrow? Also, I found a jacket for Claire that would make her look like a lesbian rock star. I smiled despite myself. The fact that Rue could say Claire like it was normal still made my chest warm. Jay followed my glance and smiled too. See? They said. Your life is already building itself around your truth. The words will catch up. The words will catch up. I stared at the popcorn bowl again, at the salt on my fingertips, at my painted nails catching the lamplight. I felt something shift inside me. Not a revelation, more like a slow settling. Like the part of me that wanted one perfect label was getting tired. Maybe the reason none of the labels fit perfectly was because I was treating them like doors. Locked. Singular. Final. But what if identity wasn't a door? What if it was a house? A house with multiple rooms. Rooms you could move between. Rooms that could all belong to you without needing to collapse into one. I sat up straighter, the thought making my chest feel lighter. I looked around my apartment, the living room that had become a safe place, the kitchen where my notebook lived, the dresser drawer where lipstick and wigs had become ordinary objects. I thought of Claire not as a costume, but as a room I visited and lived in sometimes, a room that made me breathe. I thought of me, my legal name, my masculine presentation at work, the way I still liked being called he. Another room, not fake, just one part of the house. I thought of the emotional closet I'd been unlocking, the room where softness lived, the room where grief lived, the room where desire lived, all of it connected, all of it mine. I think, I said slowly, and my voice felt different. steadier, less apologetic. I'm tired of trying to pick one word to make me legitimate. Jay nodded, eyes warm. Yeah, they said. What would it feel like if you didn't have to? My throat tightened. Relief, I admitted. Jay smiled. Then do that, they said. I breathed in. The air smelled like popcorn and warm night. I tried the sentence out loud, like you try on a new outfit, like you let it sit on your tongue and see if it fits the shape of your mouth. I'm a man, I said first. It landed with steadiness, not a lie, not a cage, a fact. Then I added carefully, I'm feminine. That one made my chest flutter, like it was a claim I'd been afraid to make because femininity had always felt like a thing you borrowed or stole. But saying it plainly made it feel like ownership. Then, the hardest part, the part that made my throat ache. I'm also her. Her. Claire. The person who came alive under wig hair and lipstick. The person who danced without scanning for danger. The person who laughed like she deserved the space. Saying it out loud didn't feel like pretending. It felt like recognition. I stared at the floor for a moment, breath shallow. Jay didn't speak. They didn't fill the silence with congratulations or analysis. They just let the sentence exist, like it deserved air. Something in my eyes stung. I blinked hard. And I don't have to disappear to be real, I finished, voice quieter but firm. The words landed in the room like a soft bell. My chest loosened so suddenly it almost hurt. Jay's eyes shone. They didn't clap or cheer. They just nodded slowly, deeply, like they were witnessing something sacred. Yeah, they said softly. That's it. I laughed weakly, wiping at the corner of my eye. It sounds so simple, I said, and my voice cracked slightly. Why did it take me this long? Jay shrugged, gentle. Because you were surviving, they said. Because the world tells you there's one right way to be real. Because shame is loud. Because fear is persuasive. They paused. But you're here now. Here now. The phrase curled around my ribs like warmth. I nodded. Later, after Jay left, I stayed on the couch for a long time in the soft light, listening to the city outside. The idea of the house in my mind kept expanding. Room after room, each one lit. The room where I was a man at work, competent, steady, quietly softening. The room where Claire lived, glittery and tender and bold. The room where I liked women, and the room where I liked men, and the hallway between them that didn't need to be a crisis. The room where I grieved Emma, not as a punishment, but as a proof that I had loved. The room where I learned boundaries, where my voice had become a line in the sand. The room where I still didn't know everything, where uncertainty lived like an open window. None of it canceled the other. That night, I went to my dresser and opened the drawer where my makeup lived. I pulled out the lipstick and held it in my hand. I didn't put it on. I just held it, feeling the cool plastic, the weight of the object that had once felt like a dangerous secret. I went to my notebook and opened to a blank page. At the top, I wrote, not a door, a house. Then, underneath, I wrote the sentence again, the one that had finally felt like mine. I'm a man. I'm feminine. I'm also her. I don't have to disappear to be real. I underlined it once. Not because it was final, not because it solved everything, but because it was a place to stand. When I closed the notebook and turned off the light, the darkness felt less like hiding and more like rest. I lay in bed and listened to my own breathing. For the first time, the air didn't feel like something I had to earn. It felt like something I was allowed to take. I put it off for weeks, not because I didn't know I needed to do it, but because knowing you need to do something and being able to do it are different species of courage. The truth had become easier in Los Angeles because I was surrounded by people who treated truth like oxygen. Cass could say, Claire, in the courtyard, like it was weather. Jay could ask, gently, what words felt good, and then let me find my own. Rue could text, both of you, with a smiley face, and make it feel like warmth instead of a split. But my life before still existed, threaded through my phone and old contacts and group chats and the steady pulse of my mother's worry. And Emma existed too. Not as my fiancé, not as my future, but as a person whose name still sat in my messages, like a bruise you keep touching to see if it still hurts. I hadn't spoken to her since the night she texted, "Please don't call tonight." We'd handled logistics through email afterward, short and careful. She'd come once with Maya to pick up the last of her things from the apartment back home while I was already gone. Maya had texted me afterward, "We got everything. Take care." Emma never said take care. That was Maya's language, a buffer. I told myself it was better this way, clean, quiet, less damage. But in the weeks after I arrived in LA, after Mary's, after the notebook pages, and the new room in my mind that contained her, Claire, I kept feeling the same pressure in my chest. I didn't want to keep living, like this was only real in one zip code. I didn't want to be two people, depending on who was looking. Not anymore. That didn't mean I needed to come out to everyone. Selective, I reminded myself. Coming out isn't a single fireworks moment. It's a series of choices about safety and intimacy. It's a practice. But there was one person from before who had earned the truth, even if it came late. Not because I owed it to them, because I wanted to stop carrying it, like a secret between my ribs. It wasn't my mother. Not yet. The thought of her voice, the immediate panic, the questions, the way she would blame herself, made my stomach knot. It wasn't my father, who I hadn't even considered. It wasn't Emma, at least, not as the first one. Emma felt like too much weight for a first attempt. It was my sister. Lily had always been my favorite person to talk to when I wasn't pretending to be invincible. She was 2 years younger than me, blunt in a way that could be cruel if it wasn't rooted in love. She had a laugh that cracked open rooms. She had come out as bisexual in college with a shrug and a "yes, so?" and watched our mother spin for a week before eventually settling into cautious acceptance. Lily had always been braver than me. She also had known me the longest, which made the idea of telling her feel like stepping into the brightest light. On a Sunday afternoon, after I'd cleaned my apartment and reorganized my makeup drawer for no reason other than nerves, I sat at my kitchen table with my phone in front of me and stared at Lily's name. My hands were sweating. My stomach churned. I opened my notebook and flipped to the page where I'd written the sentence Jay had helped me find. I'm a man. I'm feminine. I'm also her. I don't have to disappear to be real. I read it twice, like it was a spell. Then I closed the notebook and picked up my phone. I didn't give myself time to overthink. I hit call. It rang 3 times. Each ring made my heart punch harder. On the 4th, Lily answered. "Hi," she said, and her voice was warm and slightly suspicious, as if she knew my calls usually came with purpose. "You're alive." I let out a shaky laugh. "Yeah," I said. "Hi." "Okay," Lily said, dragging the word out. "What's up? You never call on Sundays unless you're dying or you have a secret baby." The joke should have relaxed me. It made my throat tighten. "I'm not dying," I said. "No baby." "Then," Lily said, "you're calling because you're sad, or because you're about to say something serious. Which one is it?" "Both," I thought. I stared at my kitchen wall, at the sunlight falling across it. I could hear faint traffic outside. I could hear Lily moving around on her end, maybe making coffee, maybe pacing. She was the kind of person who couldn't sit still for emotional conversations either. "Can you talk for a minute?" I asked. Lily's voice softened immediately. "Yeah," she said. "Of course. What's going on?" The question landed like a hand extended. My chest tightened. "I moved to LA," I said, starting with the obvious. "You know that." "Yeah," Lily said. You still haven't told me if you like it. I do, I said quickly. I do. It's good. It's been good. I swallowed. But that's not why I'm calling. Silence on the line. Not awkward. Attentive. Lily waited. I took a breath. In through my nose, out through my mouth. Jay's voice in my head. You're allowed to be a question for a while. Cass's voice. Training wheels. Emma left, I said, and my voice wavered, even though I'd said it to myself 1,000 times. I know you know that. Mom told you. Lily's exhale was audible. Yeah, she said gently. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to call, but I didn't know what you needed. I didn't know either, I admitted. Lily gave a small hum, the sound she made when she wanted to encourage without pushing. Okay, she said. So what do you need now? This was it. The moment. My mouth went dry. I'm calling because... I began, then stopped, because my tongue didn't want to cooperate. I forced myself to continue. Because there's something about me that I've kept hidden my whole life. And I'm tired. And I don't want to keep living like I'm split. The words came out uneven, but they were true. On the other end, Lily didn't interrupt. She didn't joke. Her silence steadied me. I swallowed hard. I've always cross-dressed, I said, and even saying the word made heat crawl up my neck. Like, since I was a kid. I used to steal your clothes when you were out. I'm sorry. There was a pause. A beat. Then Lily let out a short laugh. Not mocking, not cruel. Just startled. Oh my God, she said. You were the one. My stomach dropped. What? The missing tights, Lily said, and her voice held a kind of amazed amusement. The skirt that ended up inside out. I blamed my friends. I blamed myself. I thought I was losing my mind. I blinked hard, stunned by the normalcy of her response. You knew? I asked. I suspected something, Lily said, and then her tone softened. Not exactly that, but yeah. I knew you were hiding something. You always have. The sentence hit me like a bruise and a balm at once, because it was true. I swallowed. I didn't tell Emma, I admitted, voice cracking slightly. Not once. And I think that's part of why she left. Not because of the clothes. Because I kept a whole part of myself behind glass. Lily was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentler than usual. Yeah, she said. I can see that. The honesty stung. It also felt like respect. I go out sometimes now, I said, words coming faster, as if once the door opened, it couldn't close. I have friends here. Queer friends. They helped me. My throat tightened. I have a name. When I'm dressed. A name, Lily repeated softly. Claire, I said, and the name felt strangely intimate on my tongue in my sister's ear. Lily was quiet for a beat. Hi, Claire, she said then, voice warm and steady. My eyes burned instantly. I pressed my fingers to my eyelids, ashamed of how close I was to crying. Hi, I whispered, and my voice broke slightly. Lily didn't comment on the tears. She just kept talking, grounding me. Okay, she said. So, what do you need from me? The question made me swallow. I don't know, I admitted. I think I needed someone from home to know, not to fix anything, not to... I hesitated, and a sharp pain bloomed. Not to get Emma back. Lily's voice sharpened, protective. Are you trying to get her back? She asked. No, I said quickly. No, I can't. It wouldn't be fair. I exhaled. I don't want her to be the only person who mattered, who never got to meet the whole me. Lily was quiet. Then she said carefully, Do you want to tell her? The question landed like a weight. I stared at my kitchen table, at the sunlight stripe. I don't know, I admitted. Part of me does. Not to make her feel guilty, not to prove anything, just to stop the story from being only what she thinks it is. Lily hummed. Yeah, she said. That makes sense. But also, she's not entitled to it now, if it would hurt you. The fact that Lily framed it as protection of me, not of Emma, made my chest tighten. I'm scared, I admitted. I'm scared you'll see me differently. Lily snorted, the bluntness returning like a familiar blanket. I see you differently every time you get a haircut, she said. That's not the point. The laugh that escaped me was shaky, but real. Then Lily's voice softened again. Listen, she said. I'm not going to pretend I have all the right words, and I might mess up sometimes. Like, I might say something stupid. But I love you. You're my brother. And if dressing up makes you feel like you can breathe, then okay. I want you to breathe. The sentence hit me cleanly. The tightness in my chest loosened. A tear slipped down my cheek anyway. Thank you, I whispered. Lily made a small sound. Also, she added lighter, I'm kind of offended you didn't come to me sooner because I would have been amazing at makeup. I laughed through the tears, wiping my face with the heel of my hand. I know, I said. I was stupid. You weren't stupid, Lily corrected immediately. You were scared. There's a difference. The correction felt like a gift. We talked for a while longer. Not just about Claire, about LA, about my job, about the ways our family still felt like a maze. Lily asked if I was safe. I told her about Cass and Jay and Milo, about Rue and Ren. Lily sounded relieved to know I wasn't alone. Before we hung up, Lily said, Do you want me to tell Mom? My stomach clenched instantly. No, I said quickly. Not yet. Please. Okay, Lily said. Your timeline. But don't wait forever. Mom is annoying, but she loves you. She can handle more than you think. I swallowed. I know, I whispered. I wasn't sure I believed it, but I wanted to. After we hung up, my apartment felt too quiet. I stood at my kitchen counter and stared at nothing for a long time, phone still warm in my hand. My heart was still pounding, but the panic had shifted. It wasn't the panic of being exposed. It was the adrenaline after jumping and realizing you hadn't died. I survived it. The response wasn't perfect. Lily had laughed. She'd been blunt. She'd mentioned the missing tights, like it was a sitcom. But it was real. It was kind. It was human. It didn't turn me into a monster or a joke. And the most surprising part was what happened afterward. The shame didn't come. Not the old shame. Not the corrosive self-hatred. There was embarrassment. Yes, being known is always a little embarrassing. But shame, the kind that makes you want to crawl out of your skin, didn't show up to collect its fee. Instead, there was relief. The next day, Lily texted me. Tell Claire I expect pics when she's ready. Also, I love you. Also, don't forget to eat vegetables. Also, LA better not turn you into one of those people who buys crystals. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped my phone. Then my laughter faded, and I stared at the message again, feeling something soften in my chest. Tell Claire. Like she was real enough to reference. Like she was allowed to exist in family language. That night, sitting on my couch with my notebook open, I wrote, Coming out isn't a confession. It's an invitation. Then, underneath, I wrote, Lily knows. I'm still here. I should have stopped there. Selective, safe, training wheels. But once you let one person from before see you, it changes the internal calculus. It makes other truths feel less impossible. A week later, after a long day that left me restless and raw, I found Emma's name in my phone again. I didn't call. Not yet. The ache still lived there, sharp and tender. But I opened our old message thread and stared at the last thing she'd sent. Please don't call tonight. It had been months now. Not tonight had turned into not ever. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I typed, then deleted. Typed, then deleted again. Finally, I wrote one sentence and let it sit there without sending. I want to tell you something true, not to change the past, but to stop living split. I stared at the sentence until my eyes stung. Then I saved it in my notes instead of sending it. Not because I was cowardly, though maybe I was, but because I wasn't sure yet what I wanted from Emma's knowing. I wasn't sure if it would be healing or self-punishment. But the fact that I could even write it without spiraling felt like progress. For now, Lily knowing was enough. One thread of my old life had been tied to my new one. The split had narrowed. The two closets, clothes and emotion, had cracked open further. And in the quiet after telling someone from before, I realized something that made my chest feel strangely steady. I didn't need everyone to know. I just needed to stop treating my truth like a bomb. I needed to let it be what it was. Real, imperfect, survivable. And I had. I had said it out loud to someone who'd known me since childhood. Someone who could remember my awkward teenage years and my worst haircuts. Someone who could tease me and still love me. I had told her about Claire. The world didn't end. I was still here. And quietly, undeniably, I felt a little more whole. The invitation came the way most things in my building did. Casual, inevitable, delivered like it was already part of my life. A note taped to the inside of the courtyard gate, written in looping marker on bright yellow paper. Apartment 3C, Friday night, 8 p.m. Come say hi / bring a drink / music plus snacks. No pressure, yes vibes. Cass saw it first and made a delighted sound loud enough to qualify as an announcement. Oh my God, they said, pointing like it was a billboard. We're going. Jay leaned in to read, smiling. Oh, I know them, they said. They just moved in last month. They're sweet. Milo squinted. No pressure, he read out loud, and then looked at me. Our building motto. Rue, perched on the steps with a cigarette she never actually smoked, exhaled theatrically. Okay, she said. We need snacks. We can't show up empty-handed like straight people. I laughed, and the laugh felt easy, like it belonged in the courtyard. All week, the party sat in my mind like a small, bright coin I kept turning over. A neighbor's apartment party shouldn't have felt high stakes. It wasn't a first date or a drag night or a big event. It was, on paper, just people in a building drinking and laughing in close quarters. But that was exactly why it mattered. Special occasions were easy. Special occasions came with permission. Drag night at Mary's was a place designed for spectacle and boldness. Being Claire there felt like wearing the correct uniform. Going out dressed on a special night still let me frame it as an event, a contained world with rules. A neighbor's party was different. It was ordinary life. If I went as Claire, it wouldn't be because it was required. It would be because I wanted to. That distinction made my stomach flutter with nervousness and something like pride. On Friday evening, I stood in my bedroom staring at my closet, the party already starting downstairs in the form of distant laughter and music seeping through the courtyard like perfume. I had already showered. My skin smelled clean. My nails were painted a glossy plum, a color that made my hands look deliberate. My makeup bag sat open on the dresser like a familiar friend. The wig lay beside it, brushed and ready. I didn't feel like I was sneaking anymore. I felt like I was choosing. Still, my hand hovered over my normal clothes for a moment. The jeans, the sweater, the safe silhouette. It would be easier. It would be less attention. It would be less everything. Then I thought of Lily's text. Tell Claire I expect pics when she's ready, and felt warmth in my chest. I thought of my notebook. Not a door. A house. I thought of the phrases I'd practiced. No photos. Stop. Yes, I like that. And I realized the next boundary I needed to practice was the simplest one. I'm allowed to wear what I want. So I pulled Claire out of the closet like it was the most normal thing in the world. Not a dress this time. Something softer. I chose a high-waisted black skirt that fell to mid-calf and moved when I walked, paired with a cream sweater tucked in slightly at the waist. The silhouette wasn't sexy in the obvious way. It was elegant, comfortable, like something a woman might wear to a friend's party and not think twice about. The shoes were black boots with a low heel. Still a click, still a lift, but stable enough that I wouldn't spend the night bracing. I did my makeup slowly. Not full glam, not drag energy. Just me, as her, in warm light. A little foundation, a touch of concealer, soft eyeshadow, eyeliner thin and controlled, mascara that made my lashes look like punctuation, a rosy blush, subtle, lipstick in a muted berry that felt like a quiet confidence. When I put the wig on, it settled with familiarity, the hair brushing my shoulders. I adjusted the part, smoothed the sides, checked the line near my forehead. In the mirror, Claire looked back at me with calm eyes. Not theatrical, not nervous, just present. My phone buzzed with a text from Cass. "We are starting. Come down. Also, you better be dressed." I laughed, and the laugh wasn't tense. It was fond. "Okay," I whispered to my reflection. "Let's go." The hallway outside my apartment smelled like someone's dinner and incense. I locked my door and stepped out. The click of my boots on tile sounded sharp, familiar. My heart beat faster, but not in panic. More like anticipation. As I walked toward the courtyard, I realized something quietly incredible. I wasn't imagining disaster anymore. I wasn't imagining people pointing or laughing or demanding explanations. I was imagining conversations, warm lights, music, normal. The party was in 3C, which faced the courtyard. The door was open, and warm amber light spilled out, turning the hallway into something softer. Music pulsed from inside. Not club bass, but something danceable. A playlist built for mingling. Laughter rose and fell. Someone had hung string lights in the living room, the kind that make everything feel like a memory while it's happening. Cass and Rue were already inside, holding cups, their bodies loose with comfort. Jay stood near the kitchen talking to someone, their hands expressive. Milo waved at me from across the room like he'd been waiting. When Cass saw me, their face lit up like a stage light. "Oh!" they yelled, loud enough to draw attention. Okay. Look at you." Heat rose in my cheeks, but the warmth of it wasn't shame. It was the body responding to being noticed. Rue looked me up and down and made a low, appreciative sound. "Claire," she said, like she was greeting royalty. "You look like you own a bookstore, and you're about to ruin someone's life." "Thank you," I said, laughing. "It's a compliment," Rue assured me. Jay turned and smiled warmly. "You look beautiful," they said, and the word landed softly and stayed. No one in the room looked confused. No one looked offended. A few people glanced my way and smiled like it was normal. It was normal. The living room was crowded but not claustrophobic, bodies moving easily around each other. The air smelled like popcorn and citrus and something spicy simmering in the kitchen. A coffee table was covered in snacks, chips, hummus, sliced fruit, brownies. People stood in clusters talking with the casual intimacy of neighbors who had become a community. The host, an androgynous person with short hair and a bright grin, approached me with a cup in their hand. "Hi," they said. "I'm Sam. I live here. Welcome." "Hi," I said, and gave my name, then hesitated, then added, "Claire," because that's what I was tonight. "Hi, Claire," Sam said without blinking. "I love your sweater. It's giving cool teacher who reads poetry." I laughed, delighted and embarrassed. "Thank you," I said. Sam gestured toward the kitchen. "Drinks are there, snacks are everywhere, bathroom is down the hall. Please steal brownies. That's what they're for." "Will do," I said, and Sam moved on, making the room feel even more easy. I found myself near the kitchen with Milo, who was talking animatedly to a guy about a new taco place. Cass drifted from group to group, like a social butterfly, with a mission. Rue leaned against the counter, looking like she belonged there effortlessly. I sipped a drink, something fizzy with lime, and let myself just be, not performing, not checking my posture constantly, not worrying about whether my voice matched. When I spoke, it came out in the cadence I used when I was relaxed, which was slightly softer, slightly less clipped. People leaned in and listened. People laughed at my jokes. People asked me normal questions: where I worked, how long I'd been in LA, what I liked so far. No one asked me to explain why I was dressed. No one asked me what I really was. It felt like stepping into a world where the question had stopped being urgent. At some point, I wandered toward the balcony to get air. The sliding door was open, and the night breeze carried the scent of the lemon tree from the courtyard below. A few people stood outside chatting quietly, looking out at the lights of the neighborhood. That's where I saw her. She was leaning against the balcony railing with a drink in her hand, watching the city like she was doing math in her head. She wore jeans and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. Her face was expressive in a subtle way, eyebrows that made small, amused movements, a mouth that looked like it knew how to smile without needing to perform it. She wasn't dressed in a way that screamed for attention, but she was magnetic anyway, grounded in her own skin. When she turned and caught me looking, she smiled, a small, gentle curve. "Hi," she said. "Hi," I said back, suddenly aware of my own body again. The old instinct: don't be weird, don't be too much. She tilted her head slightly, eyes warm. "I'm Nadia," she said. "Nadia," I repeated, and gave my name. Then, after a beat, "Claire." Nadia's expression didn't change. She nodded like she'd been handed a normal introduction. "Hi, Claire," she said. "Nice to meet you." The simplicity of it made my chest loosen. We stood for a moment in companionable silence, the music from inside muffled by the balcony door. The city hummed beyond us, lights scattered like spilled glitter. Nadia glanced at my drink. "Is it good?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "It tastes like lime and optimism." Nadia laughed softly. "That's most of LA," she said. Her laugh wasn't loud. It was warm. It made something in me soften. "What do you do?" I asked, because it was the easiest conversation door to open. Nadia took a sip of her drink and shrugged. "Math," she said. I blinked. "Math?" I echoed, because it sounded like she'd said weather. Nadia smiled, amused at my reaction. "I'm a mathematician," she clarified. "I work at a research institute. Mostly I stare at problems until they either collapse or I do." I laughed, surprised. "That sounds intense." "It's just stubbornness with better branding," Nadia said. Her eyes flicked over my face with a gentle attentiveness, as if she was cataloging me without judgment. "What about you?" I told her briefly about my job, enough to be honest without being boring. Nadia listened with the same focus I'd seen in Celeste, present, anchored. But Nadia's energy was different, less caretaker, more amused observer, like she watched the world with curiosity instead of obligation. After a few minutes, Nadia said, "Can I ask you something?" My stomach fluttered. The phrase had become loaded in my life lately. Sometimes it led to tenderness. Sometimes it led to interrogation. "Sure," I said carefully. Nadia's gaze held mine, gentle. "Do you always introduce yourself as Claire?" she asked. "Or does it depend?" The question was direct, but it didn't feel like a test. It felt like genuine curiosity. Data gathering, not policing. "It depends," I admitted. "Claire is when I'm dressed like this. But I'm also me. Like I'm a man. I'm feminine. I'm also her." The sentence came out almost verbatim from my notebook, and hearing it in my own voice steadied me. I'm figuring out how to live it without making it a secret. Nadia nodded slowly, as if the answer made sense in her mind. "That's elegant," she said. I blinked. "Elegant?" Nadia smiled. "I mean, it's not binary," she said, and her tone held no academic pretension, just clarity. You're not forcing yourself into a box to make other people comfortable. You're describing what's true. The words landed in my chest like warmth, not validation in a desperate way, just recognition. Thank you, I said, and meant it. Nadia took another sip of her drink, eyes on the city. I like people who can sit with ambiguity, she said. Most people panic and try to solve everything immediately. I laughed softly. I've been most people, I admitted. Nadia turned to look at me again, eyebrows lifting in gentle amusement. And now? She asked. I thought about the last year. Emma leaving, the move, the box, Mary's, Celeste's no, the dates that taught me boundaries. Now I'm trying not to, I said. Nadia's smile widened slightly. Good, she said. Ambiguity is where the interesting stuff lives. The sentence could have been a math statement, a life statement, a flirting statement. I felt my stomach flutter again, this time with something like excitement. Inside, someone changed the playlist, and the music shifted to something slower, more sensual. The party noise rose for a moment, then settled. Nadia glanced toward the door. Do you want to go back in? She asked. Or do you like the balcony quiet? The balcony quiet is nice, I said honestly. Nadia nodded. Yeah, she said. It's like a proof break. I laughed. A proof break? Nadia made a small, self-deprecating face. Sorry, she said. I talk like a nerd when I'm relaxed. I like it, I said, before I could stop myself. Nadia's eyebrows lifted slightly. She looked at me with a new kind of attention, still gentle, but sharper, as if something had clicked. Oh, she said softly, amused. Okay. Heat rose in my cheeks again. Not like... I started, reflexively trying to backpedal out of desire. Nadia's smile stayed. No, she said, cutting me off kindly. It's fine. I like being liked. It's efficient. I laughed, startled. Efficient? Nadia shrugged. I'm bisexual, she said casually, like she was stating the weather. I'm used to people getting weird about it. So, I appreciate directness. The way she said bisexual, no apology, no performance, made my chest warm. It felt like another version of the building's motto. Truth is normal here. I'm still figuring myself out, I said, and the sentence felt like honesty instead of an excuse. Nadia nodded. So am I, she said, and the simplicity of it made me blink. She didn't look like someone figuring herself out. She looked like someone who had already built a life and fitted herself comfortably inside it. Nadia's gaze was steady. I'm good at math, she said. I'm not automatically good at intimacy. The sentence hit me quietly hard because it was the kind of honesty I craved. Clear, grounded, not dramatic. I'm not good at intimacy either, I admitted. Nadia hummed, thoughtful. That tracks, she said, and her tone was gently teasing, not cruel. You have recovering closed book energy. I laughed, and the laugh was real. Yeah, I said. That's accurate. We talked for another 20 minutes, just connecting. About the city. About how LA can make you feel anonymous and seen at the same time. About math metaphors. Nadia described relationships like dynamic systems, and I teased her for it, and she rolled her eyes like she expected teasing. About music, about food, about nothing and everything. At some point, Nadia asked, Can I ask you one more thing? Sure, I said, heart fluttering. She glanced at my lips, my lipstick, and then back to my eyes. Do you like being complimented like this? She asked. Like when people call you pretty or gorgeous or whatever? Does that feel good for you? Or is it complicated? The question made my throat tighten. It was the kind of question that required care, the kind of question most people avoided because it was easier to guess and hope you were right. I realized Nadia was offering me something, an opportunity to name my own experience, to set the tone. It feels good, I said slowly. When it's sincere, when it's not a category, I like being called pretty. I swallowed. But I don't like being reduced to a fetish or a joke. I don't like being turned into a thing. Nadia nodded. Got it, she said. No drama, no overreaction, just information received. She smiled then, softer. You're very pretty, she said. And you seem kind, in a way that looks hard-earned. The compliment landed like warmth and gravity at the same time. My chest ached. Thank you, I managed. Nadia took a breath, then asked, Can I touch your sweater? And she said it with a little self-awareness, like she knew it was a weird question. I laughed. Sure, I said. Nadia reached out and brushed the fabric at my sleeve lightly between her fingers. An almost absurdly gentle touch. It's soft, she said, smiling. It suits you. The touch made my skin tingle. Inside, Cass suddenly burst onto the balcony, loud as a firework. Claire, they announced, they are doing shots of something that tastes like regret, and we need you to witness it. Nadia laughed, startled. I laughed too, grateful for the interruption, and also not wanting the moment to end. Cass squinted at Nadia, then at me, then grinned slowly like a villain discovering a plot twist. Oh, they said. Hello. Nadia smiled politely. Hi, she said. Cass extended a hand. I'm Cass, they said. Local menace. And you are? Nadia, she said, shaking Cass's hand calmly, unbothered by Cass's intensity. Cass's grin widened. They turned back to me, eyes sparkling. Okay, they whispered loudly. She's cute, I groaned. Cass, I hissed, mortified. Nadia's smile deepened, amused. It's fine, she said. I am cute. Cass laughed with delight. God, I love confidence, they declared, and then pointed at me again. Come, the shots are happening. I glanced at Nadia. Do you want to come in? I asked, voice soft. Or do you want to stay out here? Nadia considered. I'll come in for a minute, she said. But if they try to make me do shots, I'm leaving. Smart, I said, smiling. We went inside together. The living room felt warmer now, fuller, bodies looser from alcohol and music. Someone was dancing near the couch. Someone was laughing in the kitchen with their head thrown back. The string lights made everyone look softer, as if the room had decided to be kind. Cass shoved a shot into my hand like it was a sacrament. I took it, made a face, laughed. Nadia watched with amused detachment, sipping her drink like she was the only adult in a room of delighted chaos. At some point, Sam, the host, announced, Okay, we're doing a game, and everyone groaned and cheered. It was some ridiculous party game involving drawing and guessing, and Nadia and I ended up on the same team, purely by proximity. She was quietly competitive in a way that made me laugh. She leaned close to whisper answers, her mouth near my ear, her voice warm. Her shoulder brushed mine and stayed. She drew a perfect little diagram for one of the clues like it was a mathematical proof and said, This is obviously a penguin, with complete seriousness. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped the marker. You're ridiculous, I said. Nadia smiled, eyes bright. I contain multitudes, she said, deadpan. The phrase hit me like a wink from the universe. Later, as the party thinned and people started collecting coats and leftovers, Nadia and I found ourselves back near the balcony door, the noise quieter now, the music softer. Nadia looked at me for a long moment, her expression thoughtful. I'm glad I met you, she said, and there was no flirtation in her tone, just honesty. My chest tightened. Me too, I said. Nadia's smile was small. Do you want to get coffee sometime? She asked. Like, actual coffee. Not party drinks and chaos. I'd like to talk to you when neither of us is competing in penguin-based games. I laughed, warmth flooding my face. Yeah, I said. I'd like that. Nadia nodded, as if it was settled. Okay, she said. Text me. We exchanged numbers, fingers brushing when she handed me her phone. The contact felt electric, small, but real. At the door, as she was leaving, Nadia paused and looked me up and down again. Not in a consuming way. Not like a scan. Like appreciation. "You look beautiful tonight," she said. "Not just the clothes. You." My throat tightened. I swallowed. "Thank you," I whispered. Nadia smiled softly, then added with gentle amusement, "Also, I like Claire." The words made my stomach flutter. "I like her too," I admitted, and the sentence didn't feel like a confession. It felt like agreement. Nadia nodded once, satisfied. "Good," she said. "See you soon." When the door closed behind her, I stood in the warm light of my apartment hallway and let my breath out slowly. My friends drifted away to their own apartments. Cass texted me 10 seconds later. "Math girl is a vibe." Milo sent a string of heart emojis. Jay wrote, "She seems really good." I walked into my bedroom and stood in front of the mirror. Claire looked back at me. Soft sweater, berry lips, hair falling like a curtain. But the feeling in my chest wasn't the old hunger for permission. It was something quieter. Recognition. Nadia had looked at me and treated me like a whole person immediately. No decoding, no categorizing, no demanding that I simplify myself to make her desire easier. She'd ask questions that felt like care. She'd listened. She'd laughed gently, not sharply. She'd offered coffee like it was a beginning, not a test. And the most important part, the part that made my chest feel steady, was that I'd gone dressed because I wanted to. Not because it was a special occasion. Not because someone had dared me. Because Claire lived in my house now. Because I was done making my own truth wait for permission. I took the wig off slowly, then the lipstick, then the sweater. I folded everything with care. Not like hiding, like honoring. My boots sat by the bed. My nails caught the light one more time, plumb and glossy. I climbed into bed and stared at the ceiling, the party's warmth still humming through my body. Somewhere down the hall, Nadia was probably washing her face, pulling her hair down, doing her own quiet rituals. Somewhere in her mind, I was perhaps a new variable, a new equation to consider. The thought made my stomach flutter, but it wasn't the flutter of fear. It was the flutter of possibility, the kind that doesn't ask you to disappear to be real. Nadia texted me the next morning like the party hadn't been a dream. "Coffee this week? Also, I'm still thinking about the penguin diagram." I stared at the message with a small, stunned smile on my face. The sunlight in my kitchen was bright. My apartment smelled like stale party air and lemons. My hangover was mild, mostly in my feet. My boots had been kinder than heels, but dancing still leaves a mark. I typed back, "Yes, and my penguin diagram was art. Wednesday?" "Wednesday," Nadia replied. 4 p.m. There's a place on Sunset that doesn't play music loud enough to make me regret my choices. I laughed out loud, alone in my kitchen. We met on Wednesday, and it was quieter than the party in the best way. The coffee shop smelled like espresso and cinnamon, and the kind of paper napkins that disintegrate in your hands. The light was soft through the windows. Nadia sat at a small table near the back with a notebook open, pen in hand, looking like she belonged to the room so completely it made me want to straighten my posture. She looked up when I approached and smiled, small, warm, like she was genuinely pleased. "Hi," she said. "Hi," I said, and slid into the chair across from her. I came as myself. Not because I was hiding, but because I wanted to see what our chemistry looked like without the charge of party glam. I wore a soft button-down and jeans, nails still glossy plum because I liked them, and because I was done treating my own preferences like secrets. Nadia noticed them immediately. "Nice nails," she said, amused. "You're consistent." I smiled. "I'm trying to be," I admitted. She nodded, as if that was both a joke and an important statement. We talked for 2 hours, without noticing time. The conversation moved like it had its own logic, fluid, curious, occasionally nerdy, sometimes unexpectedly intimate. Nadia asked about my move to LA, without prying. She asked about my work, but then asked what I cared about. She told me about the kind of math she did, but in a way that felt like storytelling, not bragging. Patterns, structures, the comfort of something you can prove. At one point, she said, "Math is the only place where I don't have to guess what people mean." And her voice went quiet around the edges. I felt my chest tighten. "People are messy," I said gently. Nadia smiled faintly. "Yes," she said. "You're all very unproof-like." I laughed, and she laughed too, and the laughter made the room feel warmer. When we left, she hesitated on the sidewalk, coffee cup empty in her hand. The street smelled like hot asphalt and jasmine from a nearby bush. Cars whooshed by. Nadia looked at me, her expression thoughtful. "Can I kiss you?" she asked. The question landed with that familiar warmth. Consent as a gift. "Yes," I said. Her kiss was gentle, careful, exploratory. She didn't rush. She didn't try to claim. Her hand rose to my cheek and paused there, warm, steady. When we pulled apart, she looked slightly amused at herself. She said. "Okay." "What?" I asked, smiling. Nadia's eyes flicked to my mouth, then back to my eyes. "I'm going to want to do that again," she said, matter of fact, like she'd just solved for X. Heat rose in my cheeks. "I'd like that," I said. We dated slowly after that, which, for me, felt like learning a new type of patience. There were no immediate declarations, no dramatic intensity, no rush to define what we were. Nadia's affection showed up in small, steady ways. Texts that weren't constant, but were consistent. Coffee dates that turned into walks. A dinner at her place where she cooked something simple and excellent and made a joke about optimizing flavor per unit effort. A night at my apartment where she sat on my couch and watched a movie with me and rested her head on my shoulder like it was normal. I introduced her to Claire on the third date, not because I felt like I had to reveal her, but because I wanted Nadia to meet all the rooms in the house. I told her in advance, over text, "I might dress tonight. No pressure. Just, I want you to meet that part of me if you're open to it." Nadia replied, "I'd like that. Also, please don't stress. I'm not a jury." That sentence made me laugh and breathe at the same time. When she arrived, I opened the door as Claire. Soft sweater, skirt, boots, hair smooth under a wig I'd gotten better at wearing. My makeup was subtle, my lipstick a quiet berry. I felt my heart pounding anyway, because even now, being seen by someone I liked mattered. Nadia paused on the threshold. Her eyes swept over me, hair, lips, outfit, then met mine. She smiled softly. "Hi, Claire," she said. The simplicity of it made my throat tighten. "Hi," I whispered. Nadia stepped inside and kissed me once, gentle, like she was saying hello to a whole person. "You look beautiful," she said. Then, with gentle amusement, "Also, you look like you could scold someone for returning a book late." I laughed, tension spilling out. "That is correct," I said. We sat on the couch, legs angled toward each other, and Nadia asked questions that felt like care. What parts feel good? What parts feel complicated? What words do you like? She listened. She didn't fetishize. She didn't flinch. She treated Claire like a room she was happy to enter, not a spectacle. For a while, it felt almost too easy. Then, about a month in, Nadia said something that shifted the air. It was a Sunday afternoon at her place. Her apartment was cleaner than mine, with books stacked neatly, and a whiteboard in the corner, filled with symbols that looked like another language. We were sitting on her couch, sunlight spilling across the floor. She was tracing idle patterns on my hand with her fingertip, and I felt quiet and safe. Nadia took a breath. I felt the shift before she spoke, like a change in pressure. "I need to tell you something," she said. My stomach fluttered. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Nadia's gaze held mine. "I'm not monogamous," she said simply. Or, I don't think I am. I've tried. I can do it for a while, but it makes me feel smaller. The word smaller hit like a soft punch because it echoed my own fear, shrinking to keep love. I can love someone deeply, Nadia continued carefully, and still want connection with other people, not because the person isn't enough, not because I'm restless or broken. It's just how I'm wired. She paused. I want to be honest with you before this goes further. My throat tightened. My heart sped up. The old scripts leapt to the front of my mind. Jealousy, betrayal, drama, Emma, engagement, security. The cultural story that says love is proved by exclusivity. But Nadia's face wasn't dramatic. It was calm, a little nervous, deeply sincere. This wasn't scandal. This was a compatibility question. I took a breath. Thank you for telling me, I said, because the honesty itself mattered. Nadia nodded, eyes soft. I don't want secrecy, she said. I don't want to sneak. I don't want to hurt you. The word hurt landed in my ribs. My first impulse was to say, it's fine, to be the cool, accommodating partner, to keep love by agreeing. The old part of me, trained to disappear, offered compliance as safety. But I had learned something in LA. The truth costs less than the lie in the long run. I don't know what I want, I admitted, voice quiet. I've always assumed monogamy. It's the only model I've lived in. But I also know that when I try to force myself into something for someone else, I disappear. Nadia's expression softened, relief flickering. Yeah, she said quietly. I don't want you to disappear. We sat with it, the discomfort and the tenderness braided together. Over the next week, we talked about it in pieces. Not one big conversation that solved everything, but several smaller ones that kept returning like tides. We talked at my kitchen table. We talked on walks. We talked in her bed after kissing, when the closeness made honesty both harder and more necessary. Nadia was clear. She wanted openness, but she didn't want chaos. She wanted freedom, but not at the cost of care. She wanted to be able to connect with others without hiding, without lying, without me feeling like I was constantly bracing. I was clear too eventually. I wanted to be both masculine and feminine without apology, and I wanted to be loved in a way that didn't require me to perform stability by shrinking. I wanted to feel safe. I wanted to feel chosen. Not exclusively, maybe, but intentionally. One night, after we'd talked in circles and both looked tired, Nadia said gently, maybe we should write it down. I laughed weakly. A contract? Nadia's smile was wry. A rule book, she said. Not a prison. Just parameters. Like math. Constraints can create freedom. The phrase made my chest loosen despite myself. Nadia's brain always reached for structure when emotion got too messy. Mine did too, in its own way. Maybe we could meet there. So we did. We sat at my kitchen table with a notebook between us. Not my identity notebook. Another one. Fresh, blank. As if we were building something new from scratch. Nadia drew a line down the middle of the page and wrote, what I need on one side and what you need on the other. Her handwriting was neat, precise. Mine was messier, more emotional. We started small. Nadia wrote, honesty, always, no secrets, autonomy. I choose my connections. Time with you that is protected, not left over. Check-ins because I don't want assumptions. I wrote, reassurance, not performative, but real. No surprises. I need to know what the landscape is. Respect for Claire. No treating her like a phase. No shrinking. If I feel myself disappearing, we pause. Nadia looked at my last line for a long time. Then she nodded slowly. That's important, she said. We added more. Rules that felt awkward to say out loud, but necessary to name. No photos with other partners without discussing first. Protection, always. No bringing other partners into our shared spaces without agreement. A weekly check-in that wasn't a State of the Union fight, just a conversation. We also wrote softer rules, the ones that felt like promises. We speak kindly when we're scared. We assume good intent, but don't ignore impact. We don't punish each other for honesty. The page filled with ink. For a while, it felt like we were building a bridge. Then we stumbled. It wasn't a dramatic betrayal. It wasn't Nadia sneaking around. It wasn't scandal. It was a miscommunication that revealed how tender my old wounds still were. Nadia went on a date with someone she'd met at a lecture, another academic, a woman with sharp humor and a beautiful smile. Nadia told me in advance. We discussed it. I said I was okay. I told myself I was okay. I wanted to be okay. That night, alone in my apartment, I felt my body tighten anyway. Old fear rose, irrational and familiar. You're not enough. She'll find someone simpler, someone who doesn't bring two closets into the room. I tried to breathe through it. I texted Cass. Cass replied with a string of heart emojis and a go buy ice cream. I did. It didn't fix it. When Nadia came over the next day, she looked happy, softly glowing with the warmth of connection. She kissed me and said, "It was nice." And I smiled and said, "I'm glad," because I wanted to be supportive. Then, later, when she casually mentioned that she'd kissed the woman in her car before leaving, something in me snapped. Not because kissing was forbidden. We hadn't forbidden it. But because my brain heard it as, she had intimacy and you weren't there. She didn't choose you first. My old engagement brain wanted hierarchy, proof, ownership. My voice went sharp before I could stop it. "Did you have to tell me that?" I asked. Nadia blinked, surprised. "You said you didn't want secrets," she said. "I don't," I snapped, then immediately felt sick. I swallowed hard. I didn't think it would hit like that. Nadia sat back, eyes narrowing slightly. Not angry, but alert. "Okay," she said, voice calm. "So tell me what it hit." I stared at my hands, nails glossy. My throat tightened. It would have been so easy to retreat into silence, to swallow the feeling, to perform being fine. Instead, I took a breath and did the new thing. "It hit my fear," I said quietly. "It hit the part of me that thinks love is a scarce resource and I have to compete for it. It hit the part of me that thinks if you find someone else, you'll stop wanting me." Nadia's expression softened immediately. "Oh," she said. I swallowed. "And it also hit my old pattern," I admitted. "The one where I try to be the cool partner so I don't get left. The one where I say yes when I'm not ready. And then I resent you for not reading my mind." Nadia let out a slow breath. She nodded. "Thank you," she said. "That's honest." I rubbed my forehead, exhausted. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "for snapping. I don't want to punish you for telling the truth." Nadia leaned forward slightly. "You're not punishing me," she said gently. "You're learning, and I'm learning too." She reached for my hand. I let her take it. "What do you need right now?" she asked. The question was simple and hard. "I need reassurance," I said, voice small. "Not that you'll never want anyone else, but that you want me, that you see me, all of me, that I'm not a temporary project." Nadia squeezed my hand. "You're not a project," she said firmly. "You're a person, and I want you." She paused, then added, with the precision of someone naming a proof, "I want you as you. I want you as him. I want you as Claire. I want you in this messy, real way where we tell the truth." My eyes burned. I blinked hard. Nadia continued, voice softer. "But," she said, and the word made my stomach tighten, "I also need you not to agree to things you can't actually tolerate. I'd rather go slower than have you say yes, and then suffer." I nodded, swallowing. "Okay," I whispered. "Slower." We revised the rulebook after that. Not because rules could prevent pain, but because naming things made us less likely to hurt each other accidentally. We added, We debrief after dates, only if I ask. No automatic play-by-play. We build tolerance gradually. We have a yellow light phrase. Pause. I'm spiraling. We have a red light phrase. Stop. I'm not okay. It felt almost clinical, writing it down. But it also felt like care, like we were taking each other seriously. For a few weeks, it worked. Not perfectly, nothing did, but well enough that the anxiety quieted. Nadia went on another date. I asked for fewer details. She checked in gently. I told the truth when I felt myself shrinking. We held each other through the discomfort instead of pretending it wasn't there. And then one night, the integration test arrived in a different form. Not about openness, about Claire. We were at my apartment, sitting on the floor, eating takeout, when Nadia said, casually, I have a friend's birthday thing next week. It's a small dinner. I'd like you to come. My stomach fluttered. Okay, I said. Nadia tilted her head, watching me. Would you want to come as Claire? She asked. The question hit my chest like a bell. Not because it was wrong, Nadia loved Claire, but because it made the stakes real. Claire wasn't just for bars and parties in my building. She could be for dinner with Nadia's friends, people who didn't know me, people whose opinions might matter to Nadia in ways I couldn't predict. A familiar fear rose. If Claire shows up in a normal setting, you will be too much. You will embarrass her. You will become a spectacle. My old instinct was to say no immediately, to keep myself safe by staying in the masculine room, to keep love by shrinking. I stared at my takeout container, at the noodles, at my own hands. I breathed. I don't know, I admitted. Part of me wants to. Part of me is scared. Nadia nodded, as if that was expected. What part is scared? She asked gently. I swallowed. The part that still thinks I need to be acceptable, I said. The part that thinks you'll look at me differently if your friends look at me weird. The part that thinks I have to earn love by being easy. Nadia's eyes softened. She reached over and touched my wrist lightly. I don't want easy, she said. I want real. But I also don't want to push you into something that feels unsafe. I nodded slowly. Nadia waited, giving me time. And in that pause, the triumph of the whole year arrived. Not as a grand speech, but as a quiet refusal. I won't go as Claire just to prove something, I said, voice steady. And I won't go as him just to be more palatable. I want to go as whoever feels true that day. And if that changes, it changes. Nadia's smile was small and proud. Good, she said. I felt my chest loosen. The fear didn't vanish, but it shifted. Less like a threat, more like a companion I could carry. The dinner happened a week later. I went as myself, but softer. Nails polished, a sweater that draped, a scent that felt like me. Claire stayed home, not hidden, just resting. Nadia introduced me with warmth. Her friends were kind. A couple asked questions about my nails. Nadia answered casually, making it normal. Nobody made it weird. On the walk home, Nadia slipped her hand into mine. You did great, she said. I did, I agreed, and felt the truth of it. The relationship didn't become a perfect equation. There were still nights my jealousy flared like old bruises. There were still moments Nadia's desire for freedom made my stomach tighten. There were still moments my desire for integration made Nadia pause and recalibrate. But we kept talking. We kept writing and rewriting the rule book. We kept apologizing when we snapped. We kept checking in. And in the middle of all of it, love, discomfort, honesty, repair, something inside me stayed steady. I wasn't disappearing. There was a night, months after the party, when Nadia and I sat on my balcony under string lights. The city lights stretched out beyond us like a field of tiny stars. Nadia's head rested on my shoulder. My hand rested on her knee. The air was warm. Nadia said softly, I love you. The words hit my chest like warmth and weight. Love. Real love. Not the future planning engagement photo love, something quieter, something chosen daily. I love you too, I said, and I meant it. Nadia was quiet for a moment, then said, "Thank you for not shrinking." I swallowed hard. I almost did, I admitted. A lot. Nadia lifted her head to look at me. Her eyes were soft, amused in that gentle way. "But you didn't," she said. I stared at her, feeling my throat tighten. The triumph wasn't that we had solved openness perfectly. It wasn't that jealousy never visited. It wasn't that I had arrived at a final label and lived happily ever after. The triumph was smaller, harder, and more real. I had learned to love without erasing myself. I had learned to negotiate without bargaining away my existence. I had learned that boundaries weren't threats. They were the shape of my yes. And I had learned that if a relationship required me to disappear, it wasn't love. It was a costume. So when Nadia said she wanted freedom without secrecy, I didn't panic and build a cage. I didn't beg. I didn't perform being fine while dissolving inside. I asked for care. I named my fear. I wrote a rule book. I revised it. I stumbled. I repaired. And through it all, I kept one promise, the one that had finally felt like home. I'm a man. I'm feminine. I'm also her. I don't have to disappear to be real. In the warm LA night, with Nadia's hand in mine and my own life finally big enough to hold all its rooms, I realized something with a quiet astonishment. I wasn't asking the world for permission anymore. I was building a life where my truth could simply live.